Greetings and salutations, everybody. My name is Jean Bajalan, and welcome to this very special stream being hosted on the This Is Revolution channel. We had the This Is Revolution introduction music just now, and of course on Sublation Media. And why are we here this evening on a Sunday when we should be with our families, doing lovely things like having Sunday dinner and drinking tea? Well, we're here to celebrate and to announce the launch of Sublation Media's new magazine, so Sublation Mag, which you can all go and have a look at www.sublationmag.com. For those of you don't know, last year Douglas Lane and the team from Zero Books moved on after the purchase of Zero Books by a different company and have established their own, and I'm involved, publishing house. And as part of that project, we decided to open up a magazine. So it's a really exciting time for us, and we hope it's going to be an interesting forum. And we are doing I believe Doug said 6-hour stream today, where we'll have multiple different guests from all over the world to talk about their work, some of our forthcoming authors, both of the books and in the magazine. So, of course, I'm not going to be here all the time, and I will be joined by, of course, the CEO of Sublation Media, Mr. Douglas Lane. Welcome, Mr. Douglas Lane.
Hello. It's a very odd title for me, CEO.
CEO.
I'm going to have to abolish myself eventually, I guess.
Exactly. You are now a capitalist pig. Actually, you're not quite a capitalist pig. You're working as a manager for the capitalist pigs. Is that correct? Would you say?
No, I am a capitalist pig, dog.
No, you are a capitalist pig. Mm-hmm. And of course, assisting us is a member of the This Is Revolution family, a contributing editor at our new magazine, an author at our new magazine, with his article will be coming out on Tuesday, so keep your eyes peeled for that. And of course, a forthcoming author with Sublation Press, the publishing arm of Doug Lane's new capitalist empire. It is Mr. or Stefan Bertram-Lee. I was like, Mr. I was like, God damn it, I did it again. Sorry. I wrote violation by Jean. Shame on me.
Canceled.
Welcome, Stefan. How you doing?
I'm good. Have you noticed how fish-eyed my camera is? It's like I'm living in a sphere.
Oh yeah, it is. There's a black line next to you, and it looks like it's curved, right?
I mean, it's actually an illusion. I live in a backwards sphere. Like it's a non-Euclidean object. It just kind of curves constantly backwards.
Is that a filter you have going, or how does that work?
I think it's default with the camera.
All right.
I mean, it's good for getting. I'm big here, but then you look behind me, it looks a bit weird, doesn't it?
Well, it looks like you're in a strange, peculiar universe, as you said, and I think that helps. So, without further ado, I would like to bring on our first guest of the day. Doug, would you care to introduce our guest?
No, not really. No, it's Conrad Hamilton. He is the most intelligent, erudite, articulate proponent of contemporary Stalinism, and I want to welcome him to the channel to represent the worst tendencies on the left from a very sophisticated, nuanced, and intelligent perspective. So that's how I'll introduce Conrad Hamilton.
Is he not a fellow publisher as well? He publishes a magazine.
I'm not sure. He works. He writes for some very. He's a really good writer. He's written for Zero Books. He has written for a variety of publications. We'll go over them when he comes on the stream. It's early in the morning. I'm still drinking coffee, but
and Doug is.
And Conrad was with me at the Platypus Affiliated Society International Convention in Chicago last month. Yeah, and he did a great job of unifying the panel against the audience on the subject of COVID restrictions. There was
welcome.
Yeah, welcome, Conrad.
I wasn't sure if you guys were just going to keep talking about me without me.
That's like
First
Well,
of all,
I know
this whole label about contemporary Stalinism, Doug invented this himself, so I'm not sure if it's really an objective representation of my work.
No, it's definitely my smear on you. It's not, you absolutely have every right to defend yourself against my terrible
room, right? And I noticed Stefan came on and he was laughing really hard, and I thought it wasn't that funny what you guys said. What do you guys get these guys gassed up on? Like, your jokes aren't that good.
No, it's just Stefan is non-binary, and Gene introduced them as Mr. That was the thing, I believe. Am I right?
Okay. I thought you meant.
Gene, and so.
Stefan is bun.
It wasn't that Jen did it and then just did it. It was that Jen did it and instantly realized what he'd done. That was just funny.
Stefan is bun.
It wasn't that Jen did it and then just did it. It was
someone I think is playing the clip in the background. I can kind of hear it loosely. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's turn that off. We're on.
I thought you meant he was non-binary in the sense of not being able to differentiate between or draw a binary between good and bad jokes. In which case, he'd be a great match for.
No. All right, we're coming out punching. We're coming out swinging.
These are some serious attacks.
So, okay, I want to ask you, have you modified your view at all about the China's COVID policy in the last month or so since I saw you?
Oh, because of what's going on in Shanghai.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Doug here is tying us back to the Platypus convention in Chicago. And there I presented at a panel called COVID, Biden and the Left. And there was a few people there. There was Tony Montero with a long history of civil rights activism, Benjamin Balthazar, and so on. But at that panel, I defended, the policies which China had adopted during the pandemic. And I think in a way it's fairly matter of fact, right? Because they have the lowest rate of COVID deaths, the highest rate of vaccination, and the only positive economic growth. I live in Paris, right? So I got to be rocking the low cut, right? There you go. It's still like 1976 here, like a Travolta movie. I like it. But I defended China's policy. But I never, the last month hasn't changed my view because I think that we know that the idea of no COVID, having a no COVID zone. That's more of a postulate or objective than anything that I think can be, reasonably maintained when we have a transforming virus, neoliberal economic society, which is tremendously susceptible to this. I think what really matters, is that the important precautions are being taken, right, and the right measures are being taken to stop the spread of this. And relatively speaking, that is the case in China. But I think in a way in the West, if you look at it, we like to make it out as sometimes as this sort of thing about individual rights. Like you see these articles in the New York Times that are like, China's COVID policy saved people, but at what cost?
At what cost?
What cost? 3.5 million people would have died if they didn't do that. So we know the cost, right?
Well, first of all, I have a couple of questions here. One is, there's the immediate costs in terms of human suffering and death that cuts in multiple directions. Even in the United States, we know that the lockdowns came with their own health risks and problems.
Yeah.
Excess deaths is probably the best way to measure the impact of COVID, and that would include people who didn't die from COVID, but from related, health issues or health issues that could have stemmed from lack of exercise or lack of social interaction, all sorts of, psychological maladies. So there's that. We don't know what the impact has been on the Chinese people in that regard. But then on the other, just getting away from the question of health to the question of politics and let's say the struggle for socialism.
Yeah.
When you have a population that will accept being locked in their apartments, locked in their homes, in near starvation or sometimes starvation kind of conditions, the political, the ability to organize politically for their own emancipation is severely diminished. I don't think that we can look at a situation where we certainly can't look at a situation where the state is sending drones around. This is an anecdote, pulled from
Yep.
Western media, saying,
course it is.
remain in your apartments. Do not come outside onto your balconies. Repress your soul's desire for freedom. This doesn't sound like the message of a socialist state to me. And the other thing is, it's not ultimately, I don't believe, from everything I've heard, the new strain of COVID is so infectious and mild that, which I think goes hand in hand, those things go hand in hand, that China is not going to be able to keep a no COVID policy in place. Everywhere else in the world, there's basically an admission of defeat. We're going to go for herd immunity, take off the masks, mingle, kiss each other, lick the doorknobs. Everyone gets COVID. That's a new policy, it seems like.
Well, that's an admission of defeat to the forces of capital. That's a reality, because there's been a lot of people been making these sentimental arguments about the people locked down in their homes in China. I mean, millions of people have been saved, but I think the reality is, if you look at the West, and the United States was just the most egregious example of this, there's been an inability to set coherent policy, because of the pressures which are exerted by capital. And to a large extent, we see that those are continuous, across the Trump and Biden administrations, both of which have regretfully looked to vaccines as a kind of silver bullet at the expense of other policy areas. But I mean, in terms of what you're saying about it not resembling socialism, I mean, I completely concur. Look, we're talking about something here which is quite different. We're talking about the management of a global pandemic. But I mean, I think that it's understandable, the logic. I mean, if you were to have a country which is invaded, right, by a foreign imperial power, which of course has happened many times, including in China, and you have the population united against that. I mean, there's an imperative to waging that war as a precondition, to the kinds of progressive measures which can be achieved in the future. So, but I mean, in China in general, I mean, I think that, these sort of limit cases aside, I think you can also see that my understanding is that, and it's fairly discernible based on these kind of statistics that they've been relatively successful in containing it, that the population is mostly supportive of that. Right. But again, even if this is not about building socialism per se, we can certainly see the way, as I mentioned before, that class structure factors in the ability to tackle COVID. And I think you really see that in terms of, let's say, the partial autonomy of the political sector from capital, which we see in China compared to the West. Right. And I don't want to go too far. I'm not saying it's the communism of the 23rd century, but that is a factor, right, in what we've seen.
Well, okay. I just I wonder if you would agree with this idea, which is that if a people decide to deal with a pandemic by accepting the health risks, taking the hit in the name of holding on to higher values and mere survival, if the general will is to say we will not bend to the pandemic, but will continue on with our way of life, cherishing individual freedoms. Would you say that would be acceptable?
But where are these higher values? Because I think what I really see is that there are societies which in which the political sector enjoys some autonomy from capital, that have been able to respond in a way that conforms with all the scientific knowledge we have at our disposal, insofar as we understand this. And on the other side, right, we have societies which are so beholden to the reproduction of capital that they're unable to take those measures. And I think that's where this sort of libertarian ideology steps in, right, where it's like, oh, we're not as bad as them, right, that we would restrain people's individual freedoms. I mean, we're talking about the lives of millions of people here, right? So I think from the standard of, I mean, what is freedom if you're dead? For starters, right? So I think from any reasonable standard, I think the issue here is not individual freedom versus totalitarian repression. I think it's a coherent public health policy versus an incoherent public health policy, which is dictated by capital. But then there's also a need to dress that up, in this sort of lofty moralistic way, right? So I think that's really the ideology, right? I don't think that's what it's about.
After leaving Zero Books and starting my own company and bringing a lot of different people in, I've gone in a slightly different direction. I'm going to be bringing in a person who represents that new direction right now. His name is Dr. Reverend John M. Bunch. Dr. Reverend John M. Bunch represents, I'm not sure what particular political ideology other than his own, but here he is.
Okay, all right. I didn't know you were going to introduce me that way, so I'm going to put the hat on. All right.
I'm Bernard Henri Levy, and he's Willie Nelson. I like it. We got the whole cast there.
So John here has been creating TikTok videos for us. He's a TikTok star now, and they involve the uses of rifles and pistols and paint cans and socialism. Okay. I think this is an embodiment of the individualist American spirit right here. So go ahead, John. I'll let you talk now.
About what exactly?
I know. Well, have you had any comments on the conversation so far?
You're listening,
well, I mean, I don't, I mean, Conrad makes, to me, standard points about the difference between a centralized government approach to managing public health care and a sort of capitalist approach, which is motivated by capital and yada, yada, yada. I mean, that's definitely true. But to me, the issue is more one of, that's definitely true. I mean, the way that the sort of intellectual marketing structure works, but to me, what failed in America and probably the West was the ability of the sort of professional middle class to manage crisis. If you I mean that's to me that's what it was. I mean it was a marketing failure on the part of a professional middle class to not sell their strategy for dealing with COVID. And I think part of that is that they didn't know. I mean, science has told us a lot about diseases and about disease course and so on and whatnot, but I think science in some sense wasn't where it needed to be, where we hoped it would be, and in another sense, that left people with people in that position of managing consent of the public, it left them sort of high and dry without a plan, without something to do. The other side of that is, China, which has, to me, gone sort of overboard. And okay, all right, sorry, I thought I saw something about my audio had gone out again. Anyway, so yeah, so in China, you have the others, right? I mean, they don't. China doesn't know what to do. They've gone the other direction. They've locked down far more strictly, more draconian than they needed to. So is that
actually true though? It's like it's an easy thing to say.
It sounds to me. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I honestly can say I have no direct knowledge, but based on reports I've heard in the Western media, which is where I've heard it, it certainly isn't something that I would. And there's also stuff coming out from China, from Chinese people, and it certainly isn't something. It's certainly not an approach I would want to live under that.
Well, I mean, the Western media. Let
me jump in here. I have a question. So so you have a number of different critiques of COVID policy. You have a critique from the right, which at some points just turns into COVID's a conspiracy. It doesn't really exist. It's not real, right?
Well, and then, I don't know if I'd call that from the right. I mean,
there's an element. There's an element of that critique. But on the left, when I listen to people who are, let's just say, skeptical of the public approach to COVID, there is a kind of, let's say, a tension in the argument being made. On one hand, it's saying, like, look, these COVID policies are authoritarian and taking away people's freedom, and the cost of that is too much, right? And then on the other hand, there is implicitly that COVID is being blown out of proportion. And the question I have is, for many of those on the left who are like, look, this is totally this is a power grab. You know, your boss is forcing you to take an injection. Would there be a case where those people would say that policy is legitimate, that a disease is so lethal that
Absolutely.
so the question is, so there's this tension between this idea, like there's these absolute abstract freedoms, and then the other hand where there's a kind of, it's all being exaggerated. So what is the level of lethality that we would say would make it legitimate for the government to like strap your ass down and force you to take a thing because you're going to kill a bunch of people?
Well, to me, that's the $1 million question. And it's a psychological question because we don't know. I mean, we don't know. It's how do people value that? You know, I mean, you can think of it on a kind of freedom differential or something. And, you know, of draconian, I'm going to do whatever the government tells me to do with a smile. And I'm not doing anything the government does. I'm not believing it. You know what I'm saying? You could sort of think of compliance, government compliance on a scale like that. And certainly, had COVID been more lethal, had it been more serious, certainly people you wouldn't hear complaints about government lockdowns and so on and so forth. And again, this is why I say the science kind of failed us, because I think, you know, it either, and I don't know the answer to this, but I think the category of professionals who monitor public health in that, you know, in that area, I think just didn't know. I mean, I think they perhaps thought it was going to be more severe than it actually turned out to be. That, to me, that's the most reasonable, likely story. So in that sense, what failed us here was really, you know, we don't know this. We don't know enough about, we don't have enough scientific, factual information and theory to, you know, always make good public decisions about, or make good decisions about public health. I mean, that's just, and this, to me, that's the explanation here. I mean, you can certainly, the capitalist approach to public health management can be criticized in a million different ways. And certainly it had its vulnerabilities here, but I can't imagine, and I don't think we see any place in the world, and I can't imagine any system in which COVID could have been managed perfectly, or, you know what I mean, in which COVID could have been managed well.
Well, let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I mean, they're very, very
well. I don't know how it could have been managed. I mean, in a sense, the data is still out on this, but in a sense, we have kind of a way to empirically test a couple of things. We could test the mortality rates across places,
vary tremendously, right? Which are hugely disparate. Which
well,
are hugely disparate, right?
The last study I read, I haven't looked into it in a couple of months, but the last study I read suggested that Florida and Texas lost 22,000 people to COVID, or rather, had Florida and Texas followed the initial lockdowns, strict lockdowns of other states, they would have saved, or rather 22,000 fewer people would have died.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, I mean, it's clearly, you know, that's evidence that lockdowns did work to save lives. But again,
well, there's much more, you know, again, we can look at even countries, and there's a tremendous difference between, you know, a China or a Cuba, and between, you know, even what we've seen in countries with more developed economies. But let me be very schematic about this. You know, I mean, we know that on the left in the West that there has been dueling tendencies, right? You know, one of which is more supportive of restrictions, another which is less. And I think there's been a failure to really coalesce a coherent response.
Absolutely.
But I want to say that I think this has been a profound failure of the left in that way, because I think we saw this movement whereby, you know, the the absorption of sort of Sanders, and this kind of movement into the Democratic camp, put them in a weakened position to actually criticize the policies of Biden, right, which were inadequate in so many respects. And I mentioned before that Biden,
I agree.
Was relying too much on the vaccine as a kind of silver bullet. Quarantine policies were not well established. Mask policies were not too well established. There was still too much decentralization in the decision making, and overall too much corporate pressure. But in any case, I think that what there really should have been, was strong support from the left for a no COVID policy that would have greatly reduced death rates. But again, there was too much political disunity, right, and too much political incoherence for that to happen. So I think what the left should have done, and we can say there are deficiencies in the science, but we can also see that even with the scientific information available, nations made different decisions that led to vastly different death rates. So what I think there should have been was a strong support for a zero COVID policy, but I think it's symptomatic of the weakness of the left in the West at this time. I mean, and even at the Platypus convention, it was wild to see people at times, not everyone or the majority, but at times doing things like endorsing the trucker movement. All the trucker unions, Teamsters, and so on lined up against that. They said unions support public health policies, right? I mean, these aren't, necessarily proletarians. A lot of them were semi-owners, right? Which puts them in a more ambiguous state with respect to social class. So I think there's been a tremendous abdication of responsibility, on the left with respect to this issue.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure I see it. I don't see it. I do not. I think the government and government agencies failed in their, in their communication bill. And again, I don't know. I don't know how you don't get away from blaming science, because I'm not sure a zero COVID policy would have been the way to go. We still don't know the full impact of COVID. We don't know the full impact of lockdowns. We don't know the full impact of, disrupting schools like we did because of lockdowns. Especially when death rates and so on, mortality rates among children are pretty low.
A friend was saying recently she was doing photographs for like a 5th grade class, and so 5th grade meant they hadn't really, for the past 2 or 3 years, they basically, obviously 1st grade and 2nd grade you don't really learn very much at all. And she was basically saying like lots of these kids didn't know what their surnames were, and a few of them didn't know what their first names were. They only knew themselves by nicknames. So I think that's one kind of insane impact. And obviously there's you can say like, okay, this isn't a necessary fact of lockdown, but derives out of the fact that there's been inadequate things that have come from it. But in the end, I don't think you can teach children that young via Zoom. That just wasn't really a possibility. And so I think there's like a massive cost there for certain.
The question about zero COVID is that I want to, like, when the vaccine was rolled out, would people have been able to leave their homes at that point, Conrad, do you think? Because, or when you say zero COVID for the West, would that have meant stopping all flights into the country earlier? In the United States, should we have shut down travel between states or between cities?
I mean,
to what extent should
like
zero
COVID
COVID?
Or Australia, right?
We saw something closer to that in Australia and New Zealand in terms of the approach, which was more, sort of in the Asia Pacific region. We saw some other countries adopting that as well, but to great effect. So it's, I can't sit here and provide you with like a policy manual stipulating every aspect, but what it would involve. But obviously, longer lockdowns, restricting flights, quarantine policies, medical supply policies, and all of that. But I think in a way it's kind of funny. Like, I thought it was really strange. Like, even conversing about this issue in Chicago. I mean, one of the guys on my panel, he said something like, you can't just shut everything down because businesses are necessary for society. And I think this, which seems like sort of like a right-wing talking point, but I think in a way, this is sort of the issue, is that I do understand why there's a lot of people, even workers, right, who might be opposed to some of these policies, because, they anticipate that, if it's coming out of like a Biden administration, that there's a risk they're going to lose their jobs and they're just not going to have the compensation necessary to continue to live. right? So I think it really speaks that there has to be a role for the left there. Like if the left is going to take a position, it's on one hand that it has to advocate stricter measures, but it also has to advocate a consequent transformation of the economy.
Well, the reason I asked about the vaccines at the start was because once the vaccines were introduced, the promise originally, and this goes to John's point on the science, the promise originally was that they had something like a 90% efficacy, and that we would be able to, return to normal, go back out in the streets, and even without a mask. Certainly, lockdowns should have been as the vaccines were introduced. The lockdowns should have been lifted if there were still really strict lockdowns. And what we found out was that those vaccines were leaky. Their efficacy diminished over time, and
quickly,
fairly quickly, and new variants arose because of the way in which we rolled out vaccines that weren't entirely efficacious more quickly than they would have otherwise, I believe. So what I think we would be facing a similar situation right now. Maybe we would have done better under Trump if those strict lockdowns had been put in place. But we got to remember that it was under Biden that the most deaths have occurred, and that's not because of his policies per se, but because of the rate of infection.
Well, they were already at a point, like, after the initial response to the United States, which I stress has a lot to do with the character, of the American economy in terms of like an underfunded or undersupplied healthcare system, as the case may be, last minute delivery systems,
crisis based.
Yeah. It's difficult to respond on that basis. And I would stress that that's not really a question of Trump or Biden, though nevertheless it is the case that poor decisions having been made under Trump were very difficult to rectify under Biden. But I also wouldn't absolve Biden's policy, because I think, judged on its own terms, Biden's policy has been a failure, even if we look at it from the standpoint of just containing damages. Now, in terms of what you said about the vaccines, this narrative was very, very amplified in the West about how we would develop this vaccine that would be absolutely, fantastic, and it would resolve all these issues. And I want to stress that while enthusiasm for the possibility of a vaccine-based solution was pervasive across the world, that if you look at a place like China, they didn't hinge the policy so much on the idea of a sort of vaccine that would messianically arrive and solve the problem, which meant that, even as vaccines were arriving, there was a range of other policies that were continuing to be imposed. I think this has a lot to do with the communication between the political sector and the corporate sector, right? Because I think politicians are under a lot of pressure, right, to communicate to capital that, oh no, we'll get things running again, right? And again, China isn't devoid of those pressures, but there is a different kind of relationship between politics and capital. So again, when we talk about the science, I would be hesitant to overgeneralize and say, well, this sort of extreme over-optimism about vaccines was something that was a feature of every nation or every political structure,
So, Conrad, we're about to bring in another guest in just a moment, so I want to give you an opportunity to talk about something else, tell people what you're doing, to direct people to your latest writing. You're going to be writing for Sublation magazine, I assume.
Yeah. No, I want to add that I'm really, really, really flattered to come out here and inaugurate this. And it's a shame what happened in terms of Zero 2.0, as it were, sort of losing its platform. And I think really symptomatic of sort of the left liberal absorption of a lot of these legitimately progressive cultural spaces. But I'm also very, very happy to see that you've got people like yourself, Alfie Brown, Ashley Frawley, and others involved in founding this. And I hope certainly that many of those who are involved in Zero 2.0 will be active, coming out, writing articles, publishing with you, and so on. I mean, it's really about the need on the left for a kind of independent platform, right? And we see that in different ways. I mean, even we can analogize it even with the electoral domain in a way, right? Like if you look at, Sanders and Corbyn, there's been this sort of spectacular collapse. Whereas if you look at someone like Mélenchon in France, right? Well, yes, he has not won, right? But he continues to soldier on because he sort of is in the shadow of the PCF, the French Communist Party historically, and there's a context for an independent left platform being put forth. And so I think it's very, very important, even in the domain of media, right, that we have outlets that represent a sort of salient left position. As regards what I'm doing at the moment, I'll be, I'm engaged with different projects. Right now, I'm writing an essay on Nietzsche, and the reassessment of Nietzsche that's going on with Domenico Losordo's new book, and that's for a collection that Matt McManus will be bringing out. But I'm also, this summer, I'm going to be involved in editing a collection on real abstraction, the idea that there exists a structural homology between epistemology or metaphysics and the structure of the commodity form, even in pre-capitalist history, as with Alfred Son Rethel. I'll be editing a collection with Paul Reynolds on that that's called the Conscious Core of the Commodity. So we look for that to come out in the next couple of years. And of course, continuing to plug away and hopefully publishing my thesis, Marxism contra Subjectivity, at some point.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on. And, we're going for a while, so maybe I'll drag you back in if I'll try to see if you're up. I don't know. What time is it where you are now?
It's, this is pretty reasonable because you've kind of made it you've scheduled it in such a way that it'll be compatible with both North American and European time. But I'll be doing some work on my interminable essay here, never finished. You can blame Matt for demanding a lot of last minute revisions.
Okay.
Blame him tonight when he comes on. But you can hit me up if I'm benched now. But if you need, if you run out other starters, you can pull me up.
Yeah, I'll pull you back to yell at you some more. Thanks, Conrad.
All right, have a great one. Bye.
All right, bye.
All right, no, so, it's the worst. It's the worst view.
Oh no, so I'm gonna tell.
It's not the worst view. It's not the worst view. So we're gonna be having some new guests on, and I was really glad to hear some of those comments. I think one of the objectives we have with Sublation magazine is to be a forum for different tendencies on the left to publish and have a dialogue with one another. I think one of the big problems with a lot of the magazines is that they either have their own independent line that they follow, whether that is something, whether they're kind of crypto Democrats or sectarian Marxists. They tend to have a political line that they're following. And I think one of the things that is really positive about our magazine is that the editorial team and the contributing editor all represent different tendencies within the left, and there's a lot of disagreement. And I think it is important to be able to, within the family of the left, have a conversation. So I think, I was glad to hear Conrad recognizes that as part of our objective. But we do have one of the other editorial team from Sublation Mag. Alfie will be coming on with his guest, who he's going to introduce. So I'm going to scoot off, and I'm going to bring Alfie on. So Alfie, please introduce your guest and...
Well, yeah, thanks, guys. Good so far. Thanks, guys. Good to see you, John. You looked absolutely fantastic with that hat on, I have to say. Unbelievable stuff. I tweeted a little screenshot of that.
Yeah, put that hat back on, John. I want to see it again.
Fine. It's a character.
Yeah, you're a character.
I'm definitely proud that we're the best looking media channel on the left, for sure, if nothing else.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
No, we're waiting now to be joined by Katerina Kolosova, which will be really exciting. But I also thought that we should, perhaps Jean forgot to sort of mention a few people that are coming on and stuff, some of the things we've got planned for the rest of the night. So we should talk a bit about that, I guess.
Yeah, so we've got Dwayne Monroe coming on, right, in a little bit.
Yeah, Dwayne's a brilliant sort of Lacanian, Hegelian digital theorist, I guess. That's going to be pretty exciting.
Mm-hmm. And we got Tio, how do you say, Vilisaris, and Rebecca Parler. And Spencer Leonard, another editor of Sublation Magazine, will be on around that time as well. Matt McManus, James Smith, author of Other People's Politics. Cuba, Deep State Cuba will be joining us. And at that point, we may be taken off. The live stream may be shut down once Deep State Cuba joins us. David Griscom, David Slavic from The Popular Show, R.C. Roberts will be coming at some point. Ben Burgess will be on. Todd McGowan is going to be towards the end of the show, and then Donald Parkinson from Cosmonaut might round us out, and who knows who else might join us on the stream.
Yeah.
It could be that C. Derek Varn jumps in at some point. I actually had a dream about Derek Varn last night, where he said, Doug, come over. I've got a radio broadcast production studio all set up for you. Come sit down. You can broadcast your message to the world. And I sat down and I was talking into the microphone, and then I realized he had unplugged it. So anyway, that was my dream about Derek Varn. So I'll have to tell him that dream when he comes on. Huh?
I mean, having Todd McGowan towards the end means everyone's got to stay up all night over here, so that we can get a slice of Todd. Who, have you talked about his book?
Todd McGowan's Enjoying It Right and Left. I think is the title. Boy, it's terrible that I can't remember that. But it's our first book, and I think it might be Enjoyment Right and Left.
You're confusing it with my shit book. Don't do that.
And it is. I'm really pleased that Todd McGowan is the very first author we're going to have out of the gate with both our books. He's an excellent Hegelian, Lacanian leftist. He does a very interesting podcast as well. If you want to see some fun illustrations of Hegelian concepts, you can go to his YouTube channel, and you can see his video essays on David Lynch and other popular culture, products or franchises to illustrate Lacanian ideas. But I see Katrina is here, so why don't you introduce her, Alfie?
Great. I mean, look, here we are with one of the most important Marxist theorists in Europe. Welcome, Katerina. How are you doing?
Thanks for having me. Great.
And thank you so much.
I've been sick actually last week, but much better today.
Better. Good. Where are you now? Katerina's Macedonian.
I'm in,
where do you live?
Currently, I am in Skopje. I'm based in Skopje. That's the capital of a little republic that emerged out of the dissolution of what used to be Yugoslavia. So
cool.
If Zizek is from the north, I am from the south of the former federation. So.
And maybe, yeah, brilliant. Well, thank you so much for doing it. I mean, Katerina's been, written an enormous amount of books, and is currently working on yet another. And we're going to talk, I think, about your new stuff. Really, I mean, you've worked in gender theory and gender studies for a long time, which I sort of hope to come to. But what you're sort of currently working on is really materialism, and I want to think about later. I want to think about. I've just been reading your chapter about the differences between kinetic materialism, historical materialism, dialectic materialism, and the way you're thinking about it. But maybe we could just start with a simple, for some of our guests and for some of the less intelligent people such as myself, if you just tell us like what you see materialism as, and why you think it's like the thing that's needed politically, why you've chosen materialism as your kind of focus, and why you think it's politically important right now, and then we can get into some of the details and so on.
Well, I believe that we cannot have a proper Marxist project without revisiting his original project of methodology and, in a way, ontology, or it is an ontological project that in a way seeks to dismantle ontology itself and even philosophy itself in order to institute a model of interpretation, so a method and a model of interpretation of a more complex nature than being simply a method, which is that of materialism. I believe that with the passing of time and in the past, almost 10 years of close reading of Marx, I began to realize closely that, his whole project consists in the project of not really restoring, but really creating proper full form of materialism that whose germ he saw in the original writings of the atomists. in Greek philosophy. So I believe, and my co-authors share this belief, and some other authors believe the same or similar things about the origin of Marxist materialism, and such as Thomas Nail, for example, that it all begins with his doctoral dissertation. It's always been about what he opened as important questions in his dissertation, and this is something that has run through his entire oeuvre. This is obviously I do not believe in this idea of an epistemological break. I don't think that there is any break of any sort. I even think that what Althusser believes to be the product of the break is, actually, I agree with Althusser, it's there, but I truly believe that it's always been there. He has never been the humanist of the individualist sort. His humanism, so-called humanism, which is in fact, an early development of materialist political economy, is something of a very different sort than the humanism Althusser could have imagined in the 60s, basically, of the previous century. So I believe that whatever Althusser saw there as, the emergence as the result of this supposed epistemological break was always already there. And also the so-called humanism is not humanism at all, I would say. The fact that he radicalizes the notion of the human does not make his worldview, his position, his philosophical position, or scientific, he would say. He always sought to exit philosophy and establish some sort of a science. His view on this radical form of humanity has never been anthropocentric or human-centric. Quite to the contrary. That's why my previous book is about animals. So this animals is not merely, the animal kingdom as opposed to humanity. We're all animals, according to.
Well, listen, on that point, as a brief digression, I mean, listeners, you should check out an article we published today in the launch issue of the magazine by Barakolenko, I think Katerina, who's written about humanity and animals and this current war in Russia and Ukraine, and the questions of human and animal as it applies to that. So maybe we can also discuss that, like, since you're there in Europe. I mean, we're going to come to the different kinds. I want to talk to you about Neil, who you mentioned, and the different kinds of materialism. But how would you think about this materialist approach that you've just been talking about in relation to what's going on today in Europe right now?
Oh, no, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how the two things can be related. It's simply a matter of method. The materialism that I wouldn't put in the colleagues from this book project in the conversation now, because the scope of materialism I envisage, I guess, transcend the scope of that book, and we're probably not in agreement on all matters. But to me, that is a question of method, and as I believe was to Marx. On the other hand, this method is supposed to produce certain political consequences, should form a certain approach to politics that should take us away from this individualistic subjectivity, human subjectivity centered thinking, this sort of, in a way, liberal constraint of thought. I believe that materialism, including historical materialism, so I would say it's in Marx we can more talk of historical materialism, proper than dialectical materialism. I really believe that the diamat was cooked up later on by the famous epistemological committee of the Soviet Union. So I really think that materialism, historical materialism, helps us formulate things, see things in a systematic, structural manner, a way that's not centered of individual's expression or styling of oneself as a political gesture, that it enables us to speak in more structural and also collectivist terms. That does not mean that one ought to be, or one is necessarily, one assumes this collectivist viewpoint that one is authoritarian, one seeks to abolish the individual. No, quite to the contrary. Actually, I mean the one does not exclude the other. Collectivist or collective emancipation should come down to individual and the other way around, but I just think that it's completely unexhausted interpretive paradigm, this individualistic or individual centered way of thinking, and that can be maintained only through nowadays only through the post-structuralist paradigm, which I believe is contaminated with idealism. Some might say it's an obsolete term, it does not apply to post-structuralism. Well, I beg to differ. So maybe I should have sent you the link from my chapter on post-structuralism for the Oxford Handbook of Feminist Philosophy, published last year. So if all this is the case, then to whatever is going on in Europe nowadays with the wars and everything, I would approach, as I told you, with a method, with a worldview informed by what I just explained to be historical materialism. And I don't know, maybe then the discussions would be completely different and we wouldn't be talking about boycotting and I don't know what, and symbolic support, and we would be having maybe some completely different kind of conversation.
I tend to think about the difference between dialectical materialism and historical materialism in terms of like the dialectical aspect of Marx's thinking has to do with describing how change occurs, how history develops, and the historical materialism might be a bit more empirical, like you actually look at how it really did develop. So like there's a theory of change in the dialectical approach, and then there's the facts of change in the analysis of the change in the historical analysis. But I don't know where I'm getting that from. Like I couldn't cite my sources. But
this is very interesting to me, because recently I was just looking into I hadn't really conceived them as different things, but I just kind of thought of historical materialism, and I think dialectical materialism, as kind of like a theory of history and a theory of sociology. And that kind of when people were doing metaphysics and this kind of stuff and applying it to kind of not just human society, but the universe and much kind of broader things, I thought this was kind of just a kind of an elaboration. But this is, as I understand it now, kind of meant to be the point of dialectical materialism, that this is kind of just not just how human society works, but much more broadly. And this is what Engels apparently was saying, where he kind of gave like examples of physical features of like kind of water boiling and stuff like this, not as an analogy, but to actually say dialectical materialism was true of these things. And that seems very strange to me, very dogmatic, and I don't know.
To throw in another problem, and maybe you can solve this for us both, is that I tend to think that the reason that we have historical materialism as opposed to natural history or a natural material, like a empirical materialism, is because of human subjectivity entering in. So the way in which we interact with our environment, the way we organize ourselves collectively, the way we organize production, this has a material effect, and it produces our history. And the dialectical aspect of it would be how our own activity acts back upon us. But am I way off in how I am thinking about the difference between dialectical materialism and historical materialism?
No, I mean, it's just a different way of thinking, and you're closer to, what seems to be the dominant interpretation nowadays, especially the one influenced by Hegel heavily. As I said, I begin, and not just us in the book, even before that, and in a book called Toward Radical Metaphysics of Socialism. It might sound, like oxymoronic, the title. I could explain it later. I really try to, kind of read Marxist texts of from all the subsequent interpretations, and the kind of a strange conglomerate that dialectical materialism has become, especially after the dogmatic setup in the Soviet Union, which was kind of the Cominterns and the international official doctrine after 1930 something, I think. I don't know, but I can't remember exactly. So we need to go back to Marxist text, and we need to note the fact that he never uses the expression dialectical materialism. He never speaks of dialectical materialism. Sometimes he speaks of the dialectical method, or the method of dialectics. It's very interesting that he always sees it as something distinct from Hegel's dialectics. He doesn't act like Hegel invented dialectics. He very often calls him, the greatest teachers of them all, of dialectics, etc., etc. My great teacher that kind of developed the potential of dialectics as a method to its fullest form. That sort of expressions here and there, when he does not criticize him, but he speaks of dialectics, never dialectical materialism. As we all know, Ditkin came up with the word. Ditkin is the person that Marx always jokingly called the philosopher among us, because he did not consider himself a philosopher. He sought not to be a philosopher. Also, if you remember his critique of Feuerbach, it comes down to the accusation that Feuerbach never actually exits idealism, the format of idealism, of idealist thinking, due to the fact that he remains a philosopher. He repeatedly says this in the thesis on Feuerbach, and then in the chapters 2. How many are there? Or twice double chapters, something like that, on Feuerbach in German ideology. So he keeps repeating he's stuck in philosophy, Feuerbach. Therefore, he's unavoidably stuck in idealism. So we don't have a real materialism in Feuerbach either. So we must read our thinking of philosophy. Therefore, from Hegel, of Hegel's philosophy as well, because he is a philosopher par excellence. He is the apex of philosophy, according to Marx as well. So I think that he never really talks about dialectical materialism. It comes afterwards. It comes even after Lenin. Everybody says it happened with Lenin, but not really. If you read his Materialism and Imperial Criticism, he's, like this intellectual police trying to find any remnant of possible idealism in everybody, of the, Marxist thinkers of his time. So not even in Lenin. I think that this dogma of dialectical materialism as a compound comes afterwards. So Marx speaks of materialism, he speaks of dialectics, but we should see them as two distinct categories. And historical materialism is about our social embeddedness, the embeddedness of the social context, and the social context always changes, develops, evolves, etc. Therefore, it's historical. So it's only in that sense that it's historical.
Yeah. I mean, just as you sort of nail the difference between historical materialism and dialectical materialism, I wonder if it's the worst possible time to bring up the concept of kinetic materialism, which you write about in your sort of forthcoming stuff. And I wonder if you could introduce this concept and say why do we need another term here, and what are you doing with it?
Well, that's Thomas's terms. Really, I don't operate with it. I quote it at times because it's useful for the point I'm making in the chapter I sent you. Because he's kind of radicalizing the notion of materialism to the point where you basically don't need dialectics. As a separate concept or as an added concept or category to render materialism dialectical or something that is always in motion, that is a perpetual change, etc., etc. This radicalized version of materialism that Thomas proposes kind of engenders what one might call dialectics, except it does not operate with contradictions, for example, as Marx does. We gave a course last year together, Thomas, Neil, and myself, on materialism at the School of Materialist Research. I mean, it's not publicly accessible except parts of it. And there we can compare the similarities and the differences between the two of us. I don't actually operate with kinetic materialism, but as I just explained, it's useful to me in this sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's just great. And I think, we at Sublation magazine, which is just launching today, as you know, these are the kind of serious questions about the forms and politics and materialism that we really want to kind of explore in the future of the magazine and so on. So, it's been brilliant to have you kind of share your position on it. And before we stop, tell us about this book, where it's going to be. People who want to dig more into these topics, where can they read what you and your co-writers are doing, and where can we look out for that?
Well, the manuscript is almost done. It's almost finished. We're kind of trying to find a press that would make the book accessible to, wider leftist, Marxist audience. But it seems like it's too technical. There is a lot of mathematics, a lot of scientific models, etc., and we keep being redirected to university presses. So we just so we just have to decide what to do. Whether to really push for a publisher like yourselves or Verso or somebody like that, or really go where everybody says we belong to, like Oxford University Press. So we'll see. It's too technical, I guess. There is too much
wherever
time.
you end up, we will be glad to help you promote the book when it comes out, and have you back on our channel and talk about the ideas that you're putting forward again.
Thanks.
Yeah, and we are, of course, a press as well. Sublation Publishing is just starting.
Sublation Books. Sublation Press.
Yeah, we might decide to submit to you guys. So.
Yeah, well, we want to talk to you more, of course. And thank you so much, Katerina. Thank you so much for coming on. And it's brilliant to have such a enormously important theorist with us this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you.
I'm going to resign my spot too.
Okay.
All right. So who do we have next?
Well,
there's Gene.
we have me returning, and of course we have my co-editor, editor-at-large, Miss Dr. Ashley Frowley, also
Dr. Reverend Ashley Frawley.
Dr. Reverend Ashley Frowley, and Stefan will be heading off, and we have our new guest, a future author for Sublation magazine. We have Mr. David Grisham from the Left Reckoning. And let me just do a little explanation, because this is something that really annoys me about America, that you have all these time zones, and I live in like the middle one time zone, and then and Jason always gives me the times in the Portland time zone. And wait, which time zone is Texas?
We're in the CT, correct time.
Oh, you're in correct time. There we go. You're in. So I gave David the time, but it was Pacific time, so he's a little bit early today. So welcome, David. So let me fill everybody in. You are currently writing a piece for us at Sublation magazine, and it's kind of an interesting counterpoint to what we've been talking about with regards, well, when Conrad came on at the beginning talking about COVID and, John Bunch pushing back on him. And so there's been a lot of discourse and a lot of discussion about how the fight against COVID has been used by liberals to appropriate power. Ashley, of course, is from the lovely country of Canada. And
I love Canada. It's a great place.
Canada is a lovely place where the tyranny of Justin Trudeau is taking away everyone's rights. But in Texas, and this is what I find really fascinating about this, in Texas, there's a completely different dynamic with regard to how COVID is being used for the state to appropriate power. Could you elaborate a little bit on that, David?
Yeah, totally. I mean, really what this is a story about is power centralizing in Texas. So Texas, from the get-go, was a state that really tried to limit the power of the executive. So we've had for a long time, which is a system they call weak governor system, where unlike most other states where the governor has, tremendous powers, they get to appoint their own cabinet. They have a lot of kind of top-down authority. Most of that authority has actually been dispersed. So even, so instead of having like a direct cabinet, you're able to, instead of having a direct cabinet, those are boards that are sort of staggered so that no one governor can basically control the entire executive branch. For a long time, governors were only elected for 2 years, and most of the power is held in the legislature here. And what has happened, just to do the quick and dirty version of it, what has happened is at the very beginning of the COVID pandemic, Texas sort of mirrored what happened in most other states in this country with lockdowns, mandates, all of that. Abbott declared an emergency declaration, which is allowed the governor to basically use emergency centralized power to sort of override the history and the Constitution of Texas. And despite the fact that, Texas was very early on in sort of ending most of those kind of early pandemic responses, Abbott has never relinquished power. And he's been using the power, the emergency power that he has, to basically override any other local authority in the state. And most notably, most recently, he's actually extended that into what he's calling border security. So for people who aren't in the U.S., they might not be familiar with this, but Title 42 was a restriction put forward by the Trump administration, which basically restricted immigration to the country, basically allowed the United States to deny asylum seekers into the country over the threat of, people potentially bringing COVID into the country. As most of the pandemic era restrictions have gone away, there's been a big clamoring to end that restriction. And the Biden administration has said they're exploring that. So Abbott used his executive authority, which he, again, got from the emergency declaration that he put forward earlier in the pandemic, to basically send the state police in Texas and the National Guard to the border to sort of double up immigration checkpoints. Very famously, They just shut down trade with Mexico for about 2 weeks, which cost the state about $4.3 billion. And again, he's centralized power in a pretty extreme way. And most people don't look into like, okay, where's the governor getting his authority to do this? And it's coming from these COVID emergency declarations. So it's an interesting case, yeah, because, a lot of people on the left, they talk about, state power and how that has been used in states like California and New York in general, to increase the power of the state. But usually it's always sort of peppered with this, kind of general, maybe criticism or, association with these kind of mandates. But it's interesting that in a Republican state, which is, Abbott's trying to be the anti-COVID governor. And, in this state too, there's been a kind of hyper consolidation of power, despite the fact that it's not sort of attached to the kind of mandates and things like that most people are familiar with during COVID.
So it seems to me like we have two reasons then to oppose the expansion of and the centralization of power under COVID. One is because we want to make sure maybe that we retain our individual freedom and mobility. The other is that we want to constrain the right in the way that it might impose and exceed its authority. Once you give the states this tool, the governors will use it any way they see fit. Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, I think there's definitely a case to be made there. And like, I think at least from where I sit and how I think about it is that so much of the debate about the relationship of the state to individuals or the relationship of the state to society regarding like COVID and the things that we've seen in the past few years with how quickly the state sort of operated with that, again, have been sort of peppered and, framed in like, do you like mandates or not? Do you want people to be masked up or not? When in reality, what we're seeing is that the state is very, very capable of taking an emergency and using it in their own way. I just want to make one quick note just for people who aren't, familiar with Texas politics, that what Abbott has done is historic and it's fundamentally changed the role of the governor in Texas forever. But this is a project that has been ongoing here for a long while. It really started with Rick Perry, who started to increase the power of the governor in Texas. And that's because the Democratic Party here is just in complete shambles and the Republicans have been in control for so long that they've basically been able to, take control of all of those different state authorities that are supposed to be sort of spaced out. They're sort of filled with, GOP lackeys, people who understand that if you want to get power and maintain power, you have to be loyal to the GOP. But what Greg Abbott has done is use, this extra legal authority to basically cement that power.
Any thoughts, Ashley?
Well, I actually thought that we were coming on to talk about like the general state of the left. So I'm just interested in listening at the moment.
Okay. Well, I want to let's shift it over to that. David, how do you feel about the argument that might be that's going on? I think it's going on the left between those who want to make sure that we hold on to individual freedoms that might be even sympathetic to like the trucker convoy, and they're just because they're trying to protect basic, the Bill of Rights, and basic autonomy, even if we don't agree with all the logic behind the movement and can see that it's being co-opted or is maybe all from the beginning in the United States was a right-wing movement. How do you fall on that? On the debate between that kind of leftist and the people who are saying, like Conrad did at the beginning of this stream, that what the primary responsibility should be for the left be to protect public health, to make sure that our government is effective, and that we make demands so that the state can protect us from the excesses of capitalism. Where do you fall on that divide?
I mean, where I fall on that generally is that, like, for example, early on, y'all know Ben Burgess, and, he was on TMBS, and we did a whole segment on the early open up the state kind of protests that were happening in a lot of states across the country. Mm-hmm. And we made the argument that, this is the height of the pandemic. It was still new. Nobody knew what was going on. While a lot of people who are on our side were very much against those protesters, we made the argument that, like, in the absence of any kind of real social programs going along with these kind of mandates or things like that, if you're not paying people, if you're not taking care of people, if you're not giving people health care, then people take the very logical position, right? That like, well, I have to figure this shit out for myself. And like, it's not surprising that we see these kind of movements in the kind of, absolute failure that we've seen from the state to basically be able to provide for people in this time. And I mean, I think largely, to like the debates we've seen more recently, I just see across the, the working class, just in my personal experience and just from sort of watching, the labor fights that we've been seeing, that there's a lot of fractured opinion on this, right? So like, you look at like the successful movement at the Amazon labor union, that started because Chris Smalls was making the point that Amazon was not protecting their workers from COVID-19, right? So while you've seen, some pushbacks against like the mandates in general, you've also seen people sort of saying that they want more protections. So I think rather than sitting here, the point is that like the working class is extremely fractured right now. And I think that it would be wrong to say that there is like one working class demand. And I think that the most viable position that we can have on the left, as opposed to like liberals, is to make this point that the state has failed and continues to fail to provide for people. And I think that that's the intervention that I think is the most helpful for us to sort of jump into politics right now, is to say like, look, this system is fundamentally failing you. And, to build from there, because I think that like coming in too hard on one side or the other, saying like, this is what the working class wants. They want no restrictions, or that they want lots of restrictions, I think would be inaccurate, because from everything I've seen, it doesn't seem like there is like a clear 1-for-1 as to what working class people in the US are feeling right now.
I would say also that, we were talking about historical materialism, right? And I feel like the demands that the workers make change as the conditions change, as the social reality changes. So, I talked to Chris Smalls. I interviewed him twice. I was really, I don't know if I'll be able to talk to him again. Now he's a star. But but when he first came on, I asked him like the Amazon workers have been treated terribly for years and years and years. What is it about this moment that has inspired you and others to finally try to organize and get and it was pretty simple. It's just that, yeah, they're going to kill us. They're like, they're letting us die. This is a step too far. This is a bridge too far. But now, there might be different demands as the COVID situation has changed. It doesn't seem to be as, like, I remember when it first hit, I listened to Stephen King's novel, The Stand, while sterilizing the house. I was pretty convinced it was just, we're all done for. And now it seems like something we can manage as part of the new normal. So I would imagine that the working class will have different responses and as they move forward.
I think it's probably always been like that, though. There's always been this division within the left, within working class movements, between those who wanted a more philanthropic kind of outlook, who, even between like teetotalers and the more like rowdy working class who like to drink and that kind of thing. I mean, that division's always been around. This isn't something new. I think expecting that there's just this one homogenous kind of working class, I think that's the right thing to reject. But also I think we have to, it's not also just a dichotomy between people who want fewer restrictions and people who want safety. There's also, I think we fail to recognize that there's, it's hard for us to understand a demand that doesn't come in that form between, safety, protection. And then there are these demands for like self-determination as well, where people are kind of sick and tired of being told how to live and having encroachments into this endless kind of lifestyleism and politics of lifestyle and protecting you from yourself and that kind of thing. I think there's also a portion of people who are really sick of that. And I feel like we're like, oh, that's right wing. Oh, I don't know if that's right wing. It's not like, oh, wages, safety, and that's it. I think there's an impulse within that that's also really important, that desire for self-determination is ultimately what you want for an emancipation of the working class, because you're saying, I am a responsible subject, and therefore I'm capable of taking responsibility for history. So if you're just demanding protection all the time, you are kind of putting that out of the way and saying, oh, actually the most important thing is this: we protect people. We default too much. I think we risk defaulting too much to the philanthropic side of the left, and we forget about that impulse to self-determination, which has a very radical part of it.
Yeah, and I mean, like one thing.
You laughed at me, Gene.
He was coughing. He was coughing.
I think actually, but though, I mean, this is a real difficult conundrum for us to crack, because and I brought this up with Conrad. One of the things I think one of the confusions I think that exist within the left critiques of COVID policy is between a kind of abstract notion of self-determination and the importance of self-determination, and the importance of things like David said. COVID is used to appropriate power, and once the state gets that power, it doesn't give it back. I mean, this is not even a particularly radical notion.
Mhm.
Naomi Klein is, let's say, a radical liberal. She notes this with the shock doctrine about how crisis is used. This is a very clear thing, and COVID has been used both by the liberals and the conservatives with different rationales to appropriate power. So of course there's the political question of how much do you appropriate yourself, but then there's another serious question about public health, where it's like, okay, like when you have a disease, how dangerous does that disease have to be before we accept that there needs to be some kind of abridgment of individual rights? How deadly does a disease have to be? Because one of the tensions I see is like there's a tension between saying like, okay, we need to protect our individual rights, and many of the people I see doing that also downplay the severity of COVID. Now, maybe COVID is not as severe as people say it is. Maybe it's all exaggerated. Let's take that for granted. But does that mean that in another circumstance, if there was a disease that was, let's say, killing 1 in 10 people, or killing 1 in 10 under 5-year-olds, would we then say, actually, these extremely hard draconian measures are necessary? I don't have an answer to that, right?
Here's the thing, though. Like, what we're assuming is that people only act when governments tell them to act. Like, if there's a disease going around that's killing 1 in 10 people, I'm gonna be like, oh, my freedoms, like nature's gonna tell me I'm wrong.
I want to jump
that
in.
may be true, but
at one point I was an
something
anarchist.
like that. But something like that is like, you just need one jerk to go and spread that disease. So yeah, I agree. Maybe it's not the state that can solve that. Maybe that is society. Maybe
the
that
state would need to solve it, because someone would need to mobilize resources, because people would probably refuse to do so themselves. Sorry.
So I was an anarchist. This is a confession of a former anarchist here. So like one of my principles is that we should be striving towards individual and collective freedom. Like that's part of what drives me. And I don't have a love of the state. Like I'm a Marxist now, but I don't love the state and I don't feel like the state is the end of the road is what will mediate society. So when we ask the question about individual freedom versus the need for the collective to protect itself, we should be aware that the state is a blunt instrument that is filled with contradictions, that like just what's happening in Texas is an example of that. And that should inform our politics, especially if we're aiming at changing the situation. I don't know that means that we are going to always come down on one side or other of the divide between collective needs and individual rights, but we shouldn't think that when the state acts and even in service of what it perceives to be the science and the general health of society, that will necessarily lead to a good outcome. I mean, just another example, like I tend to support many of the principles that the United States government was founded upon, and believe in democracy and the Bill of Rights and things like that. But when I hear about the United States wanting to intervene around the world to impose that way of life supposedly on other nations by force, I am almost always in opposition to U.S. power being exercised that way. And so, whether the state's acting upon its own citizens or acting upon people overseas, I want to be able to protest. I want to be well informed about what's happening. I generally stand in opposition to the exercise of state power, extra legal state power, especially.
I think part of the issue too is that we have a tendency, I think, as leftists, a lot of people, to not to be a bit misanthropic, I think, and to think that, well, people are stupid, except for me. No,
Yeah.
I don't listen to the media, but those people out there, they do, and that's actually a really a kind of, I don't know what kind of analogy to put it in, but it's like it's an infection and that is really, really bad and really dangerous, because you have to believe in the masses, you have to believe in humanity if you want to be a Marxist, because you have to believe that it's our own self-emancipation, that our consciousness is consciousness that's in the world. And instead of trying to understand why people act in particular ways that we disagree with, we just go, oh, they're stupid. People are just so stupid. And then we get more and more draconian. And then we start to tread a very dangerous path, I think. I think instead of kind of saying, well, look what happened here, everyone's just so stupid. Obviously, we can't trust people to act in ways that are rational. We should try to understand why people act in particular ways, understand why people were not particularly fearful of COVID, or why people had vaccine hesitancy and that kind of thing. Instead, it was just like, oh, they're just a bunch of idiots. Well, you want those idiots to like control history and the economy, because that's what we're aiming for.
I mean, Ashley, I very much agree with you on this. Even like especially like the kind of online left, when it comes to watching, I mean, look, I grew up in the South, and I live in Texas, and like I know plenty of people who have been very hesitant and question COVID, and like I don't sort of write it off necessarily as like, oh, these people are stupid. And like another thing that really makes me very mad about, like, for example, like the trucker protests, which I wasn't particularly enthralled with, but again, I understood where these things were coming from. Or at least like where their appeal lied. And what you see online is all these people who become these class detectives, which is such a like really, really nasty thing where like, oh, look at that there's a Chevy Silverado there. That truck costs $35,000, to buy. So these people aren't actually working class because, I saw this kind of thing. And how
dare they not be sufficiently poor and where are the caps out? Where are the caps?
You realize that there is like a real disconnect between like their like imagining of what the working class is and like what the working class actually is, right? Because the vast majority of people who like work like need certain kind of tools. A bank is very happy to give you $30,000 to buy a truck. Right, because they're very happy to indebt you, even if you're not making very, very much money. I don't know. It's just like there's a real disconnect I find from a lot of the commentators on this that I think goes beyond even the actual philosophical political questions about how we deal with COVID, etc., to just like a real like anti-human pessimism, which I don't think should have any real place in a left wing or let alone like socialist Marxist movement.
Well, guys, I have to say that was a very interesting and fruitful exchange. You got to have Ashley on your show, David.
We'd love to.
I think you would have a great. She's also from the Canadian Midwest, right? Is it?
Well, I'm from Northern Ontario. Like
that sounds like the Midwest to me, except colder. But David, thank you so much for joining. I am super looking forward to your article. It's I know you've been very busy. I know you visited the great state of Missouri and have seen St. Louis firsthand. So that's extremely exciting. But we look forward to publishing you, and we look forward to having you come back on Sublation Media, come back on This Is Revolution, and we always have a good time.
Well, thank you so much. It was great meeting you, Ashley, and it was great seeing you too, Doug.
Nice meeting you too.
Yeah, it was great seeing you.
All right. Take
and
care.
I want to come on your show sometime too.
Yeah, let's do it. I'll send you a message after.
Don't let Doug on your show. He'll just take care. So we have another guest coming now. He's a guest we recently had on This Is Revolution. One of the really like his blog. I forget his blog, but I will find it and put it in the chat. It's a really amazing blog. His name is Dwayne Monroe. He is a computer scientist, engineer, but also a person of the left. And he really does a great job in cutting through a lot of the BS that goes around with computer, like what the tech people tell us and telling us that we are all going to be obsolete and AI is going to replace us, and Dwayne's telling us there's no such thing as AI. It's just a really complicated spreadsheet. So, Dwayne, welcome. Oh no.
Well, no, where did Dwayne go?
Dwayne is frozen. Dwayne's internet seems to be extremely low.
That's so typical of these tech guys. They make these big claims about how they understand the internet, and then theirs is the first one to break down. So what should we do in the?
Well, let's bring out.
There's Appy.
Let's talk about the magazine, Ashley.
I just want to say, I had no input basically into the design, and it looks absolutely fantastic. You guys deserve a huge round of applause for how really good it looks. And I have to say, my favorite article is the Hegel one. That's, Marx and Dialectics, Marx and the Dialectic, the most misunderstood aspect of his work. I absolutely love that. As I was reading it, I had to stop, look up at my husband who knows nothing of these things, say, this is fantastic. I love this. And it just explains something so simple. And I think it's something that's really misunderstood, is the concept of sublation. It's a key aspect of Marxist thought that's been sort of mistranslated and misconstrued as a kind of like purely destructive thing, but it's not. You don't just destroy everything that is. The future is built on the present, and the germs of the future are already alive within capitalism. Hopefully they don't become a pandemic, but so yeah, that was my favorite article.
And okay, yeah, I think we're getting Dwayne back, are we? But yeah, and Ashley, what do you like see us as doing? Like, I mean, Jean, me and you, along with Spencer, who'll be with us in sort of 25 minutes or so, are the kind of key editorial team. Like, so let's talk the three of us about what we see this magazine as like trying to do before we get Dwayne in and talk about Hegelian digital politics.
Well, one of the things I think is really important, and one of the problems I see in left discourse, is that there's a lot of people talking past each other, and there's a lot of people who assume that the interlocutors are necessarily engaging in bad faith. And so it's become very hard to have a meaningful discussion. And it's okay to disagree. I mean, I can understand a reticence about engaging too much with the right, because I think a lot of the time the right is engaging in a kind of disingenuous way. But if we can't discuss within our own ideological family and talk to each other without going mad at each other for doing maybe having a wrong opinion, maybe you're wrong, maybe it's important that maybe you have a wrong opinion on something. Instead of getting angry at that person, explain why you're positioning it. And I think one of the ideas that Doug and I had when we were coming up with the idea of sublation was to have a variety of different opinions so that they can engage with one another. I think too often projects get siloed. And there are publications which are better and worse. Everybody likes to dog on Jacobin, but I think Jacobin does a okay job. I think there's limitations to Jacobin, but I think they have some diversity there. But then there are projects, I think, that become completely driven by a very narrow ideological tendency. Things like Spectre magazine, which I'm somewhat less impressed with, but we wanted to do something which could perhaps offer this forum. So one of the things I think that's important is that we don't necessarily agree with everything we publish. We just publish things that we think maybe it's something that we really disagree with, but is a popular opinion on the left and needs to be brought out, and then we want to respond to that. So one of the things that we hope to do is to have dialogues in Sublation magazine, and everybody on the team represents a different ideological tendency. I would definitely place myself on the more moderate opportunist wing of the left. I would definitely say our leader and General Spencer Leonard would probably be more on the, what some people might call the far left or the sectarian left. And in our contributors, we have people like Stefan, who comes out of a particular ideological tradition, Pascal Robert, another very different ideological tradition. And I think that's good. I think you need to have these arguments and fights. And if we can have these arguments and fights together, maybe we'll get better ideas rather than just having an echo chamber where everybody is, to use a common term of phrase, circle jerking each other.
I was waiting for that.
I was going to say drinking the Kool-Aid. Hey, do we have Dwayne back yet? Is he?
We do have Dwayne. So
Ashley,
maybe
thoughts on the magazine, and then Dwayne.
Yeah, thoughts on the magazine, and then we're bringing Dwayne in to tell us why AI is a lie.
No, I completely agree, and I especially like the idea of dialogue and debate. And one thing that I was kind of hoping to do is, some of the most fruitful conversations that I've ever had have been, throw down debates with people who I still care about deeply as friends, but who so we're never gonna stop talking to each other. Stop talking to each other for maybe 2 hours if we get really heated. But we really disagree about something, and that is where I learned so much. And I think when I was learning about Marxism, I learned more about Marxism when I tried to explore marginal utility and different competing economic understandings of capitalism. And that's how I ultimately made up my mind, right? How can you know you're right if you've never looked at the alternative? So one thing that I want to do is do more debates where we actually reach outside of the left and have good faith debates with people who fundamentally disagree. And so that, readers can see and develop their own understandings through that kind of dialogue and debate. And that's also part of the dialectic. That's also part of Sublation, is through ruthless critique of ourselves, but also through critique of alternative understandings of the present.
Well,
Yeah.
I am going to bring on Dwayne, and I'm going to take myself off, even though I want to talk to Dwayne, because I always love talking to Dwayne. I'm going to take myself off, and I'm going to go have dinner with my children. So I shall be back later on.
So you deserve it, Gene.
Hey,
Hi, Dwayne.
before you go, all right.
He can still hear you. Yeah.
I just hey, hi Dwayne. I have a question for you, and that I dropped a while ago on Twitter. But if when you come back, you'll throw in the next guest, because I don't think I can go into Alfie. Can you go in and
don't worry?
Around?
Listen, we're all here, Doug. Don't worry about it.
I'm hungry.
All right.
When Jen
how
isn't
it's
here,
been the whole
I have the
time.
power. Don't worry.
Oh, okay, great. Oh, good. All right, now get out of here, Stefan. So but this is how it's been the whole time with Sublation magazine. All these things are going on behind my back. I have no idea what's happening, and it's good because there's a great product at the end. But I lose a sense of control. Dwayne, hi, how are you? Good to see you. I can't hear you. Is he
no
muted?
sound from Dwayne. Oh, we can't hear you.
Okay.
That looks like a fantastic microphone. It just needs to be turned on.
Yeah. It's a great microphone. All right.
I'm in a very echoey room myself.
Is it us? Or is it you?
No, I think it is Dwayne's microphone. Yeah, we can't hear you.
Right.
We'll go back to it.
This is, like I said earlier, Dwayne, the tech genius comes on.
Bad video.
First, no video. Now, no sound. Because we think you're smarter than the computer. No, you can't. We can't hear you. You can't defend yourself.
Can we get Stefan back on for a socialist ad break?
Yeah. What are you eating there, Stefan?
What is
brought to you by?
This is a co-op own brand. So yeah, really, I mean, co-op, that's socialist, right?
Yeah, YouTube advertising works because now I want one.
Well, just pop down the shops, mate.
I'm actually thinking.
It wouldn't take you very long.
Calculating how long it's going to take me to get to the shop.
But Stefan, you're eating it in a way that I find quite odd. You're sort of eating the shell first, aren't you? And then sort of leaving that core of the ice cream in the middle.
What I do is shell, core, shell, core, shell, core. No mixing. Man, you just see me eating a cream egg. It's disgusting. I crack it open. And
patrons only. What's the Patreon, Doug, for people that want to see Stefan eat a cream egg?
I don't know. Thank God there isn't one. Okay, Stefan, can we work with Dwayne? Do we have someone else in the green room whose mic is working? Can we work with Dwayne to get him back in a bit when his microphone is working?
Try it again, final time.
Say
no.
Yeah,
we do have Rebecca, I think.
I'm so sorry, but come back and fix it, and come back because I want to talk to you about how Bitcoin can be stopped by the government, by Justin Trudeau. Like, how did he manage to shut Bitcoin down? You have to explain all the details of that to me. Something I asked you on Twitter and then went away. So when you get your microphone fixed, let us know and come back. But we have Rebecca, I think, is back there waiting to come on. Is that right? Is she still there? Hello, Rebecca. How did Justin Trudeau stop Bitcoin from? Can we hear you? Oh no!
Oh,
Can't
hang
hear
on.
you either.
No, Stefan's maybe got muted on some of these. Let's have a look. I feel like this is our fault now.
It turns out it's all Stefan's fault.
Well, it's Jean's.
There's ice cream all over the controls.
It's Jean's
Rebecca,
fault.
at the bottom, you see there's a series of icons at the bottom. There's one that on the far left. There's a microphone. Is that switched on?
Yeah.
Well, if it's switched on there, then it's not a problem with Restream.
It's weird, isn't it?
Isn't it? Well, why is it everyone who isn't part of our team can't talk?
Man, Jen
is how it's going to be under the new socialism.
I was
we will be the only ones.
Welcome to the International Socialist Congress. Oh, what a shame! Only we can talk.
I'm gonna see if I can get Jean to come back on and
I
fix
don't know
this.
how I can't even mute you guys. I don't think.
All right.
I think Jean has the. Let me call him. Take me out and I'll call Jean. I'll be back.
All right.
Wow,
All right, Doug, why don't you, while we're waiting and while we're figuring this out behind the scenes, why don't you tell us a bit about the press? Because I think that looks. Oh my God, Stefan, what happened? The ice cream. He wasn't expecting.
All right. So well, we have four. I'm gonna. You know what? This might be a good time. It may not the perfect time, but it is a time to announce that we have 4 books coming. For sure, we may have another book coming in, but I'm gonna start with the one we've already mentioned, Todd McGowan's book, Enjoyment, Right and Left, which is a Lacanian, Hegelian examination of the way in which desire manifests in right-wing movements and in on the left as well. The next book has not been announced until now. Drum roll. Norman Finkelstein's book, I'll Burn That Bridge When I Get to It, we're very happy to be publishing. That book made the rounds. Norman Finkelstein is, of course, a very well-established contrarian writer. He very important critic of the Israeli state and the struggle, and part of the struggle for Palestinian liberation. Most famous probably for his book, The Holocaust Industry. Now he's taking on the hypocrisies of the left in general. In his book, I'll Burn That Bridge When I Get to It. The book made the rounds with the various left publishers. Many people on the left told him, "You can't publish this. You'll make too many enemies." We're all about making friends and enemies here. So we're publishing Norman Finkelstein's book, and I'm excited about that. And
by the way, it's not that these books are making the rounds because the quality, it's that they're too risky and we wanted to take risks.
Yeah, like that. Don't know, like enjoyment right and left came right to us, right? That's who and why I was lucky to grab it. He could have sent it other places. Norman Finkelstein, huge name as well, but also like I think is getting shut out with this book that really ought to be published by a major New York press. I'm glad to take it on this.
I don't know if you guys are watching, but chat had they're so excited about this book.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Okay. That's great.
Oh my God. Yes. Oh yeah, the chat is really excited about this.
Yeah. No, it's going to be great, and hopefully it will give me an opportunity to talk to Norman Finkelstein quite a lot. Yeah. So glad you're publishing, Norm. Bless you, Doug. Yeah, I'm glad to be doing it. So I'm gonna, despite the fact that And someone says, "OMG, big, yeah." See, okay, I should have maybe started the whole thing with that announcement. But
We're
yes,
also at peak viewership now. We're at 164 viewers.
oh, that's great. That's pretty good for us. Considering that our YouTube channel is still just getting started and the Twitch stream is really tiny. I wonder how many people are on Twitch. If you're watching this on Twitch, comment and then we'll throw your comment up on the screen. So what's next? Oh, Buoyant Somai's book, Beyond the Family. It's a book I think a pretty interesting and deep criticism of the nuclear family as a product of capitalist relations, and a working out of how to overcome the nuclear family, not by just letting it collapse, which is what's happening, but by consciously organizing for a new society. And then there's this guy, I forget his name. There's one more author, but I forget who they are. Oh yes, this guy who watches movies with me, Stefan's book, and is coming. It's the fourth book. It's tied to the movie Stefan versus ISIS in no way whatsoever, but except for you wrote the book and you're the character who stars in the movie. Although you're not. Who's playing you in the movie, Stefan? Do you know yet?
It's a secret and has recently become actually, well, before it was a secret and now it's actually indeterminate. Not even I can tell you.
I love Indeterminate. I've seen all of his films. So
we've recently got a director, and that's a secret.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Okay, who is who's we? What's the company that's producing the movie? Can you say that?
No, I can say. Well, I mean, I can say the American one, which is Popfront Productions, which is people that are associated with Jacobin. They're also recently got into pre-production or some early stage of production for a film about the millennial exercises in 2002, where basically the US ran a military exercise against itself, where one side was meant to be playing Iran, and the US military lost to fake Iran. And so they're making a movie on that. They're making Stefan versus ISIS, and you know these aren't like indie films. These are big, serious movies with multi-million-dollar budgets. And yeah, hopefully they'll come and percolate down to Sublation Media in some form.
Yeah, no, this is. We're hoping that when you become a household name, so will your book. And the title of the book is being negotiated. I put it down as How to Stop Being a Teenage Nihilist. But what title of the book should it be, Steph? What should the title be?
I think the teenage nihilist thing is fine, apart from obviously it's a thing of like you said like teenage nihilist, and then in the description you mentioned I was in my 20s, so that's a bit confusing.
Right. Yeah, and you're almost 30 now, so but nonetheless, it's a teenage nihilist. The title stands. So, Jean, what's going on with the sound?
I think it's probably a coincidence.
What's going on with the sound? Is there a problem with the sound?
Oh God, Gene, I thought you had come in to save the day.
Did Alfie not get in touch with you? We
Neither
Dwayne nor Rebecca had sound when they came on.
Oh no. Okay, well let me try and fix that. Okay, I'm gonna bring them on. Oh, sorry, Dwayne. Can you hear us, Dwayne?
Can you hear us? Yes.
Yeah.
Say something, Dwayne. Yeah, still
No.
Dwayne's impressed.
So I've done something right here. So I'm happy about that. That's all I can say. You know what?
What did you do, Rebecca? Direct Dwayne.
I just logged out of this digital backstage we have. I did a quick mic check. I just videotaped myself and everything was fine. So I knew that nothing was wrong with my mic.
I'm going to jump off and I'm going to take Dwayne off and I'm going to tell Dwayne how to fix the issue, because I know how to fix the issue, I think. We can't hear you, Dwayne, but I will send you a message in the chat.
I mean, it's unfortunate because I think Dwayne is a lot cooler than me. I'm afraid you've got stuck with the nerds. of tonight.
Listen, Dwayne is a nerd and cool, so it's he's missing out on the nerd conversation.
We're pro nerds here at Sublation.
Yeah,
We're-
we're all nerds.
If we weren't pro nerd, I'd have to like.
I
gulag
figured with
myself.
leftist gamer, like TBH.
So Rebecca, I met you at the Platypus Affiliated Society International Convention, right?
You did. It was great
That's
seeing
right.
you.
Yeah, and you gave me COVID, or someone there did. I don't know who it was. But
TMI.
2 minutes in and we're canceled. Great, that's a new record.
no. But I wanted to ask you, like, bring because some of the people who are mainly Spencer is coming out of the Platypus Affiliated Society, and I thought this might be a good moment to discuss like how you came to be involved with the Platypus group, and what is most appealing about it to you. Like, how is it different from the rest of the left, maybe?
Yeah, no, that's great. And actually, I just want to maybe preempt this. When I was asked to come on, Doug said, "What do you want to talk about?" And I said, "If talking about Platypus is too much of a plug, I can talk about something else." And he says, "No, please talk about Platypus." So Doug, I'm like, I'm in, and you're implicit in me doing a Platypus pitch.
Yeah.
So just as a caveat.
But before you go to join Platypus and give them any money, go to our Patreon and sign up for the Patreon for Sublation, and then you can go to the Platypus Affiliated Society. Okay, go ahead with the pitch.
Right. Well, first let me say it was really great meeting you, Doug. It's like doing podcasts is like one of a weird thing where it's quite an intimate medium. So I felt like when I saw you, I was like, oh, it's Doug. It's like I already like knew you in a weird way. And it was great seeing you at the Platypus Affiliated Society conference. The convention just happened in Chicago, and all of us were there. So I run the London chapter. I've been part of Platypus for 2 years. And I thought I'd come on to talk about Platypus just because I feel kind of like the face of Platypus so far. I think most people think of like Chris Cutrone or Spencer Leonard even. But I think most people are kind of shocked when they find out we're kind of like these like early 20-year-old, like people in their early 20s, kind of nerdy, that actually are kind of like the backbone of the project. In
the control zone.
Sorry, I heard.
I hear some
What was
voice
that?
in the distance. That was the Great and Terrible Oz talking. I think that's Gene putting something forward.
Oh, fantastic.
Just audio.
Yeah. So what's Platypus? So Platypus is here. It was started back in kind of like 2006, 2007, as a response to the Iraq War. And the kind of like anti-war protests that emerged mostly around Chicago, and maybe the main interests or problem being the like anti-imperialism, right? So and it was this great inciting moment where people suddenly became very interested in like the left as a concept. After kind of like the wasteland of the 80s and the 90s, you had like these emerging sectarians come out and be like, yeah, we are communists and we're Marxists and we're anti-war. And I think one of the complicating factors of the Iraq War being you had kind of communists in Iraq upholding this kind of like more nuanced view of like what would an invasion be for Iraq, or what does the war mean for like communism, for Marxism, and a bunch of students kind of started a reading group around trying to understand the phenomenon of the left in 2004, and it became this wider project of trying to understand the history of the left and how kind of in our own moment, but also how we now relate to our own history symptomatically, if that makes sense. So the initial
well, explain what that means, relating to your own history symptomatically. Like, really, does that mean relating to the failures in the history of socialism?
Yeah, sure thing. So let me start with the provocation. The left is dead. Long live the left. Right.
Yeah.
And it's great that we start that way, because that's maybe the most controversial point of Platypus is like the left is as dead as it's going to be, and it is its own greatest obstacle towards consciousness of freedom and towards overcoming capitalism. And when I talk about relating to history symptomatically, and I don't know if I'm really I don't know if I'm really using those words right, but that's what I'm going to say. It's this idea that history can become a taboo, The failures that the left experienced, especially over the 20th century, become very difficult to talk about, especially if you're part of a sectarian group or you're part of the New Left. So in 2006, 2007, the previous wave of leftism had been the New Left, and you had this kind of like this millennial generation emerging, and they were like kind of picking these ideas back up. It's like, what did the 60s actually mean? Was it a success? Was it a failure? How do we learn from the failures? And I think we've kind of continued tracking a kind of microhistory of how the left understands itself through its own history and what it tries to avoid. Now, all of this seems a bit vague. I'd say what kind of the way that we do this, we kind of attack it from a few fronts. So we have like a reading group, which is probably what we're most famous for. In terms of that's usually our most like regular activity, and we have a syllabus which we repeat every year, and it takes you from like bourgeois enlightenment, so kind of like the radical bourgeois philosophers with like Rousseau and Kant, which in themselves are very like controversial selections, down to the Frankfurt School, right? So our trajectory, you could maybe not shell it as like Marx, Lenin, and Adorno, which is a bit of a weird situation. But what we're trying to do is kind of like draw the red thread, the critical red thread that Marxism has always tried to uphold. At the very least, trying to learn the kind of canon of Marxist texts. And then we go out into the world. We go to leftist events. We put on panels. We have public fora through the Platypus Review. And we try to understand how the left is taking these like original texts and interpreting them in different ways throughout history. Right.
So when did you join?
So I joined about like officially about 2 years ago. So I've been like a member.
So right after, if I'm remembering what year it is, right after Bernie Sanders was no longer a live threat to the Democratic Party, maybe.
Well, it wasn't Bernie. Well, maybe it was Bernie, but really, I mean, for me, it was Corbyn, right?
Right.
So
okay, or Corbyn, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, and obviously they're a part of the same kind of like moment of history, right? It is like this emergence of like the social democratic wave, right? Or like the socialist turn was kind of felt around the world, like UK, US, Europe.
So you joined at a moment when the slogan for Platypus, "The left is dead, long live the left," was actually probably more optimistic than what a lot of people on the left were feeling because of that second part. I mean, 3 or 4 years earlier, to say the left is dead, long live the left would have been like, how do you dare you deny our project? Look what we're doing. But after Corbyn and Bernie and lost, then it was like, oh yeah, or can we dare to be that optimistic to say the left is dead, long live the left?
Well, it's interesting, right? Well, I mean, actually, so when I first encountered Platypus, it was during the height of Corbynism, right? So like momentum was this huge thing. All of my friends who were like progressive were like phone banking for Corbyn, and it felt like a really big movement. I think of kind of like Navarre Media and The Guardian, but mostly Navarre Media were like, we're gonna win this, right? It did feel like a movement in the way that like Bernie Sanders felt like a movement in 2020 or like 2019. Like the primaries. I remember listening to Jacobin, and they had like this live podcast stream, like a live stream of their podcast, and they were just like, we're gonna do this, and like it felt like the DSA momentum, like it felt more alive than ever before. I think so maybe the question being like, why was it that I was attracted to Platypus, who was saying like the left is dead, when it seemed that it was actually at its height? And it was for maybe a couple of reasons, but I think there was always this kind of like underlying dissatisfaction with the left that I think gnaws at all of us, and I think maybe Sublation wouldn't be here if it wasn't maybe for a long term, like a long term dissatisfaction. But I think really what sold it to me was this idea, like maybe not reframing, but understanding socialism and Marxism on a much deeper historical level, and particularly that of like the concept of freedom in history, and also and preserving this like crazy event, like preserving the legacy of the event, which was like the Enlightenment. And again, maybe that's maybe where we come off more controversial. but I remember sitting down with the now president Ephraim Karlbach at a coffee break, which is just kind of a regular event we hold to talk about, whatever's on our minds. And at this point I was in my college's Antifa and I'd just come off like this big counter protest against like a far right rally. And he was like, how do you feel? And I was like, I actually don't know. I don't really know what I just did. And then we started talking about kind of like the development of, like the last 10 years, right? I gained a consciousness of how the left had started to develop itself, from the anti-war movement to, in the UK, you have like the student protest movement, Occupy, like all of a sudden the left became this thing which had a history, which wasn't only, very fairly recent, but also that stretched all the way back into.
Look, Spencer's here, Rebecca.
Years. Hi, Spencer. How you doing?
Doug finally let me on, huh?
Well, I didn't notice that you were here because they said, read the chat. And so I was reading the public chat. Saying,
he's always working through his ambivalence, Rebecca.
No.
Yep.
No. Okay, go ahead.
Spencer, I don't know if you're listening in. Sorry if it was a bit manic, but
no, it was great. I think you actually were.
Spencer. So our conference, which we held about 2-3 weeks ago, was about the ends of liberalism, right? And I think what we were really trying to articulate, and what I think is almost unique in Plato, it's not unique, but it's like almost there. Like I find it's very, very rare to find this kind of like connection, which like for me just clicked, was this relationship between Marxism and liberalism, or maybe better put, like Marxism and bourgeois society, like this idea of like progress in history, that is run by society, right?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a miracle. You could hear it, Rebecca, in the discussion here about COVID, where the question of organizing politics as something other than a policy dispute, right? As something other than, should the state do this or should the state do that? Especially if you start talking about China. No one believes that in China people organize anything in society, or that there might be workers' organizations, or that there might be other forms of associational life. But there's just the question of the rational technocratic state, right? Yeah. And that's where you see in action, as it were, the evacuation of this question of the relationship of Marxism to liberalism, right? And not just Marxism, socialism, right? That socialism was a politics that wasn't organized like capitalist politics, right? That was organized in a fundamentally different way, in order to not just take power, but to transform the nature of society, right? That phenomenon is just really forgotten, right? And it's not a matter of like, bad mouthing people and saying, oh, you bad Stalinist. It's a question of like really thinking through the consequences of the statification of the imagination of the left, right? So I think that that's part of what was coming up here. I was losing my mind on the chat because people were like, it's not individual rights, and I'm like, these are not individual rights, these are social rights, right? To say that somebody to say that the state can just take your job, that's not just the fate of one worker, that's the fate of society, right? If the state has the power to do that. Oh, if you don't get a jab, right? Or something, the classic liberal notion like free speech that comes up. That is not the right of individuals to shout. That is the right of society to change.
Right. I tried to point that out.
And these things are just, libertarians, the libertarianism. And I'm tired of those libertarian leftists. This is not libertarianism. This is Marxism 101. Sorry. Yeah.
No, don't
I had to rant out, Doug.
That's okay.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
But this is why we're having this discussion, is so we can hear out all the different sides, and also slowly torture you until you're insane.
I know. Oh no, and it's so working. No, I wanted to pick up on something that Rebecca said, because in the chat, I forget who it was, but someone said, we still haven't explained the rationale of Sublation magazine. And you were talking about how, the left is dead is not really that great of a provocation now, right? In response to some of the things that Rebecca was saying. And I think that, on the one hand, it's true that we're founding this publishing enterprise at a time of widespread disillusionment on the left. Just, that has to be recognized. But at the same time, it is encouraging and optimistic to not be lying to ourselves, right? And the way that the existing publishing landscape, that we saw, that the project of Jacobin just somehow carries on, or the project of the New Left Review just somehow carries on, that these things aren't tied to their moment and to their projects, which is really more important than thinking about them on a spectrum of left to right. Right? It's really about thinking about them as historically vital or historically dead. Right? That's really.
And how do you determine whether or not a project is historically dead? Like, how should we think about this?
Because they have to lie. That's how you know.
Okay. So it's not a matter of viewership or something like that.
So Spencer, who's the biggest? Who do we have a biggest liar, or maybe what's a lie that you'd like to put right?
A lie that I would like. One of the great lie is that socialism has become like really hip, and that Bernie Sanders and Jeremy Corbyn brought socialism back. Right. That is the great lie, right? What they did was they took a lot of idealistic young people and they utterly miseducated them about socialism, and they've integrated them into capitalist politics. And there might have been like some interesting non-identity there, like for instance, Jacobin started off by talking about Kautsky. Doug and I talked about this a little bit on, they were talking about like rebooting socialism, right? That's interesting. Rebooting mass political parties for socialism in the first world, I'm all ears. But then to just steer that into defense of the Biden administration, right? It's more acute in the United States than it is in the UK, because Sanders brought this government to power in an important way. Right. And so these young people are like asking themselves, well, don't I have to be down with NATO's war in the Ukraine? Right. It's crazy. Right. You're trying to talk to young people about, well,
let me just
maybe we're not in favor of the war machine. Exactly.
I want to press on you a little bit about the characterization of some of these publications or major voices lying, because I think that one of the
lying politically, Doug. I mean,
right.
History.
I understand, but the point is we have these various approaches to trying to at the very best trying to struggle towards socialism, and differences in how that is to be done, and more importantly, I think than that, or as importantly anyway, than that is the different vision of what socialism is. There's been a debasement of what socialism is or could be. And so when you have someone coming along, like writing for the New Left Review, and I'll name that publication because while I subscribe to it, I don't read it. So I'm not going to really be impugning anyone. It's just like I started subscribing to it thinking I ought to read this, and somehow it stays in this little plastic bag. But so I'll name that publication. When they publish something that might be apologetics for the Biden administration, which I don't know that they're doing that, they may very well be doing so in an effort to create a socialism that amounts to the New Deal, or amounts to the nationalization of industries, or and so on. And we are engaging with people like Conrad, who kind of hold that position on what socialism is, or at least what its potential is right now. I'm not sure if he would agree that socialism ultimately is just the state control of society.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I don't mean to come off as dismissive or having every answer or something like that. This is an open forum journal.
Eventually, I'll be sending Conrad to Gulag. That will happen. But
that'll
for
be
now,
after this magazine falls, right?
I'll be in there with him. We'll be there together.
That'll be after we refound Iskra.
You'll all be in the Gulag.
You all carry on. This is super interesting. I have to go. I'm gonna be in the chat on my phone while taking care of kids. But thank you so much, and I'll be watching and I'll be chatting in the chat. Bye bye.
We have another guest in the waiting room.
Okay, so bring him in.
Yes, sir.
What happened to poor? Oh my God. There he is. Hey, Teo.
Hello.
Hi,
Thanks for
Teo.
having me.
Look how suave you are.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen you on video.
Yeah, me too.
So Spencer,
we were just talking about Sublation magazine, Teo.
Okay, I was the best for Sublation.
I was sounding like a lunatic sectarian. But we were talking about the occasion of the publication, and Rebecca had kind of teed up this question of the socialist turn, the neo-social democratic turn, which, for those who don't know, Teo knows a lot about the early form of that with Syriza in Greece, which was in many ways ahead of the curve of things that were registered much later elsewhere in the world, like in the UK and the US, and how that kind of swept up and in many ways kind of funneled a generation of leftists. And that Sublation is really emerging sort of at the end of that process, right? And I was talking about how, other publications, are tied to the 60s moment or to the 2000, or to the, as it were, early millennial moment, right? That with the New Left Review, Doug, what were you saying about the New Left Review? If they came out in favor of like a New Deal, if they're coming out in favor of like welfare state, what's strange about that is that it's just not appropriate for the New Left, right? Yeah. The New Left was nothing if not a rebellion against the welfare state, right? It was against the administered society.
Right. That's the whole thing with Mario Savio. You have to press your body against the wheels, against the mechanisms, and stop the machine.
But it's interesting now because and I'll just say this quickly. It seems that we're coming. There is like a turn right to this like statism, where I think at the emergence of the millennial left, the New Left was kind of like this exciting kind of moment that was kind of experiencing like a rebirth, especially like with a kind of intergenerational transition of knowledge. Like millennials would go on and ask these leftists from the civil rights movement and the SDS, kind of like teach us what you guys did. And I don't know about you guys, but I feel there's.
Yesterday, Doug and I were talking about how different that is from our experience as Generation X, that there's nothing like Jacobin for Generation X.
Mm-hmm. Well, I maybe just to finish it, it feels like there has been a very sharp turn against the New Left exactly because of its critical stance towards the state. And maybe I just want to maybe pitch that as this interesting kind of like micro turns. Like just paying attention to how the left is starting to regurgitate its own history, and change very, very quickly. Like that relationship is changing very quickly, and how we're understanding, this downturn, right, post Sanders, Corbyn, and as kind of like the nausea of the Biden administration is settling in.
The nausea, indeed. Right. I think that, what's funny is that the statism is taking the form of anti-racism and women's emancipation, right? So it's a new left rejection of the new left, right? It's incoherent, right? That's precisely not being tracked. Teo is writing one of the first articles for Sublation magazine. We hope to drop it, I think, on Thursday, and I was just editing it today. And it's, in a sense, precisely on this issue. He's, on the one hand, you could say it's a kind of a very, chestnut Marxist issue, Marx and Engels on the state, right? But I thought I'd ask Teo what the occasion for writing about Marx and Engels on the state now is, like how you were thinking about that.
Okay, thanks for allowing me to join, for inviting me tonight, and thanks for having me for the first issue. I wish the best for Sublation. Before I answer your question, I wanted also to remind that the old left too, large segments of it were also critical of the state, the welfare state. And this is a forgotten tradition, not just the new left, which was more explicit and massive against the post-war big state. And it's a problem that now let's say the post-political left or the recent left not only have forgotten these traditions, but they rely on the state bureaucratic mechanisms to fulfill their political aims today. The bourgeois, democratic, capitalist parties, and the state today, which is a problem. So this, despite living in the era of neoliberalism, this increasing state hypertrophy and the left's stance to it has led me to revisit this perennial issue about Marxism, the relationship with the state, and especially if the state can be used as a ready machine for socialist purposes, and if it is an instrument of the ruling class. Because it's very interesting for me that ultra-leftists, ranging from Marxist-Leninists, Stalinists, Trotskyists, anarchists, they discern themselves from reformists or social democrats by referring to this aspect of the state as a tool, as an instrument of the ruling class. And in this contemplative manner, they think that they refute the problem of reformism. Just because they adopt a specific standpoint, theoretically, that they become revolutionaries. But one can be a revolutionary in a completely non-revolutionary period. So, words are easy. You can invoke.
Right. So let's talk about that. That's really well put. So you're saying
the problem.
Doug, feel free to go ahead, Teo. Go ahead.
The problem is that in the first place, the state as a mechanism, as a tool, as an instrument of the ruling class is not peculiarly socialist. It's an idea. It's a liberal idea, and also a conservative idea. Plekhanov, the Russian Marxist, has written about that, how during the bourgeois revolutions, the state was conceived as a tool of the revolutionary class, and how the conservatives reacted to this, the ascendancy of the bourgeoisie, and claimed that the state should be a rule of the conservative, of the old lords, so to speak. And secondly, so it's not peculiarly socialist as an idea, but it's also not Marxist as an idea.
I mean, you might say, would you say it's fair that from a liberal perspective, all pre-bourgeois states are just instruments, that in a sense the ruling class is, that in a sense pre-bourgeois society isn't really society, that the state is the ruling class organized as a as a force, right? That sense of basically the ruling class puts society under occupation.
Exactly. This is why the article and this issue is quite thorny and difficult, and it's not as easy. People like to think that Marx's writings about critique of political economy are difficult. To read all volumes of Capital is difficult, but his political writings are quite easy. And they think that what's the conclusion? That the state is a tool of the ruling class, period. No, because before the bourgeois revolution and capitalism, Marx observes that the state and society are one together. They're not separated yet, so that the problem of the state cannot be posed and the problem of society cannot be posed. So you need the bourgeois revolutions and capitalism to even address the problem on these terms. So in order to see the state as a tool, first of the third estate and then of the capitalists, of the ruling class, you need to go beyond traditional society, the medieval cities, the ancient polis, where society and politics were tied together. And Marxism specifically, post-1848, through historical experience, moved beyond this idea that the state is just a tool of the ruling class. Marx is very explicit that the state is not a ready-to-use machine, and it's not a tool of the ruling class.
This is precisely in the age of this is with the emergence of the social question, the emergence of working class politics, and thus with mass democracy.
Exactly.
Right? That the question of the state is really the proper object of Marxist thought.
Because democracy is the first, let's say, form of emancipation of society and the culmination of class society and class rule. It's simultaneously both of these, democracy. And hence, we can approach the problem of the state for the first time more clearly. And Marx separates himself from all other socialists by explaining that the state is an expression of capital as the problem of the self-alienation of society, and not just an instrument of the ruling class. It's the political expression of capital's domination over society as a whole.
Yeah, but listen,
let me stop you right there, Teo. Let me stop you right there.
Before you come in, Spencer, we hope you can stay with us a bit more, Teo, and keep chatting about these things that you and Spencer can pick up in just a second. We're gonna bring in another guest, so say goodbye to Rebecca. But you wanted to mention something first, Rebecca, before you go, right?
Yeah, I did. I'm just going to do a plug. So I actually am on Platypus's official podcast, Shit Platypus Says. I am a co-host and I run a segment. So please, guys, listen to the podcast, Shit Platypus Says. It's fantastic, and you get to listen to me and a host of wonderful people say, do what we do, kind of concentrate our activities and about like
where can they find it, Rebecca? Where can they find it? What's the website? What's the
it's on SoundCloud, it's on Spotify, and it's on Apple Podcasts. So please leave a review. I will also say, so Platypus Affiliate Society does run chapters worldwide, and if it's not in your area, it will be online. Alfie, you're in the UK, right? Where are you?
Yeah, I'm in London. Yeah, I'm sure
you gotta come over.
Yeah,
we gotta.
I mean, thanks so much for doing it. And also, hopefully you'll do more with Sublation Media in the future. We definitely want to get you on again to pick up some of these discussions and talk to you about your own work as well.
No, yeah, of course. But yeah, I've actually just moved in. I've just signed my contract for a place in Stamford Hill. So
listen, send me a message.
I'll send you a message.
We'll start the revolution in London.
Yeah, let's do it. We're doing it. All right. Thanks for having me on, guys. It's been an honor. And I'll see you around.
Thanks, Rebecca.
So, I thought Teo and Alfie, we could talk about
and Dwayne.
And is Dwayne here? I don't see Dwayne.
Yeah, Dwayne is here. Welcome, Dwayne.
Phone day. Is that working now, Dwayne?
No,
oh my God!
Testing. Check your settings, Dwayne. We're gonna keep you on the screen, but check your settings. Sometimes it keeps. Oh no!
I can hear you now.
We can hear you, Dwayne.
Okay, fantastic.
Yes,
Yeah,
Listen, I mean, Dwayne has. I mean, there'll be time, of course, for you guys, Teo and Spencer, to pick up where you left off. Hopefully, because we interrupted the middle of something. But you know, Dwayne's. Dwayne, your blog is just absolutely fantastic. Dwayne is a kind of Hegelian, Lacanian, but also kind of digital critic of the digital world, very similar to the kind of things I work on. It's extremely important, Dwayne. I'm really happy to have you on with us.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm really happy. I'm really hoping that we're going to be able to edit up and republish some of Dwayne's really important articles about artificial intelligence, Silicon Valley, because I think to a lot of leftists, this is all gobbledygook. And Dwayne has a real great capacity to explain everything in a very clear, concise manner, and also explain what is the game that they're trying to pull on you. What's the fast one that these tech people are trying to get you with all their fancy talk and promises of tech utopia.
And
well, I appreciate that. Yeah,
the chat is going absolutely wild that you're here, Dwayne.
So that's very nice.
Let me ask you a question. You know, we've never met. Hi, Dwayne. You know, I have been, thrown in here with these guys who come from Zero Books, and they're much more savvy about, the online left and the podcasting world and all of these things. And I think in very 20th century ways about book publishing and idea dissemination and how public opinion is formed, et cetera, how politics can be conducted. And I think one of the things that we're trying to do, so when I think about Sublation magazine, I think about someone like Teo. Maybe Teo might not be able to publish if we didn't exist, or maybe some younger person might not be able to publish if we didn't exist. I think about it in terms of like bringing people into print and finding audiences. But I don't think really about the medium. I think very well. In fact, I was very dismayed to discover that we weren't going to do a print edition, which I think like Alfie and Gene were just like, man, you're totally like in the past. Yeah, but one of the ways one of the problems that I feel is that it feels too ephemeral, or things that are not a serious. I want serious publications or serious podcasts to have like a fixity in the world, like a book on my shelf. Right, and I feel like just a lot just falls into the ether.
I think about that, I would say that in the past, decade or so, of course, the focus of publishing and the energy around publishing and communication in general has, of course, migrated to a large extent, as we all know, to platforms. But we must ask ourselves, what are these platforms? What are they in reality? And they are not, as those who have read my stuff and listened to my various interviews, they are not magic. It is computers based upon extractive supply chains hosted in data centers that are indeed vulnerable to entropic, the natural entropy that commands, well, the entire universe as far as we know, right? And so you do indeed have a point, because my question for everyone who sees the digital commons, so to speak, as the future is once you part those curtains and you see the wizard, then you ask yourself, well, are we placing all of our eggs in this very shaky basket? Because who's maintaining these computers and for how long? 20 years, 50 years, 1,000 years? Do we really anticipate that there will be generations of people, extracting cobalt and lithium and smelting metal and forging plastic, which we shouldn't be making anyway, fashioning them into machinery for storage, for computation, and then maintaining them for multiple generations so that the digital, the information, the thoughts, whether profound or just, this is what I had for dinner, will be preserved for all time. And I think that the practical and, dare I say, material answer is no. There is no way that we'll be able to maintain a computational infrastructure for centuries. The superstructure will not exist.
Let me put it to you in a more naively liberal way with sort of more immediate question. Like when I hear that these platforms take somebody down, some leftist or intelligent person, say with hundreds of videos or some massive blog, to speak in terms of a decade ago, I feel like we're witnessing a book burning, right? I feel like someone has just gone out and anathematized an author and burned their books in every library in the world at once.
And that urge to do the book burning, which no doubt predates modernity, right? In some sense, or no doubt there were tablets destroyed at some point. I think we know in the history of Rome and the history of ancient Egypt and other empires, there were times in which information that was stored in stone or in papyrus or whatever form was destroyed when a new regime would come into power. I mean, you have a point that we do, and we are in fact witnessing that sort of thing, a kind of a purge that occurs, which is accelerated. The means through which you can accomplish this is accelerated because of the network effects. And by network effects, I'm referring both to the infrastructural network effects, but also to the kinds of things that Claude Shannon was talking about with information theory, that Norbert Wiener was talking about with cybernetics, and in other words, the way that information travels, right? And so,
right. The Nazis could never get their hands on every copy.
Precisely.
Right.
Yes.
And people will say, well, I don't know, Chris Hedges, he still has his videos, and that's like saying the author still has the manuscript.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I mean, can I ask you a question, Dwayne?
You jump in, Alfie, because you know better what Dwayne has to say than I do.
No, I mean, I think your work's extremely important, Dwayne. I think this point that you're making about the way in which the history of the internet has gone, I teach history of the internet to my sort of first year students, and we think about how in the sort of late 90s, early 2000s, this kind of rhetoric around the internet being this kind of, as you put it, the new commons, the digital commons, this kind of place where scarcity would no longer exist, new possibilities for commune, and indeed a kind of digital communism, and then with where we've almost, I mean, my sort of instinctive view is with something like NFTs, we've come kind of full circle where it's an attempt to reintroduce scarcity into the infinite commons, digital commons, so sort of really the end in a way of the digital commons, where basically the difference between a digital resource and an analog one is that the digital should be infinite and therefore not have scarcity, and this would present a possibility for the progressives and the left, whereas what you're touching on there is that this actually hasn't, and you're absolutely spot on, this hasn't turned out to be the case, right? This planetary commons that the digital world promised to be hasn't materialized. So I suppose my sort of big question to you is, what does the digital left do with this realization that in fact its hopes were all not right?
I think that the first thing to do, and this is what I've been focusing on, is you have to start with the foundation, and the foundation is understanding what the technology platforms actually are. Now, I've been working with these technologies for 20 years, and so I'm not asking people to understand how to build an enterprise system, for example. That's not it. The first thing to do is to remember what we are supposed to be as serious leftists. We are supposed to be, in one form or another, materialists, right? And so we should be asking ourselves, there's this idealized thing, the digital commons. What is it actually composed of? That's the material question. And then there's the question of, we'll say, so how does it function and why does it function that way? And there are people, many scholars and also a few technologists, which is where I fit in, of course, who are seeking to answer these questions comprehensively, but the work is disparate, and often people are in silos, and there isn't kind of a comprehensive view. I think that for the left, as the task is to start from first principles, which is how does this stuff work and who does it benefit? And so we have to stop following Silicon Valley's lead. In other words, when tech companies say things, rather than accepting those statements at face value, we need to ask ourselves harder questions about why is this being said? Is what they are saying feasible? And why are they saying it, right? Like who benefits? The ancient question of who benefits from the idea that's being promoted. So it is to the benefit. Yeah.
If I may ask again, just to kind of prompt you to talk to your proverbial 101 undergraduate. But from a leftist perspective, I mean, on the one hand, it seems like when we talk about the utopia of the internet, we talk about a kind of a public square or an infinite library or a unbounded discussion. On the other hand, and this seems to me really rapidly faded out, and maybe Teo can say something about this. It seems to me that we used to talk about it as like a revolutionary organizational tool on the left, right? With especially Tahrir Square and some of the demonstrations in Greece, that it was going, that it seemed to fit into a kind of an anarchistic-y notion of how revolution was going to take place. It was going to be like a spiraling general strike or mass demonstration, and that this was going to be digitally enabled. And then the question is, seems to stop just at the issue of the state control over that. So what do you think happened to those questions? Are those the same question, I guess?
Well, I can give you a bit of history about that, because I'm old enough to recall those utopian ideas when they were being formed. I'm not old enough to remember them. I'm not old enough to remember them in the 70s, but I'm old enough to remember them in the 90s. And because when I started my career, there was a group of us within the technology space looking at open source technology and various other trends within the industry, or within the field, I should say, that led us to believe that we were building a space using the technology outside of capitalism, right? Or that we were somehow circumventing capitalist command and control by using the technology. But what we missed in our youthful enthusiasm was that computers cost money, and computers and data centers cost money. And who owns that stuff, right? This is the problem with people's idealization of the crypto space, is that they're constantly forgetting that somebody has to buy those game processing units and rack them somewhere. And who has the money to rack thousands upon thousands upon thousands of processors? Well, Goldman Sachs does, but you and I don't. So the ability to actually do a thing is a form of power, right? And so when I was in my 20s, and I'm like, yes, Microsoft will be circumvented. At the time, Sun Microsystems will be circumvented. And also we're communicating with each other on these platforms, and we're doing so in a way that is encrypted, and there's no way that the intelligence agencies can find out. And we were incredibly naive, because we were operating, and we continue to operate, within enemy territory. This is really, I think, one of the key takeaways. This does not mean that good things have not happened. This does not mean that organization cannot occur. But I think that we need to jettison the naivete about how far one can go when operating within enemy territory. You can certainly destroy some things on the back end. You can blow up some stuff, but you're still within enemy territory, and you don't have the ability to actually take the capital, so to speak, by fooling yourself into thinking that you are in fact liberated simply because you are operating within a certain space within enemy territory. And I think this is the thing that I would ask people to always remember. And that's why in all of my writing and my talking about this, I always talk about the actual material basis for computation. Because that, as I say, that's power. That is the form of power. I mean, I've worked as a consultant, and many of my colleagues are very shy because they'll say, well, we don't know how businesses work. And my objection to that is you know better than almost anybody else, because computation is at the heart of capitalist command and control. I have seen things, I don't want to sound like Roy Batty in Blade Runner, but I have seen companies do things that many of my colleagues who are academic have not seen, because I see what companies actually do with computation and understand how it fits within the capitalist superstructure in a very tangible way.
If I may
intervene. Sorry, yes, Sarah, go ahead. Yeah, I'll come back after.
I just want to remind everybody of the great documentaries by Adam Curtis, who narrates how, from the beginning, the internet was presented as a revolutionary tool, but simultaneously as a method of control, actually, despite the appearances. And I also agree with Spencer. What was striking, not just from the Tahrir Square, but for the Arab Spring in general, was that the sparks were, internet, Facebook, and this seemed to confirm this post-political turn of the left. Somehow, through this media, the left would avoid to reconstitute a bourgeois state. So it's not just an anarchist idea, it's also a Deleuzian idea, all these post-Marxist theories. They think that, yes, through this media, the masses erupt in history, they contribute something, but they avoid the political mediation, so they're not reconstituting a dystopic workers' state or a new democratic state, but they just intervene, they accomplish something, they retreat, then they enter history again. And it was an unfolding tragedy, seeing what happened in the Arab Spring, how dictators ruled over. The political mediation was there, even if we didn't want to see it, even if we wanted to invoke internet, Facebook, social media, etc. So it was very intense.
It's always seemed to me also that young people, especially, I mean, it was one of the things that I felt very strongly about millennials was that they thought they were in a post-historical epoch, or that everything had changed because of technology. That like that technology was a different kind of fetish object.
Yes.
So that than it had been before. The technology transformation of the 80s and 90s was really dramatic. But it didn't give my generation, I don't think, a sense of this is what makes us who we are.
That's correct.
Whereas I feel like in the 2000s and 2010s, people thought, well, now that we have cell phones, we're not going to have totalitarianism or something.
That's
right?
Correct. But remember that this idea, it's not simply the concept.
But that's not what I'm trying to say, Dwayne, is that that's not just because of the nature of the technology.
Yeah, precisely. I agree with you 100%, because being, within the industry, but everyone who has seen advertising, understands this, right? But I've actually been in conference rooms in which people have stated, their aims in these areas. This idea is cultivated. I mean, the idea that now, and Apple, of course, was a pioneer in this. I mean, the first commercial for, the 2E, I believe it was, in which, you have the runner with who destroys the giant screen, and 1984 won't be like 1984. Of course, this is an entirely false narrative, But here you have a corporation that, and of course, advertising, giving you dreams is not a new thing, as we all know. But what they were saying was that the very fact that this technology existed, all by itself meant that we had entered some bold new age. And that idea has been carried forward, to the present day. On Twitter, I don't argue on Twitter because that's a waste of time. But I do note, because many younger people who are in technology follow me, I do note this belief that their parents don't understand this remarkable world that they're in. And I will say to them, well, if you're 25, your parents grew up with computation, or if they didn't grow up with it, they certainly had to use it, right? So, and I can tell you as a person, who's been in this business for as long as some of you have been alive, that there's from my perspective, no sea change from what we were doing in, say, 1998 and what we're doing now. There's greater computational capacity, which means you can squeeze more stuff into software. You can do what we're doing right now, for example. But that's not the result of some remarkable breakthrough that is beyond human comprehension. But the idea that it is, which now, of course, has been extended into the false narrative around so-called artificial intelligence, that false narrative has, it dominates this industry, and I think sets it apart from other industries. Ford in 1950, of course, was selling you a dream of a beautiful car, a beautiful wife, a lovely home, and so forth. But they weren't claiming that the very fact that there was an automobile meant that your parents were savages, and you were some entirely a different type of species of being.
Technology gives
sort of let's go from that sort of long history of the computational world, Dwayne. So there was an interesting comment in the chat like ages ago about Web 3.0. The question of Web 3, and I think you just said Web 3 is a scam. So, but I think this is really interesting. A lot of your work's about automation and AI, and this goes back to questions of ownership that you talked about just a moment ago. Talk to us about like what is new, like the question of Web. Because one of the things that sort of strikes me about Web 3.0 is that and I know Doug has some questions too. Is that when the bots come in, when automation comes in, when Web 3.0 comes in, you can't hear me. Everyone else can.
I can hear you.
I can hear you also.
But
can you
Dwayne,
hear him?
You can't hear me.
You can be heard, Alfie. You can be heard.
But Dwayne can't hear me, unfortunately.
Hear us, Dwayne? Oh no. Teo, do you have any thoughts and comments?
It's interesting that technology, this new computational power, gives the appearance of progress in society next to political regression. It makes this problem very acute and sharp. It's the appearance of progress among regression, and it's definitely a new potential, but it's as if progress for the masses has been accomplished just through its existence, and it's a problem politically.
I actually missed.
The idea? What do you think about the idea, Theo, that because we have this increased computational power, we also have the power to organize different kinds of different kinds of organizations in civil society. That I just recall in the very early days of the anti-war protest in the early 2000s, the fact that we had cell phone technology gave us an ability to operate that was very different than it had been a decade earlier when we were out on the streets. We could coordinate more quickly. We could keep track of where the police were. We had tools that gave us at least the impression of being able to respond quickly and maybe more effectively. Do you think that, and the Arab Spring also was thought of as like the Twitter revolution at one point? I'm not sure if this has been brought up because they walked away, but what do you guys make of that idea that for the left, these tools can be very powerful? I mean, we're
They already talked about it, Doug. They already talked about it.
Just one comment on this. These tools are powerful, as Dwayne said. We need to reclaim it, to use them. But it's like what Marx said about the workers, that they need to struggle just to keep up for the average wage. All this new computational power and technology doesn't signify even a single step of political progress in itself. Politically, we may be stuck in 1848, no matter, despite the technology. The problem of democracy is here, and we need to thematize it. And of course, we have to keep up, but politically, it's a different issue. We need to politicize this potentiality of all these breakthroughs, the technological breakthroughs.
Yeah. I mean, I totally agree with that, and I hope Dwayne can hear me now. Can you?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good. And what I was coming to, and what I hope we were thinking about, was the situation right now that you, Teo, was just reflecting on. And I guess what I wanted to think about was in relation to ownership and what you were sketching out. With automation, AI. What we're looking at here is something like not really the transfer of power to robots, but the transfer of power to their owners. Right. So this question of is the technology doing it for you becomes a question of, in fact, who is the technology doing it for? Right. And so I guess I'm just asking you to kind of reflect before we have to finish on sort of where you think we are. What is new about this? What if we use a word like Web 3.0 or whatever, but whatever word we describe, what has changed in the last, let's say, 3, 4, 10 years of the internet?
Well, what I do want to do, though, before anything else is said, is let everyone know that Web3 is nothing. There are no architectures. There's no technology. That there is nothing. And so the entire idea of Web3 is a massive grift. And whenever people who promote the idea of Web3 in social media are called upon to actually show their work, so to speak, they cannot do so. And in fact, the one time I did actually have a chance to review a Web3 architectural diagram, or a reference architecture, as we call it, in the trade, it was horrible. And by horrible, I mean, it took something that's actually straightforward right now, which is there is a user interface, there is an algorithmic layer, there's a database, and it turned it into a way of plugging all these layers into a blockchain in order to commodify what should be a straight, at the technical level, connection, and trying to insert methods for monetizing these things in a granular way that actually would make the actual technology not work. Period. Some of the viewers may remember Windows Vista, and the reason that particular effort failed for Microsoft was because Microsoft tried to turn it into a method for enforcing digital rights management via the operating system, but the mathematical load for doing that work, which is now done on chip, but at the time, the mathematical load on the operating system meant that if you just wanted to type a letter, you couldn't do it because the operating system fell apart. And Web3 is similar, that it doesn't really exist, and B, to the extent that people are dreaming about potential architectures, they are an absolute mess. I've said that I find them technically offensive in addition to finding them ethically offensive.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's spot on, really. And yeah, in a way, I think your point, and a lot of people in the chat agreeing that, this Web3 thing is basically just a kind of fraud, for these powerhouse capitalists in Silicon Valley that you sort of started with.
And the one thing I do want to say before we close off is that I want people to pay very close attention to what's happening in the tech industry. They are out of ideas. They are. Musk presenting a person in a dancing, in a spandex suit, dancing on stage, is not simply an indication of Musk being, what he is, P.T. Barnum. It is an indication of an exhaustion. Thanos is an indication of exhaustion. These technologists, these companies, I should say, do not have new ideas. They do not. Meta's attempt to build a metaverse will fail. It cannot be done. But they will do the best they can while pretending that what they do cobble together is a metaverse. And this is a significant development, a very significant development that I want people on the left to pay attention to. Because these dreams are becoming ever more desperate because they do not have any new ideas. The hardware people are producing more and more computational capacity, but that is not resulting in a corresponding innovation, genuine innovation that we're seeing because, of course, software is the medium, right? And so this exhaustion that I think that if you look carefully and you look behind the claims, you will see this exhaustion. And I think that this means something for our understanding of capitalism at this current stage.
I have a question that I want to ask before you leave. Ask both of you, and maybe it's already been asked. If it's so, Jean will, use his power to speak like the voice of Oz and correct me. But I think that we're going through a period of, the collapse of neoliberalism is meaning that we're having a resurgence of a kind of nationalism across the globe, and that seemed to me to cut against the aim and the structure of the internet as a force that is allowing us to communicate across boundaries, to create bonds of solidarity and outside of our national identity. Do you think that we will see technological changes, maybe that don't make things function better? Obviously it will actually make things function worse, that will try to contain this global network more and cut people off from one another.
We're already seeing this. I believe that we're already seeing this. The invasion of Ukraine, of course, has resulted in measures against Russia at the technical level, not just at the sanctions level, but as a part of the sanctions regime. We've seen technology companies say, well, we no longer want to do business with you, such as Amazon and, of course, Meta and others. We have seen Moscow itself say, well, we will build our own, or we will perhaps even seize the data centers of those who have built things. So we've had a bit of a Roman peace, so to speak, with these technology platforms, but we know what comes after that. And it is entirely possible that there will be technical fiefdoms that will not be interconnected anymore. Of course, the PRC made what I consider to be a strategic decision about North American social media platforms. Here in Europe, I wish the European Union would build its own stuff. I think eventually that probably will happen. I've had conversations myself with individuals who are involved in that. Their motivations are quite good, but we can also see some unexpected consequences to that, right? As the US's relative power declines. So yeah, I think that we will, at some point in the future, probably when we're all old, or things can move quite quickly, maybe when we're not, super terribly old, we will see a multipolarity, not only in terms of, geopolitical power, but of the way that the global internet infrastructure is made accessible. Certainly there are some indications of that. I mean, you can't predict the future, but it certainly seems as if things are moving in that direction to some extent.
I completely agree, and it's interesting that on Facebook, some links are directly open, and some others, Facebook Metaverse warns you that now you're not into the Metaverse world. So it's indeed a fiefdom war rising, and we already see indications about that. Yeah, I completely agree.
Could both of you, we have to bring on two new writers from our magazine, but could both of you tell us where people can read more of your stuff, hear more about what we've been talking about, what each of you have been saying? So yeah, Theo, where can people get more of what you're doing and follow up?
Also, can you allow me to add two things about the state from the previous discussion?
Of course.
Okay, so I've read some stuff in the past, but you can check the Platypus review. I've published a few articles there. And this week, check my new article on Sublation. It will be published around Thursday or something about the state. And I just wanted to say two things from before, because I saw in the chat some objections about what I said. Of course, the state existed for millennia, the state mechanisms, Egypt, Mesopotamia, etc. But in its clarity and in its antagonism to society, it appeared in bourgeois society and capitalism. This is why this is the period where, for the first time in history, there are demands to overcome the state, to abolish the state, to smash the state for the first time in history, not to establish a new state, a good state, but to overcome state in general, to anarchists, etc. And another thing is that I wanted to point out, because Spencer asked about it, about the Syriza experience. You know, back in the days, the financial crisis, we saw a return to Marx. The media all over the world were saying that people buy Das Kapital to understand the capitalist crisis. Marx is again relevant, etc. For me, the same period was important not because of the financial crisis. Marx was relevant because of the political crisis we were seeing everywhere taking place, especially in Greece. The mass capitalist crisis, parties of the past started to, lose power. But instead of seeing new forms of organization taking their place, there were new capitalist parties, from Syriza to far-right Golden Dawn parties. So the problem of mass politics was there. And a political or financial crisis wasn't able to open people's eyes, all these expectations that the left has for the people. We need a crisis. And from then, we have a series of crises that deepen the problem of the state, not creating better conditions for the left. So that's why, for me, Marxism is important this period, because of the return of the problem of political mediation in mass society under capitalism. So, yeah.
I mean, it's absolutely, I think that's a brilliant point. And your article, Teo, is fantastic. I read it myself as well. The editors, it'll be out, as you say, by Thursday or Friday this week on sublationmag.com. So massive thanks for joining us. And everyone should check that out and follow Teo's work. It's been brilliant to have you on. And for you, Dwayne, where can we, apart from your, give us the address of your fantastic blog and whatever else you'd like people to read, you know?
So my blog is monroelab.net. So you can just, it's very simple. You can just go there to follow me. On Twitter, as you can see on the screen, I am at CloudKeystador. I use my Twitter account primarily to signal boost the work of people in this area who I think are doing just really fantastic work. So follow me, not just to read me, but I will point you towards others who I think are doing excellent work. And I'm working to complete a book on AI as propaganda, which has a working title of Attack Mannequins. So that hopefully will be completed within the year.
And next time you're writing something, Dwayne, you think about sending it to Sublation magazine, of course.
Oh, I'm gonna be bothering Dwayne.
Alfie's audio dropped out for me again.
It's when Gene takes over with his powers, then I drop out, you know.
Oh well, guys, let's move to the next section. And thanks Teo, and thanks Dwayne. And now I'm bringing on our next super guest. He is a writer for Sublation Media. He was actually the first article we ever published. Here we go. It is.
What's up, guys?
It is.
Can I be heard? Am I audible?
Yes, you can
hear me.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
It's been a while, Doug. You're looking good, I gotta say. I like the
that's nice.
fucking long hair now. It suits you.
Yeah, okay, good. I'm hearing some static in the background. It's probably
no. That's actually Jason. He's just turned on his sound machine, and he's and here he is. Here he is,
Jason.
Right. And he's not there. We're gonna leave Jason.
Okay, Jason. Hey, Jason.
Oh, that's SF'd up, Gene. Sometimes Gene shouldn't have too much power.
Yeah,
never give that much power to a British man, and never have that British man be part Kurdish.
Okay. All right.
So let's Jason is here.
Suddenly our stream is this is revolution stream for real.
Suddenly your stream is filling a quota. You wouldn't let me and Dwayne be on at the same time. I was trying to get on with Dwayne and Gene kept stopping it. just want everyone.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay. No, I was thinking more about the sound effects and the color of your skin.
Oh,
Do that
yeah,
again.
yeah. We have to have fun. It's always about fun, Doug.
Yeah.
Hello, Matt.
Yeah, it's good to see you again, buddy. How have things been going?
Oh, good, man. Good. I saw that you wrote an article for Sublation. I was actually about that.
Yeah, it was something I was thinking about a little bit before this, and I was just when people ask me like, "Do you want to write something on Marx or whatever for this?" I'm like, "Oh, that's fucking lucky." So,
and you wrote one about whatever? No, about Marx, right? It's called
Well, this
Marx
is a
on
big break. I
Contradictions.
mean,
Go ahead.
first of all, people have to understand that if you don't know Matt McManus's work, Matt McManus and Rob Larson are two guys that are gluttons for punishment because they're constantly reading the worst of right-wing anti-Marxist media and then reviewing it. So the fact that Matt got to write a piece that he actually enjoyed, I'm sure that it's going to be a very good piece. I haven't got a chance to read it. Gene just let us see a quick preview of the site beforehand, but I am pretty stoked for it. But I am going to log off for a minute because I just woke up.
Okay, all right. Bye, Jason.
Can I be heard? Am I audible or not now?
You are audible.
I can hear you.
I think sometimes when Gene speaks, I get cut. I don't know if we're on some kind of parallel universe or something. But anyway,
Matt, can you hear Alfie?
Loud and clear, yeah.
Okay, good.
Perfect. So let's talk about and here's Stefan back.
Yeah, here we go.
Let's talk about the article, Matt. I mean, thank you for writing for Sublation magazine, the launch issue. It's great that it's there. We're really happy to have you. Tell us what the article is and all that. What have you said in this article?
Well, it's funny Jason mentions, reading all kinds of shitty conservative books, because actually the inspiration of this article came from a Ben Shapiro book that I read, where he has a couple offhand comments about Marx, where he's like, Marx believes in these kind of dumbass things about contradictions, where he says, A can equal B can equal C can equal D. What kind of bullshit is that? And then just kind of runs on from that. And I thought to myself, well, I'm not actually sure what Marx means by contradiction all that much. Maybe it'd be good for me to go find out a little bit more about this and actually think through it myself. So when you guys asked me to write an article, what does Marx mean by contradiction? I was like, okay, this is a great chance to get my own thoughts in order a little bit about this, relying on people like Dave Harvey. And also a good chance, I think, to kind of correct for some of these bullshit opinions that happen to be floating around in the Ethernet.
And
well,
so
sorry. Earlier, at the very beginning of this stream, we talked about the difference between dialectical materialism and historical materialism. And I wanted to ask you, what is Marx's contradiction and how is it dialectical? And how does it fit in with historical materialism too, maybe?
Sure, that's a great question. And I would say that if you want to get clear on the distinction between historical materialism or dialectical materialism, someone like Althusser is probably the best person to mince that. But just very, very briefly, I think it's very difficult to understand the dialectical method and this dialectical concept of contradiction without going back to Hegel, which is what my article does initially, right? So Hegel has this argument throughout various works of his that, look, the human mind is almost always confronted by contradictions in his experience of reality. And the only way to actually overcome these is through various forms of recognition in the social sphere, or various different ways of philosophizing, or various different ways of integrating yourself into the culture. But the kind of conservative response to this Hegelian project has been to say, okay, once you climb the ladder of all these different contradictions that appear to consciousness, excuse me. Sorry, my wife was just giving me a call. Once you climb the ladder of all these different contradictions as they appear to consciousness, you reach a position like absolute knowing, was the term that Hegel used, at least in translation. And then you kind of reconcile yourself to reality. And you realize the necessity of everything that exists, including the necessity of all the different kinds of political institutions and economic institutions that exist. And this obviously has a bit of a reactionary quality to it. You recognize, you affirm, and you say, I'm going to move on from there. Whereas what Marx argues throughout his work is, of course, the Hegelian dialectic is upside down and needs to be turned right side up, because the contradictions that are of interest to somebody who's engaging in dialectical analysis aren't contradictions in thought per se. This can sometimes be interesting, but they're not primarily interesting. What's really interesting are contradictions as they actually exist in the material world. And of course, once you recognize that these contradictions don't just exist in thought, but actually thought is almost continuously trying to reconcile them through ideology, you realize that the only way to actually eliminate them is going to be through revolutionary change or revolutionary forms of transformation. And so, of course, there's this very activist quality to Marx's approach to contradiction that you don't see, at least in conservative interpretations of Hegel, because the point, of course, isn't just to interpret the world, but to change it, right?
Right. You know, the name of our magazine is Sublation. So, of course, it made sense for your article to be, you know, at the top after, you know, as we come out with our first issue.
I saw that. I was really flattered by that. Thanks, by the way.
Yeah. And so, but I have to explain to people all the time, just what is the term sublation? You know, what does it mean? Why are you naming name this? And often enough, I'll explain it, and then people will say, "Oh, I see. What do you mean? What is that?" So, like, the way I explain it is that you transcend something, or to put it differently, you negate something by affirming it, or you take a concept up to realize it, and through that you abolish it. And the example I give is the kind of freedom that the kind of freedom that we get when the working class is invented, when bourgeois society arrives, where every wage worker is free to choose their own vocation. They're free to work for whomever they want. They're no longer set by the heritage of their birth into a particular profession. That's the kind of freedom, but it's a limited kind of freedom. It's built on an unfreedom because they have nothing to sell but their labor. They're forced into this kind of freedom. And the aim of socialism isn't to just abolish that proletariat position, but to and with it the kind of freedom. We don't want to return that we experience, but we want to take it up and realize it, and in that act eliminate wage labor itself. And people will nod their heads when I say this, and then they go, okay, but what does that mean? So so someone's telling me I have to go now because I've wasted enough time.
No, you don't go. I'm gonna go, but you.
Oh, you're gonna go. All right, so good. I can
speed up.
By someone, I mean the great Oz, great and terrible Oz, is telling one of us to leave.
If I could just weigh in on that, because I actually think this is a really good point to actually make the distinction between, if you want, the dialectical approach to contradictions and historical materialism, right? Because Marx's argument is that if you employ this dialectical method sufficiently, you realize that you're faced with real contradictions that aren't just a problem in the way that you think about things or the way that anybody thinks about things, really, but they're existent within social relations as they actually exist in the material world. And this has really important implications for the kind of criticism and the kind of activism we can engage in. You know, in one of his prefaces to Das Kapital, Marx says, look, you're going to read this book and you're going to notice that I say plenty of nasty things about capitalists, right? And, you know, the book is a lot of fun that way at different points. But he points out, look, you know, capitalists are also just fulfilling their social role. They might be good people. They might be bad people. They might recognize that they're exploiting their workers. They might not recognize it. But they are also constrained by the competitive laws that exist within capitalist social relations. What he sometimes refers to as the iron law of competition, right? And so they're not necessarily doing the kinds of things they're doing because they're evil. They're doing it because they're compelled to do so. Sorry, go ahead, Stefan.
I think it's one of the best bits of Capital when he quotes these like wealthy upper class people at the time speaking about how they're completely horrified by how the system that they're implementing, capitalism, is completely detonating the kind of conservative social relations they want among the working class. But they're just like horrified because they can't do anything about it. They can't stop it.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? And I mean, this relates back to this iron law of competition, or the coercive law of competition, as it's sometimes translated. And so the argument is, look, we can't just sit around engaging in moralistic critique by saying, you know, the capitalists should be nicer to their workers, or the workers are nicer people than the capitalists, so we should put them in charge, right? What's required from a historical materialist position is to actually change the fundamental social relations that exist within a capitalist society to bring about a new kind of era, right? And I think that sometimes this is lost in the more moralistic or utopian variants of socialism, that think the only problem is the fact that Jeff Bezos and people like him are wasting a lot of money building rocket ships that look like penises to take them to, you know, the fucking goddamn moon. I don't like that any more than anyone. And, you know, I find plenty of the kind of memes about that funny. But at root, he's not the problem. It's the capitalist class and the relations that surround them, not Bezos, Zuckerberg, all that.
That was so beautifully said, Matt. So beautifully said.
Oh,
Now, Alfie, you are bowing out for a second, Alfie.
No. Wait.
But
Who's
will I just before I buy out? Will I just say a welcome to who's coming in to replace me? And
Yes.
Then here he is, my oldest friend, James Smith.
Great. And not just James Smith. We also have someone from
Cuba.
Cuba.
I mean, I was always here.
On the screen. But listen, I will take a break because I deserve one.
I guess we've learned your policy on separation with employees, right? Like that's the equivalent of having security walk out your ficus.
Exactly. I'm gonna because I believe that there should always only be 4 people on the screen at once.
No, I have power of myself, so I'm gonna detonate myself.
You're gonna do
Oh.
But before we continue, I just want to also note that James A. Smith has also.
Good to see you again, buddy. By the way.
Great to see you, Matt, and good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Always good to see Doug.
It's it has written an article for Sublation magazine about anti-populism, and it will be coming out, I believe, on Thursday. So why don't you talk a little bit about that, and perhaps Kuba and Matt can jump on in. Nobody really wants to hear from Doug anymore, but Kuba and Matt can.
I've hosted podcasts before, Gene. Something.
Gene's just the voice of the big other, right? He's like here in symbolic order.
Yeah, I mean, his avatar is normally just a burning bush, right?
So, okay, if I'm seeing this correctly, so Matt is here to help us through contradictions and understand Marxism. James is going to tell us about how the populist movement shouldn't be written off quite yet. Is that right? And Kuba, you're going to try to give us some sort of context for the current moment, primarily maybe helping us think about the potential for World War III and the situation in Ukraine. So maybe
all the light topics, right?
Yeah, well, they're all good topics, and they do interact. I mean, the populist movement. I think I would say, James, it doesn't seem to be up to the task of handling the situation in Ukraine. The populists have been losing politically, and I don't see any coherent vision coming out of populism anywhere to address the situation in Ukraine or anywhere else, for that matter. I would tend to think that Marxism is the answer, so I would lean towards Matt as being the one who's going to end this round. But let's go in. Here's my thought. We'll play a game. Kuba, you tell us, what is the situation in Ukraine, and what political difficulties do we have? James, you say what you think the populist movement might be able to offer us, and then Matt, you weigh in as well. How about that? Does that make sense? I'm exerting all sorts of control now because I feel threatened by Jean in the background.
I'm Eastern. I'm old-fashioned Eastern Bloc. I'll take my planning orders from whatever comrade wants to chair the committee.
Okay, all right. So Kuba, you're up. What's happening? What are we facing right now? Are we on the brink of a real catastrophe, do you think?
I think that what we've seen is that Russia has been frustrated in its original war plan, and it fell back to this kind of purge the Donbass phase 1 operation, or phase 2, as a way of saving face for the failure to capture Kiev. That operation also doesn't seem to be going as well as they expected. The fact that fighting is continuing into the spring, the ground is thawing day by day, and pretty soon a lot of the countryside is going to be the same kind of muddy mess that bogged down previous, especially the Operation Barbarossa and Eastern Front maneuvers of the Third Reich. So the main advantage of the Russians in terms of heavy weaponry is going to get muted by environmental conditions. It looks like Russia's in a very bad situation in terms of meeting its strategic goals. The best thing that could happen, and I don't just mean for Russian interests, but maybe this will hasten a negotiated outcome which preserves some Ukrainian sovereignty while reducing regional tensions through some kind of pro-Russian security concessions. But that's only one possible scenario. The fact that Russia has underperformed in terms of capabilities while being more aggressive than expected has undermined its position with respect to the West, with respect to NATO, its place in the what was once called the global rule-based order significantly. And the mentality in Washington, especially after the humiliation of America's sudden and rushed withdrawal from Kabul, was one of late imperial pessimism. But this is the fact that it appears that Russia has been stopped and perhaps may even be in some strategic way defeated in Ukraine is really reviving the 90s style transatlantic triumphalism, which, if you think about NATO expansion in the face of Russian opposition and the relative isolation and immiseration of Russia in that period, kind of gets us back to where we started. And the risk is that the more hawkish sections inside the transatlantic security systems will misread a failure by Russia into another inauguration of a unipolar American exceptionalism era, like the 1990s, early 2000s. That, especially given what Russians experienced on the receiving end of that era, may highlight the real risk here, which is that there's been an erosion in the international understanding of the role of nuclear weapons. I think that in the Western security apparatus, especially in Washington, D.C., the existence of nuclear stockpiles is taken as a kind of nullifying feature. They have nukes, we have nukes, therefore neither of us can use the nukes. And any moves that are subnuclear can be taken with the deterrence effect of the nuclear stockpile only applicable to the other guy's nuclear stockpile or other similar strategic we kill everybody measures. But now my anxiety is that the Russians understand it as a bulwark against total surrender. The nuclear weapons are what we use so we don't get defeated again, while the United States thinks that total victory is possible because our nuclear weapons balance out their nuclear weapons. And that's the risk we're at. That's the point.
Kuba, our esteemed guest, Matt McManus, has to leave us now. But do you have a thought to leave us on, Matt, about Kuba's miserable oppression there?
Sure. And again, I
His
apologize
presentation
for
wasn't miserable. the situation is miserable. Go, Matt. Sorry.
No, I completely agree. And actually, I agree with a lot of what Cuba said. And sorry you have to leave so soon. I'm just working today, and this was like my break. But long story short, I think that a lot of what he said was accurate from a geopolitical standpoint. I would just interpret this from a somewhat different perspective. So I've written a lot about postmodern conservatism. And one of the interesting things about Russia is that in some senses, it almost identifies explicitly with that philosophical outlook. If you look at the writings of somebody like Alexander Dugin and other ideologies in that vein who kind of prop up the Putin regime and its expansionist imperial objectives. And one of the things that I'm concerned about when it comes to the Ukraine is that on the one hand, it really the failure of the Russian army in the Ukraine, at least thus far, has really undermined support for a lot of these revanchist and reactionary movements around the globe because it doesn't seem like they can just impose their will on another country by fiat. On the other hand, the fact that Russia has engaged in such a spectacular kind of project and challenged NATO so explicitly has really vitalized a lot of big conversations on the American far right, many of whom look to Russia as an example of the kind of country they want to see the United States eventually become. Not surprisingly, right? You have an authoritarian, autocratic regime where oligarchs are in charge, socially conservative policies advanced against the democratic wishes of a lot of people in the state, right? So I'm really less certain about where the future is going to go because while I'm pretty sure Russia is at least going to not get everything that it wants in the Ukraine, it's very possible that this might end up catalyzing support for a Russian model in other countries or undermining it. We really have to see what the future is going to hold, and we don't have a crystal ball and be able to peer into that yet.
Well, that was a interesting take on things, Matt. Thank you so much for writing for us. Everybody should check out Matt's article at Sublation Magazine, www.sublationmag.com. And with that, I'm going to kick you out, and I'm going to bring in. I'm going to replace you with another Canadian. And please.
He's not Canadian. He just lives there.
I am a permanent resident. I'm a full Canadian, but
now please welcome David Slavic.
I don't know if I can speak to him. It sounds like he hasn't made the oath to the Queen.
No, I will never. I mean, I will if I have to, but my children have done it by birth, so I guess I can't.
I'm the only Queen that man recognizes.
Oh,
so, all right. So I want to put it to the popular show hosts that Cuba presented a situation where allowing the DC establishment to do its will, uninhibited will, could lead us to disaster, and that it falls upon some sort of civic movement, maybe a populist movement, maybe it falls to the left to be responsible, to intervene, to make some demands, to make sure that there are some consequences in the immediate future for making mistakes and doing the wrong thing. I think the United States needs to be starting a peace process to give the Russians a way out of Ukraine, with where Putin can remain in power. I'm going to say that, and where they can save face, and that it's very dangerous to elongate the war and to press on, especially considering what I understand to be the case, which is that Putin has a strategy of using tactical nukes in conventional warfare, which could. And I think that could happen. It's not. I hope it's not likely, but. So, what do you guys think? Where is the pressure going to come from to get the Biden administration and the U.S. and the Washington consensus to change course on this?
Well, I'm not optimistic. I think that what you said about populism earlier is true, that we're living through a time where on issue after issue, all kinds of populism are taking the L. Early on in this Ukraine crisis, it seemed like there was a voice on the right, principally in America, and on the left, principally in Britain, that was making a case against escalation, was warning against that kind of direction of travel that the foreign policy establishment was already setting out on. Unfortunately, we've seen the marginalization of those positions, of the populist anti-intervention, anti-war position on both right and left, on both sides of the Atlantic. If we think back to early on in the crisis, J.D. Vance coming out and saying that ultimately that the fate of the Ukrainians isn't the business of Americans. I mean, that's not how I would put it, but frankly, I'm more comfortable with that kind of conservative than I am with the sort of deep state conservative who just can't wait to strap on the boots and start dropping bombs. On the show, on our program, The Popular Show, we've always been very comfortable speaking to our comrades at the American Conservative and from American Affairs, that sort of post-Trump wing of the Republican Party, just because those seem to be people who have some kind of ear to power and who are against that kind of bipartisan consensus on war. Vance has backed down. Trump himself has fallen into the same old position that he was always so vulnerable to as president, of being kind of goaded into taking the kind of macho pro-war position. Really, we could have guessed that this is what would happen in light of last year and Afghanistan, and how that threw this kind of post-Trump radical fringe of the Republican Party into a state of confusion. Biden was perhaps unexpectedly continuing the Trump policy of withdrawal from Afghanistan. You had people like Tucker Carlson playing with the idea, as Matt referred to before, with reference to Putin, that actually these kinds of authoritarians in other parts of the world actually provided a kind of model for American conservatism. Again, seems pretty balmy to me, but I'll take that over strapping on the boots and dropping the bombs. But at the same time, because it was Biden who was withdrawing, they also had to kind of get pushed into a sort of pro-war position, that Biden has betrayed the military by withdrawing in such a kind of cack-handed way. So we've seen those kind of contradictions between a kind of right-wing anti-interventionism and the general momentum and direction of travel of the party and the conservative movement, silencing those anti-war or war skeptic or anti-Putin voices on the right. In Britain, meanwhile, the most prominent anti-interventionist voices came from the left, from the tradition of anti-war leftism and anti-imperialism that Jeremy Corbyn himself comes out of. He was the chair of the Stop the War coalition before becoming leader of the Labour Party. And in a very structurally similar way, no one likes me making these comparisons between the position of the Corbynites and the position of the Trump faction of the Republicans, but it's there. In a very similar way, Ukraine has been used to marginalize critics of NATO, critics of intervention, and quite a lot of the left has gone along with it, just as quite a lot of the right has gone along with it in the States. So it is something I might get into later. Just as COVID represented a huge bottle stop on populist energies on the left, so this crisis, from the point of view of the West, has been yet another kind of forcing of the cork in on populist energies and momentum on both right and left.
I want to throw this over to David now. David, you used to be the producer of the Michael Brooks show. Am I right? Yeah.
That's
so
correct.
I'm going to say you are our token leftist in this conversation. You know,
I don't know if I'm a token. I think I think that we have a good representation of leftism on this conversation.
No, we're all leftists here. We're all leftists.
And
But the
I
point
would
is,
say that I'm the token blob member in the fact that I used to work in DC think tanks and worked in Washington DC for 15 years. You know, I want to, you know, just.
well, I want to ask the question: is what do you
yeah, go
think the
ahead.
traditional left? Maybe you can answer this and also interject what you're about to say. But I want to ask you. You know, we've heard what the kind of the populist forces are and what the limits are. What about just the traditional left? You know,
I think that in Washington D.C., the traditional left has been extremely marginalized in many different ways. You have the Squad, who are representative in, you know, sort of their specific areas. You know, you saw AOC sort of represent, you know, in some ways with some contradiction from the people who were involved in the Amazon strike. You saw, but you also saw her vote for the Iron Dome funding, right? Well, as some other people like in California have said, you know, I'm not voting for that, right? I'm not going to do that. The national security consensus is you know, as Noam Chomsky would call the Washington consensus, is very strong, and that goes across the board. The reasons for that are both monetary and also just the fact that people go to dinner parties together. The monetary reason is that most of the think tanks, regardless of what sort of political orientation they take, are often funded by defense contractors or people affiliated with defense contractors or other think tanks that are affiliated with defense contractors. So there is a sort of a movement to push towards war, regardless of what it is, and I think that that's one of the more interesting aspects of this, because the right-left divide, really in the United States, has really been about on the left. You say the Democrats, we could call the left in some abstract way, have always been pro-humanitarian, right? So humanitarian law, human rights law, that has driven the perspective. You know, if you look at Yugoslavia, and sort of the bombings of Serbia, the dealings with Kosovo, dealings with Bosnia, etc. That's always been, you know, the perspective has always been, we're doing this for humanitarian reasons, but they are often imperialistic. And, you know, I am not anti-intervention on the whole, but I am pro domestic spending. I am pro, you know, for directing our energies towards the things that we can take care of at home, and, you know, and helping people abroad in ways that we can, you know, through vaccines, et cetera, et cetera. Those are all good things. However, the Washington consensus is really gelled around the idea that we need to go to war. And the sort of left in Washington is often highly persuadable towards that sort of perspective. And I think that you'll see, people who would call themselves liberal, often with the Ukrainian flag. You know, I'm a Ukrainian American. I do not like to see places that my grandfather grew up in, you know, being bombed, of course, but I do not want World War III. And I think that perspective is often missing in Washington. And I think that you're going to see that, you know, play out. The other thing is that I think there's something that people would call current thingism. And I think current thingism is taking over sort of the discourse about how we should intervene or not intervene. And, you know, once COVID was gone, and COVID isn't gone. I mean, I had COVID a month ago, so I can say that it's not fully gone. You could see that people's perspectives shift to the next thing they're supposed to care about. And this started, like, I would say, like, Coney 2012 was kind of the beginning of this. But what we saw there was that there was two bad actors operating against each other. And in this perspective, we see, you know, the Ukrainian situation, where I find it very perplexing that people are willing to ignore some of the problems in Ukraine. As a Ukrainian American, I remember my grandfather saying, "We're Ukrainian, we're not that kind of Ukrainian." And, you know, we had that sort of perspective because, you know, they were on the left. They had that kind of orientation. They were probably more pro-Soviet than they were pro-German. And you could see that stuff adapt over time. And I think that this sort of whitewashing of sort of the like subtleties of the situation is really something that happens in Washington quite quickly. I know that the Ukrainian government has spent millions in lobbying funds, sort of foreign representative funds to help promote certain things. We're seeing, things like the arms that are getting sold, getting presented to Ukraine, getting sold off. We don't know where they're going. We have to, we have to think about this in a more holistic way. And I don't think that the left, as it's currently constituted, is prepared to deal with that. And, I'm not going full gray zone here, but I think that we need to be thinking about what happens when some of these Stinger missiles go into Hungary or go into Italy, or, there's all sorts of separatist movements across the European Union that could be, taking some of these arms and making bad things happen. So we have to think a little more clearly about this.
Well, the very same units that accept international volunteers, the very same wings of the Ukrainian security apparatus that accept the good Western heroes, right? Like the Marine veteran with his dog that gets on the plane to protect innocent school children from Putin's thugs. That international volunteer corps also includes nationalist Chechens that have been there since 2014 because it's an opportunity to kill Russians. So you're taking this conflict that's been sanitized, that's been whitewashed of many of its more troubling elements on the Ukrainian side, and you've elevated the people who are on the Ukrainian side as heroes, more or less indiscriminately, while in reality it includes Chechen extremists, it includes far-right neo-Nazi elements, and these are going to be the comrades in arms, the guy in the next foxhole for all of these idealistic Westerners, including Americans, that go over to fight. And they're going to be the groups that the NATO trainers, the people who deliver the weapons, the people who coordinate on attacks with intelligence, with planning against Russian forces. They're the ones that are going to be working with these transatlantic institutions on the receiving end of all that military aid. Not everybody, but a significant portion will belong to these far-right formations. So you're essentially introducing reactionary, radical elements to the very heart of transatlantic security structures. I mean, they've always been there, like Operation Gladio.
Yeah. It's not. I think that's nothing new, right? I mean, that you're right.
New, but it's also nothing good, right? And it's
absolutely
something that we should
and I think that we're at a point where we can move past that. We're not in post-war Germany where we're in a whole different world.
And the thing is, before if Operation Gladio is the first one, then people don't know about it. It's a secret. It's one of the family jewels that's maintained in kind of off the books and plausible deniability and all that, just like the rat lines for the former Nazis after World War II, the connivance of the OSS in the delivery of certain war criminals into relative safety because of their strategic value. Well, now we know that happened. We know that that's something that even the nice governments do if you're a sufficiently indoctrinated Western lib. So shouldn't we stop it from happening this time?
Yeah.
But instead, they're just going to do it again, except openly.
Yeah. My great uncle was he worked at a Air Force base in Alabama, and he was in charge of driving around Wernher von Braun. And he was talking about, he said, he was getting older, and he talked about the situation. He said, I never thought I would have to drive around an effing Nazi. He had enlisted. He was a little older. He wasn't old enough to be in World War II, but he was old enough to, enlist afterwards. And it was kind of a good gig in peacetime to go in. And he said, I never thought I'd have to do this. Right. And he said, these guys, they did good stuff for the United States. They helped with the space race, et cetera, but they were still Nazis. Like, it didn't go away.
I just want to underscore something that, I know this is simple-minded, maybe, or is my vexation as a Gen Xer who grew up during the Cold War. But the fact that, David, you said that the Washington Consensus doesn't really take into consideration the need to avoid World War III very much. And the fact that that's like a reality, that could actually be a result of this conflict. I think, it's easy to kind of overlook it, maybe because there's nothing to be said about it, except, boy, that would be horrible if that, emerged, if there was a nuclear exchange. But I wonder if it might be possible to organize politically for a peaceful resolution, if that around the issue of the threat, the nuclear threat is that, maybe that's, I've been down this road before. It didn't work in the past, but what do you guys think about that?
I think part of the problem there is what David referred to as current thingism. In some ways, we've already been too slow. We've been beaten to that sort of simulacrum of a mass movement by a sea of Ukrainian flags on Instagram and in everyone's bio on Twitter. Again, it's a sort of tragedy of circumstance. We've basically had, we're having this kind of confrontation with the possibility of nuclear holocaust at the tail end of nearly a decade of do something-ism. This, incidentally, was the era of the movie Don't Look Up, because we've basically had the best part of a decade where elites, commentator class, have been totally defined by a histrionic call to look up, whether it was Trump derangement syndrome, whether it was the need to stop Brexit, whether it was Russiagate. That sort of set the kind of the patterns of thought already for COVID, and the fact that the good, sensible, educated opinion through COVID has been, at least in Britain and America, that the governments aren't doing enough. They must do more. That has really trained a disastrous habit of thought, where today, and possibly this is different to how it was in your Gen X upbringing, today it's not that the nefarious governments are house a kind of bunch of Dr. Strangeloves who are nefariously, bringing us to the brink every second while everyone else is holding their breath. Today, governments are relatively reticent about these things, but they're surrounded by a commentator class and a professional class that are demanding, look up, do something. So in a sense, that the problem is, I think one problem, although I'd throw myself behind it if it was there, one problem for the idea of a mass movement organized around the fear of nuclear holocaust is that already those kinds of participatory energies have been claimed by a deeply brain damaged cohorts that have been demanding do more, intervene more, whatever the consequences.
Yeah. The thing I just want to say, one thing, it's absolutely, I hear exactly what you're saying, but intervening to create a peaceful resolution in Ukraine would be doing something, for sure. Mm-hmm. It would not be passive. And I think what we have to understand, and what everyone's saying, is that it's not so much that the public isn't concerned about this, but that the way that we can express our politics is captured. And so we don't have a path for political organizing, or even a way to frame issues, which will allow us to organize politically, even in what seems like an emergency. Like, we were better off in the 80s, because, at least then the left could organize anti-nuclear demonstrations in opposition to both the Democrats and the Republicans.
I'm going to get on the anti-nuclear aspect. I think that there's something very interesting about this. I think that there is in some ways, the anti-nuclear sort of project failed because it was coupled with degrowth, and I'm going to couple the weapons with the energy. And I think that in many ways we saw the left go in a place where they said we wanted to move towards degrowth because of climate change and different aspects of things. I think that's generally anti-humanist. That's my feeling. And because people are going to go out and have kids. It's in nature. Sex is good, right? And we're.
I mean, you say that, but you've seen the birth rates.
No, they are lower. You're right. You're absolutely. They're incredible, especially in the West.
Or Japan.
Or Japan.
No,
you know,
no one.
Actually, if you go to the Trilateral Commission's sort of statement, the Japanese are honorary Europeans. Right?
No one is not fucking like the Japanese right now.
Yeah, no, they're doing the best. They're doing the best. And we get the situation where a lot of the energy towards stopping that sort of conflict was coupled with sort of a green movement that wasn't necessarily about climate change, but was about other things, right? And you see that come together, and it sort of defanged that movement. And I think that that's part of the problem here, is that we don't have a sort of like left movement that understands that people need to thrive while understanding that people need not to die. And I think that that's not the individual, like we need to look at things, to quote Michael Brooks, we have to say be brutal to systems and kind to people. And I think that we need to do that in this situation. But individually, I think people on the left are very pro people. But I think somehow the perspective of the left has become so anti-growth and anti-people that we have lost the ability to advocate for anti-nuclear things because of the associations.
Well, I think that if I can jump in for a second, the fact that the left hasn't been able to deliver anything tangible for to sort of materially make a difference for its constituencies has channeled a lot of energy into sort of moral crusades, whether it be LGBTQ rights. I think that that's got the main energy right now. But in the 90s, I remember the environment being a similar issue. And this was before climate change was the focus. And we talked about things like the ozone layer, talked about things like resource depletion and other forms of pollution, all of which are extraordinarily serious. And the degrowth agenda, I think that you're onto something about it being that there is a sort of anti-humanist aspect to it because of this need for many people on the left to find moral validation through their politics, be it an environmental politics or a politics of supporting marginalized groups. And that moral validation is purest if it comes with, what Catholics might call the mortification of the flesh, right? Like suffering, voluntary expiation of all of the sinful, whether environmentally damaging or identitarian or microaggressions, that feels like the purest form of moral politics. And that may be the case with activists, but then you turn around and you actually deal with voters or other citizens that you want to bring into their coalition. And it's like that actually, even though I like thriving, and even though I like not dying, and even though I like not being repressed, your thing sounds just painful and the opposite of fun. So why would I ever support that?
James, I think you could speak to that because James is a pleasure expert, as I would like to say. He's a man of leisure and pleasure. James, can you kind of speak to that sort of that mentality?
Well, yeah, sure. I guess that is as good a time as any to preview the little articulette that I have in the magazine coming out on Thursday.
Sublation magazine.
Sublation magazine. Very excited to be involved in naturally, which is about anti-populism. It's called anti-populism. What's my claim? That it is it's not enough for the left to be merely populist. We must be anti-populist. I'm saying that really I'm trying to sort of chart what has changed between 2016, 2017 on the left and now. 2016, 2017, what characterized both the Bernie moment then and the moment of kind of Corbyn's unexpected relative success was that on both sides of the Atlantic, the left was seeing their ambitions as majoritarian. They were also able to, as it were, suspend some of their convictions and some of their moral convictions in particular, and to, as it were, offer something to people who they might not absolutely see eye to eye with, they might not agree with on everything, but they could see that both cohorts were people who had got a raw deal out of neoliberalism and that there was some basis for coalition there. The whole kind of language of that Bernie movement in 2016 was, if Trump wins, it's as much as you deserve. It is perfectly understandable that people would vote for Trump. In Britain, in 2017, Corbyn was offering a leftist version of Brexit. Most of his supporters had not voted for Brexit, but we were able to say, okay, things that are in our interests, cancelling student fees, more social housing, etc. This is what we want on the table. What you want on the table is Brexit. We can work on this. We can work together. Gradually, over the course of the succeeding years, right up to the present time, we've seen a kind of erosion of that populist spirit, of that idea that a coalition could be built out of shared interests across the great mass of the people, and a kind of journey towards what I call anti-populism. And here, as good an introduction as any, is Thomas Frank's last book, The People Know, where he gives a very, to me, very brilliant sort of genealogy, whereby at the end of the 19th century, the original populist party, through to the way in which that was in some way kind of brought in-house by FDR and by the people around the New Deal. During that whole kind of time in the first half of the 20th century, it was the right that was anti-populist. It was the right that regarded the people as this kind of threatening mob. Frank argues that in the 50s with McCarthyism, in the 60s with the New Right, gradually that sort of gravitated toward the left, whereby the left became much more interested in finding its subject of liberation somewhere else other than among blue-collar workers, ordinary folk. It lost that kind of that populist vision. And I think we're living through a version of that today, where on issue after issue, it's not merely that people on the left aren't siding with populists, not necessarily for now saying that that is what I expect people to be doing. Rather, it is that they are actively anti-populist. They subscribe to an assumed idea of the people as inherently reactionary, idiotic, easily fooled, and therefore it's a set of kind of excuses whereby you don't have to make those kind of deals with them that even as recently as 2016, 2017, we just spontaneously seemed able to do. So, I mean, I argued something like this in Jacobin in the autumn, arguing that in the British left, everybody now says, oh, we were such fools over Brexit to allow the second referendum policy that killed Corbyn. But we've learned our lesson now. I said in Jacobin, I'm not relitigating Brexit all over again. I'm saying that on every issue that has come up subsequently, the left has just made the same mistakes as they made on Brexit. My examples for Britain in Jacobin were COVID, where I'm sure there's a diversity of opinions among the viewers here over what should have been done about COVID. What I'm claiming is that the left tended to gravitate towards assuming that people were somehow idiots over this. They couldn't be trusted to, be sensible and take their own precautions. There had to be maximum enforcement of COVID containment measures, as authoritarian as you like. And the other example I gave in Britain was this gravitation towards wanting electoral reform, almost as if, well, we couldn't win under the current system. People would never vote for us again under the current system, so let's change the system. In this piece for Sublation, I was looking at sort of various problems that I see on the left in the Jacobin piece, and zeroing in on specifically anti-populism now. I basically sort of update that with some less Britain-specific examples of how, never mind debating over whether the left should be populist or not. I'm saying that we've got an even bigger problem in the way that the left is anti-populist. If populists imagine the people are this coherent body that is morally good, anti-populism is that you also imagine a coherent body of the people that is tendentially bad, reactionary, ignorant, etc.
Listen, guys, I want to thank all three of you for being here and point out Kuba, Deep State Kuba, is a co-host, semi-regular co-host on This Is Revolution, who is hosting the stream right now, along with this on our own channel, Sublation Media, and on our Twitch. You two are the co-hosts of The Popular Show. That's David and James. And by the way, after this stream is down, when we're done with this stream, I will be releasing this week's Popular Show on our YouTube channel. So people can keep just sitting there watching YouTube. When this is over, it'll be more on our Sublation.
So much
channel.
YouTube.
Great. Practice for lockdown.
Yeah, and, that's why we are pro-lockdown at Sublation Media, because it keeps you people tuned in. But no, obviously that's all over. But thanks all three of you. We're gonna have Ben Burgess on, and then hopefully David Catrone will join in.
David Slavic wants to stay on for a moment and say hi, and I think Coop is
Yeah.
sticking around for a little bit more. So we shall say farewell to Little Saint James A. Smith, and we will say hello.
James was kicked off the island. Okay, here comes.
But we will say hello to the one, the only, Big Daddy of debate, Mr. Ben Burgess. Dr.
Hey, Ben.
Ben, it is so good to see you. I just wanted to hop on for 1 second and just say how thankful I am for all the work you've done, all the work you did for the Michael Brooks show, and just how you continue on fighting for the left and making the arguments. You're always making them an argument. Thank you so much for all your work.
Hey, thank you so much, David.
And I just wanted to say, how dare you disagree with my fellow Canadian Stefan Molyneux, right? That is that was just mean and uncalled for, and I think you should be ashamed of yourself, and you owe the nice bald gentleman an apology.
Yeah.
And I just want to say that in about 10 minutes, you're going to be talking to Chris Catrone, so hold on to your But Ben, thanks for coming back on to the Sublation Media. I almost said something else. For coming on to the Sublation Media channel. Now we're 4 hours in, so I think I'm right about this. So correct me if I'm wrong, but you have an article that's going to be coming out in Sublation magazine. Is that right?
I do. I have not finished writing it yet, but I talked to Gene about it, and I got a sign off on the concept, and I'm like midway through writing it.
And what's the concept? Do you want to reveal that? On the screen?
So should be nice and uncontroversial. It's the title is, well, the current working title. The actual number of theses may vary as it finishes up, but is neither wokeness nor anti-wokeness, but international socialism, 5 theses on culture war and class war.
That sounds great. We were just talking about the situation in Ukraine, and I saw you on Twitter engaging in what amounted. I think anything that happens on Twitter turns into a culture war debate.
Yeah,
but
that's fair.
you had a very popular tweet, which you were calling out the entire left, or at least left Twitter, for dogpiling on Noam Chomsky, because he had said that basically the United States ought to be working for a peaceful negotiation with Putin and not looking for regime change to come out of the war in Ukraine. And you said, well, something like 10 years ago, this would have been the stance of the New York Times. I'm not sure that's true, but
yeah, yeah. I think what I said was in a 2% saner world, this would be the stance of the New York Times.
Oh wow! And I interpreted that as 10 years ago. Well, that's not correct. I'm telling you about my Gen X nostalgia. But
are you having a senior moment? Is that what we're going to have to be dealing with at Sublation Media? We're going to have to deal with Doug Lane's slow but inevitable mental decline into madness.
He's our Biden.
He's our Biden.
Come on,
you're more effective as a voice of God than when you're on screen. You're less intimidating.
I'm going to be the voice of God.
No, I'm not saying get off the screen. I'm just saying you don't intimidate me, Gene.
All right, Gene, come back.
Come back.
There we go. Yeah. It looks weird anyway with the three. This looks
it's
better.
lonely without you.
Wait for it, guys. I'm going to do something even cooler. Watch this. Look, he's gone. But look who it is.
Oh, it's Catrone.
Oh, hey.
All right, Chris Catrone is here.
I'm impersonating Gene and Gene's avatar.
So, yeah, this is a conversation.
Chris is my
Ewok. Long and making. Hey, Chris, can you put on some earbuds because I'm hearing my own wonderful voice. Is that possible?
You're hearing yourself, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've tried the earbuds before, but it hasn't worked out too well. Hold on.
Well, let's see if I hear myself now. A little bit, but
I'm not hearing.
You might also just turn down your volume, and that might be enough.
Why don't you mute yourself when you're not talking, and we'll roll on.
I'm going to mute Chris. I'm going to mute him.
Okay. All right.
I have silence thrown.
So here, I want to set up this conversation between the two of you this way. I just got out of a long conversation with Kuba and James and David about the situation in Ukraine and the way in which both the populist movement overall, the broad populist movement, right and left, and this kind of liberal left has been unable to rise to the multiple challenges, but most recently to the challenge in Ukraine. And your own tweet and kind of indicates the same, right? That the broad left currently is incapable of being sane in response to the war in Ukraine, or at least the Twitter version of it. Years ago, Chris Catrone declared that the millennial left was dead because of the way the left had been liquidating itself into the Democratic Party. I dare to say we're in a moment where that looks like fairly accurate accounting of what it was going on, given our inability to respond. What would you say to that? And then I'll let Chris respond and get this thing rolling.
All right, well, this is an unexpected conversation. I mean, it is actually. So I guess off the top of my head, I would say that to even judge that, I would have to know what it would be for the left to be alive. So I'd have a point of contrast. I mean, I'm not being snarky. I really mean that, right? So, like, I mean, I think that there are sort of cycles of activity and defeat and coming back and all of that have happened, in the past. I don't know how closely tied in that is to the party question. I mean, I think you can look at like times when, the left has been very involved in party efforts, and I think you get the same kinds of cycles. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think there's a sense in which I'd say not so much the left is dead, it's just that they're like isn't one, right? I mean, that's I mean, I sort of buy that like Adolf Reed line about how at best there's stuff that you can say in retrospect that's what the left was, but like right now what mostly exists is like lefty journalists and lefty academics And of course, that's very different from a left in the sense of like something that has significant base in the working class, a significant ability to intervene for that stuff. So I mean, if that's what
an armed wing.
Say
again?
Wing, sure.
Yeah, I mean, once upon a time, there were parties with some coercive capability of their own that they could draw on. Now, no matter how many podcasters you get, right, like that does not translate into a single actual point of force.
Wait,
you're not going to like.
Are you saying you don't believe in cyber-Leninism?
Cyber-Leninism.
That podcasters will be the vanguard of the proletariat?
Well, I want to hear what Chris has to say in response to just the beginnings of this conversation about the millennial, about the left in this moment.
Well, in some ways, Ben, you anticipated what I was going to say about, that there's no like left-wing party, there's no socialist party, and so of course my old mentor Adolf, does often say there's no left, there are only leftists, right? So we're kind of just a random assortment of people, and the left is not some kind of actual political force, isn't some kind of coherent thing. I mean, my point on the millennial left was something a little bit more specific, which is that I think the millennial left, very much like the new left in the 60s, was a moment for a potential rebirth of socialist politics. But I think that moment has passed. And I think that moment passed when the millennials went in for the Democrats, very explicitly, with the DSA. And so that's, my estimation. Now, of course, that happened in phases. It happened through kind of Jacobin's default leadership, when Jacobin magazine got started back in 2011, and certainly when they endorsed the Bernie campaign in 2015. I declared the millennial left dead in 2017 after Trump's election, because it seems that Trump's election kind of accelerated that process about what the DSA was about, what it meant, because I think there was some equivocation about that, some okay, we're kind of inside and outside the Democratic Party. I think that's done, right? So that's the way that I would describe it, is giving up socialist politics in favor of capitalist politics, because that's what the Democrats are.
Yeah, I think that the party question is kind of a red herring here. I don't think it has anything to do with anything. I think that if there's a effective, third party, if there's a Labor Party, Socialist Party, it would be every bit as reformist. So, I mean, if that's what capitalist politics means, be every bit as reformist as anything that happens on the Democratic Party ballot line. I also don't think the Democratic Party is a party at all in the, European sense or Latin American sense of a party. I think it's a, I think it's a ballot line. I think it's something like more like a public utility, but there's nothing that it is to be a member of the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. I mean, there's certainly there's certainly a kind of party machine, and it would be good to have an independent party machine. But I think if that happened, whether or not it was within its own ballot line, I think that the process by which that would be most likely to happen would be something, roughly analogous to the emergence of the Republican Party from the collapse of the Whigs in the 19th century, from, the anti-slavery, wing of that. And so I think that the real question there would be the sort of buildup of the sort of social democratic forces that, would eventually, become, whether it was, sort of stuff that was going on in the within the, contestation for the, for Democratic ballot lines, or whether it was independent, sort of building up of the forces that would eventually be that party. I mean, I think the existence or not existence of those forces, I think, is much more relevant than what position people take on elections, which frankly is something I think the left obsesses about.
Can I ask a clarifying
in a minute you can, yeah. as a symptom of its powerlessness. I think the left obsesses about ballot lines, like that they have because it's that sort of symbolic gesture that's like, oh, do I vote for Democrats or do I not vote for Democrats in a sort of strange moralistic way, I think is something that's good for expressive politics, but I don't think it has much to do with actual politics, regardless of your decision. But I think that the real problem, is not, I mean, I think, 2017, maybe it was, just getting going, but I think that the real problem is just the lack of a social base, right? I mean, and so I'm very, I don't want to exaggerate because we're talking about very, very, very small sparks of the kind of fire that we need. But I do think that recent unionization efforts might at least, victories like the Staten Island Amazon warehouse, or the kind of hundreds of Starbucks being unionized. I don't want to exaggerate. It doesn't. On a statistical level, it doesn't amount to much, but I think that it at least points towards what a social base for a left might look like in the future. At which point, I think stuff like the party question could actually matter in a different way.
So, to my clarifying question, going back on what you just said,
sure.
Let me see if I caught it. Did you say that the way that an independent party, a socialist party, or a labor party might emerge would be through the splitting or the dissolution of an existing party, and that's what we should expect?
Yeah, I think that I think it's very hard to imagine. I mean, I think there's also some ambiguity here, like what we're actually talking about when we talk about a socialist party. But if we're talking about something like a electoral social democratic kind of party, then, I mean, if we're talking about like a, Leninist vanguard party that's going to lead a revolution, then I think that's just a different issue. But I mean, I think
right now, just coming out of this conversation with David and James, I would like to have an ability to have a left, whether it's attached to a party or not, that could act in the self-interest of general society, and certainly in the interest of working class, to try to oppose, I'll call it the blob or the Washington Consensus, which it's expressed in both on the right and the left, and I see that the left being as tied as it is to the Democrats has made that really difficult for a sensible left response to emerge.
Could you say a little bit more about what you mean by that?
Well, I mean, your tweet is the example that I would give. The fact that that someone like Noam Chomsky is saying we should have a negotiated peace with Russia, and the fact that a lot of people on the left condemned him for that, and that the fact that there is no U.S. peace movement calling for a peace resolution in Ukraine. I think this has to do with being as tied as we are to the Democratic Party.
I mean, if so, that's certainly a different. Chris was mentioning Jacobin earlier, right? And so certainly, what you would call maybe, if you're going to abuse language in the way that Adolf is objected to, what you could call like maybe the Jacobin left is certainly 1,000% on my page on like Russia, Ukraine, right? I mean, like if you look at Jacobin's coverage of that issue, I mean, it's been.
I'm not trying to take aim at any particular publication, but more of the whole overall left.
Sure, but I'm just kind of trying to clarify the scope of the critique, right? I mean, what it's kind of targeted at, right? Like,
there's no social movement because it's tied to the Democrats. Meaning, the reason there's no peace movement now, the reason that there's no peace movement now is that it would be really bad for Biden. And unlike when the millennial left started out, it started out under Bush, and so of course it was an effective anti-Bush strategy for getting out the youth vote, and anti-Republican strategy in general, given that it was McCain against Obama in 2008. So it's not about elections, who you vote for. It's not about an electoral line. It's about the NGOs being tied to the Democrats at every level. It's about all of that. And, they are, as Bernie himself said, the establishment. Bernie himself in 2016 had to denounce the NGOs as the establishment.
So what Bernie was talking about was Planned Parenthood, which I don't think anybody thinks is part
And
of
the
the left.
NAACP.
Okay, I don't think anybody is talking about Planned Parenthood or the NAACP when they talk about the left, or if so, I don't,
It
I think
emanates
there's
from them. It
some
emanates from that. Those are the
miscommunication. I mean, certainly nothing that anybody who thinks themselves as a socialist, correctly or incorrectly, whether or not they should think of themselves as socialists, certainly nothing they think is emanating from Planned Parenthood or the NAACP. I also think the history is just wrong.
Which history? The recent history.
Yeah, the less recent history. They have going back to Bush, right? I think that the anti-war movement actually ended precisely because
Obama was elected.
No, anti-war movement was over long before Obama was elected. The anti-war movement was over before the 2004 election. I mean, it was a distant memory. I mean, like, it came back a little bit later, but I mean, I think
2006, it came back a lot.
Okay, I would dispute a lot. I think that I think there was like an explosion of activity in late 2002, 2003, and nothing that happened after that like ever rose to that level again. And I think a big part of the reason why not is precisely that effort, that like so many people who would otherwise be involved. I mean, this is also, I'm really surprised when you said the millennial left, because nothing that I would think of as having anything to do with that existed during the time when the anti-war movement existed. But I think that like a lot of liberal energy that might otherwise have been involved in the anti-war movement was involved in electoralism, and I think that they have and the Democrats were certainly not encouraging any anti-war movement. I mean, they elected John Kerry in 2004, who was running on a platform of sending more troops to Iraq, and not saying that he would have voted against it, even in retrospect. So I think I don't know. I mean, that part just seems wrong. I mean, I think the true thing,
guys. I want to step in and moderate.
Going back to what Doug said, I think the true thing with regard to Ukraine is it is true that as any sort of left, kind of diminishes, any sort of pull to the left of just standard liberalism sort of fades a bit from view, which I don't think is because of anything really having to do with electoral politics, except the fact that Bernie lost. But I think that as that like fades from view a little bit, I think a lot of people who might have been attracted to that before are sort of becoming something much more like standard liberals again. And so I think that their views on Ukraine reflect that. But I think people who are still part of what you normally consider to be the left, people who, like DSA, for example, you look at everything DSA has ever said about Ukraine, Jacobin, you look at anything Jacobin has ever said about Ukraine, that's very much not in that category.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't mean to say that. I didn't mean to set. First of all, I didn't mean to set this up quite as oppositionally as it's maybe becoming. But the point that I would make is, first of all, to Kerry, the situation. Like, I voted for Kerry. Okay, it's like one of the few times I voted for.
I actually didn't. I voted for Ralph Nader running as an independent in 2004.
And I voted for Kerry because I had come out of the peace movement. And even though I knew that Kerry was not going to be the peace candidate I wanted, I saw Bush as a terror, and I saw Kerry as a moderating force. And I wanted Kerry to step in, and everyone I knew in the peace movement was aligned with voting for Democrat in that election, because of the hatred of Bush, really, most of all. But putting that aside for a second,
we are talking about the millennial generation, aren't we?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, the millennials came a little.
First,
that's more like Obama.
Yeah. I would think of the anti-war movement as mostly a Gen X phenomenon.
Well,
no,
like it was. Platypus started, for instance, 2006. It was completely about the anti-war movement. There were huge anti-war rallies going on still. My students were going to them.
There were a lot of young
people
people.
Ask me questions about the ISO and Workers' World Party and Answer Coalition. That's what they, that was formative. The new SDS, if you recall the new SDS struggled to be more than an anti-war activist group. And it failed to be that. It fell apart as soon as the anti-war movement fell apart, as soon as Obama was elected. And that's when it really happened. I mean, that, in places like New York and Chicago and San Francisco, there was an anti-war movement. Let's not forget the war was at its worst in 2006.
But I would let me jump in. Let me jump in here.
Wait, no, Gene. Let me jump in. I just want to say.
I want to hear from Gene.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm just going to say I was involved in the peace movement in 2002, 2003, and it was like led by boomers and in Portland by people who were in the boomer generation, and there were Gen Xers, but the people who were populating the meetings were young
people political for the first time. Young people political for the first time. 18, 19, 16, 17, 20.
Yeah, 20s most of
politicized
all.
by the war. They were.
Drove me crazy because they drive me out to the bars and say, this is an important political meeting. And then I just watch them flirt with each other and end up going home drunker than I wanted to be because I had hung out with young people when I should have gone home to my family. So, that's what I remember of the anti-war movement. But the point is not about generations to me so much. It's just about needing at this moment, because of maybe the crisis in Ukraine, maybe just overall, to be able to figure out a way to be independent.
Right.
Let me jump in.
Go ahead.
My turn.
Okay, go ahead, Gene. Come on screen. Bring yourself on.
I'm not decent.
Okay, Gene.
I've taken all my clothes off, and I'm sitting here.
Even better. Let's do it.
No, we'll get banned. We'll get banned.
No, I would say this. With the anti-war movement, things, of course, shook down in Britain very differently because the Labour Party were in power. So there was, why I can understand that at least some of the energy of the anti-war movement clearly got siphoned into electing Democrats, and I wasn't here in America at the time, and by all accounts, conservative Democrats, because once Obama got into power, it was the conservatives who held the balance of power. And of course, the critique that was being offered by, let's just say, like the mainstream anti-war people who supported the war but turned again within the political mainstream, that kind of politics was the politics that ended up winning in the election. It was not a principled anti-war stand. This was a bad imperial war to be fighting. Why are we fighting here? In Britain, there was nowhere for that political energy to go. I remember, I would say definitely this was a moment for the millennial left in the sense that I was 19, 20, and we went to a rally of 2 million people in London, and it just nothing happened. People were protesting, and we just had no power. So there was a big disillusion in Britain. I think a lot of veterans of that movement became involved in Corbynism, and I don't think the Sanders or the Corbyn. I think there's contradictions that exist within the Sanders and Corbyn movement. On one hand, you'll have ultra sectarian leftists who will say, well, it was all a waste of time, and they were just ejecting, they were splooging their political energy into a pointless project. But yet at the same time, that pointless project, which is being condemned, is something that is raising interest in socialism to a degree that hasn't existed. So when I hear the critique of Corbynism or Sanders politics, that it was a wasted project, that's yes, in retrospect, that is certainly true. And if you were a Leninist or a sectarian, like a Maoist or whatever particular variety you are, that's that's always what they're going to say anyway. So, that's going to be, so they're going to be right most of the time because we always lose at socialism. But on the flip side, I think there are very positive aspects to that movement because it has led people to question capitalism. It may be, as Ben says, at a very primitive stage. And Pascal and all our friends in TIR, we always say we're winning the podcast war, but we're losing the political war. But I think we have to. I think I vacillate between popular frontism and sectarianism because I see a kind of truth to both arguments, because because it just seemed, like if I knew loads of spots in London and all they ended up doing is becoming weirdos at meetings, right? Did they have good critiques from time to time?
We're weirdos on live streams, so
No, you're not a weirdo, Doug. You're very normal.
This is not my point. My point was that there was a chance with the millennial left that was squandered. They weren't instantly Democrats, no, right? And they became that over time. And so you're missing my point, which is to say that they were independent. They didn't think that what they were doing was heading towards being Democrats at all. And they've shifted. And Trump's election was a huge shift to the right for the millennial left out of anti-Trumpism. That definitely happened. I think that the new SDS, like when the millennial left started out in the United States, was much more radical. And they weren't, they were radical on a kind of
the new SDS had like 5 people in it. That's not relevant to the history of the millennial left. The history of the millennial left started long after anything you're talking about.
Hey, I will mute all of you. I just wanted to say.
Daddy's arrived.
I just want to say, speaking of the left, Kathy Boudin died today. We want to talk about the old new left and the Weather Underground. Chesa Boudin's mom, Kathy, passed away today. So condolences to Chesa, who's dealing with a recall election and now the passing of his mom. Chris, can you turn your volume down a little bit? Because I'm getting an echo on your end.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this got a little more heated than I
was just going to say, any sort of left with a clear political identity to the left of liberalism started in 2015. The earliest precedent you could find would maybe be like 2011 with the Occupy movement, which of course significantly happened while Obama was already in power. I mean, I think everything earlier, other than extremely marginal developments like new SDS, I think that like what you're really talking about is people who, were mostly just liberals and mostly just thought of themselves as liberals who were in the anti-war movement.
I mean, Jacobin was founded in 2013.
11.
Oh, was it 2011?
Before Occupy Wall
the
Street.
online one was, the first issue was 2010.
Right. Before Occupy Wall Street, for sure.
Yeah, right. And when was N+1 founded?
Much
Maybe
earlier.
Later. Okay, earlier? Okay. Yeah, all right. So, I mean, there was
one, like Alex Gurevich and others. I mean, we were, again, I've tracked this through Platypus, through our history. We were around all these people who were, radicalized by the war on terror. That definitely happened, and not just immediately either. There was a pre-Iraq invasion anti-war movement that, of course, was big. But in terms of like young people who became like really activists, not just the number of people on the street before the Iraq invasion, but the people who were going to meetings all the time, every week, for years on end, like the actual activists. And a lot of them have ended up in the DSA.
Yeah. The Occupy Wall Street movement and moment came out of something that, was a response to 2008. And there was already a left forming, that was millennial when the Occupy.
There was.
Happened.
And not only that, but so there were kind of different waves of the millennial left. And there were people who were initially radicalized, politicized by the Great Recession, but slightly older millennial cohort was radicalized by the war on terror. And then, I don't know. I'm just using a conventional notion of like millennials. Like, so millennials, are the people who are getting on 40 today.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, like
Ben
would be a millennial. You're a millennial, right?
Were already college graduates, not able to find a job. The anti-war movement, they were still in college.
I want to articulate the position that something that I think is the background here, which is that the sense that we could do something politically in 2011, or certainly in 2002, when we were out organizing against the war, was simply not present. Like the anti-war movement I knew was symbolic, and it defined itself that way. And whereas when the Occupy movement came up, there was maybe a sense something could happen, but it was ill-defined. And then Sanders came along and said, look, we can do politics. You can be grown-up political players. We can get power through the ballot, and we can actually intervene. So there was a sense of that meant moving to the right. But it felt like a trade-off that was worth making for many people, because it was going to go from symbolic gesture, from like not in our name, to we're going to gain power in our lifetimes, like soon. So I think that's why some people might say like there was no millennial left until 2014, 2015, something like that.
Okay, guys, we got to move on to the next section. So,
okay, well, I want to have Ben live one more say here.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that, again, it's not that nobody's radicalized. It's not that you don't have activists. It's certainly not that you don't have socialist magazines. I'm sure socialist magazines have been founded at least once every 5 years since the first international. That by itself tells you nothing. I mean, I think the larger pool of people who have a well-defined political identity that's distinct to the left of liberalism, I think around 2015, there are precedents, right? There are things that happened before then, but I think around 2015 is when that really starts going. So yeah, I think that it could not be more wrong to say that starts and that it's like deflected because like Republicans aren't in power anymore. I think it starts when Democrats are in power, which I think is actually incredibly telling. Because I think that's a landscape in which there's a little bit more room for the idea that the problem is not that you have like swaggering reactionaries in the top slots of a system, but that the problem might go deeper than that. Even if it's a social democratic critique, it's still deeper than what you had before.
Yeah. Okay. So you know what, Ben, Chris, maybe someday you would be willing to come back on and do a full hour or so on Sublation podcast, and I'll a little more slowly and meanderingly. And what do you guys think?
Sure.
Why are you putting people on the spot, Doug?
Because I wanted to close it off on a nice note.
I'm in favor of that.
Sure. Okay.
I want to say this to Chris before we go with Chris. Chris is the reason why, if you are a patron of This Is Revolution, we have the champagne room, because jokingly we call the bonus after hours the Catrone Zone, and the Catrone Zone moved into the champagne room. So if you guys are patrons and you pay for the champagne room, then this gentleman on the screen is a big reason why it's called the champagne room. So thank you, Chris. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
And thank you, Ben. Thank you for coming on.
Have a good rest of your day, Chris, out there.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Thank you.
Peace. And Ben Burgess. Oh, did you guys hang up on Ben Burgess already? Hold on.
Okay,
Stop it, Gene Bajlan. I will walk to England just to kick you in the nuts. I know you're not wearing pants.
Walk to England. That's one of the reasons England's so nice.
Because there's no colors there.
No, you can't walk here.
No, because you can't walk here from America.
You can't walk here. Ben, I want to say what's up, and I'm sad I was on a call. I didn't get a chance to introduce you. I would have done a great, big, grandiose introduction. So thank you for taking time to sit in your gaming chair on your porch. You are loving the sophisticated redneck life out there in Georgia, and you just live it up, young man. Live it up. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, brother. See you, Doug.
All right.
See ya.
Now, Doug, who's coming on next?
Ben, apparently. Ben Burgess. Oh, no, there he goes. All right.
Oh,
No, he just came back. Let's see. We've got, well, we have R.C. Roberts, who might be in the wings. I'm not sure if he's waiting.
Yeah, he's here. He's here. R.C. Roberts is here.
R.C. Roberts. Can look, first of all, R.C. Roberts, I want to take all the glory on this one. R.C. Roberts was a young man that was a fan of Doug Lane. And for some reason, he was a fan of This Is Revolution. And he wrote, him and his writing partner wrote a thing about white fragility. And back when we were doing two different shows, when the audio only podcast and the streaming podcast were two different shows, I interviewed RC and Seth Davis for the show, and it was at the time one of our more popular shows. So I'm very, 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 very proud to see that RC has an article in the inaugural edition of Sublation. I am a member of RC's Substack. So please welcome, coming all the way live from Kansas City, Missouri, RC Roberts.
I don't know where his camera is, Jason. And also, Spencer is back, our editor-in-chief. I'm bringing him back.
Oh!
Hey. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
I was gonna say when I first came on here, I was gonna say that on that episode that I did with Jason, I was like, Doug Lane, you gotta have me on Zero Books. This is not Zero Books, but goddamn, did I get it?
Yeah, and nice cigar.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad to have you on. So, RC, you've got an article coming out with Sublation magazine. Tell me the title. Remind me what it is. I'm not the charge. Spencer knows.
It's called In Search of a Working Class. The basic premise is that I don't think America has a working class, at least not functionally. Because more or less the point that I make is that I'm going to use Sartrean language here, but basically the working class in America is serialized. It's scattered to the wind. People would say atomized. And so to me, a lot of the talk about the left, what the left should be doing, I feel like more or less the best thing that the left needs to do right now is get the working class put back together, because we could talk all day about what to do and where to go, but ultimately if there's no working class, or if the working class is so set against itself that it's hard to actually organize it, then it really doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, so what do you mean by the working class being scattered? Do you mean politically or?
Well, this part is not really in the article, but I was reading a book by a historian named Nancy Eisenberg called White Trash, and the subtitle to that is The 400-Year-Old Untold Story of Class in America. And she basically, through kind of analyzing the position of what we would call white trash, redneck, and so on in the United States, she shows the way that class has evolved in the United States, but also how oftentimes class mobilization is used to keep things as it is. Or, for example, that, emphasis on identity, racism, sexism, so on, is used to kind of avoid any discussion of class. And so when I say it's scattered, maybe scattered's not the best word. But the way I put it in the article is that we don't have a proletariat, we have a precariat. We have a group of people who are in such a precarious position that trying to get them to organize for political issues is probably not high up on their list, because they're spending most of their time living paycheck to paycheck, trying to, get a job or trying to, maintain some kind of income so they don't starve and so on.
Spencer, you want to pick up?
Yeah. Hi. Do I call you Charles?
Yes.
Hi. I was just wondering if you maybe wanted to explain. Do you think that the notion of atomization is essentially equivalent to serialization? And maybe you want to explain that.
Right. So serialization comes from Jean-Paul Sartre's Critique of Dialectical Reason. I don't like to give myself labels, but if I had to, I'd be, an existentialist, existential Marxist. Although I actually would preclude Marxist. I haven't read enough about Marx, I think, to properly be one. But when Sartre talks about serialization in the Critique of Dialectical Reason, his position, what he's trying to explain, is that there's usually some kind of scarcity in society. And what serialization is where individual people who may be a part of the same class, in his case, the working class, are pitted against each other to achieve some kind of, let's say, appropriation or some kind of, claim, let's say, on the resources that are there, that are scarce. And his example was something like when I guess this used to be a thing in France. I don't know if it still is here, but people used to kind of like fight each other for jobs when the economy was bad. Like they'd line up to, apply to a job, and it would be kind of a people are trying to jockey for a job. And so I guess the difference between serialization and atomization is that serialization suggests that people who are atomized within the same class are turned against each other in an attempt to get some claim on resources.
Right. So the simple idea is a mathematical idea of a series that each unit is comparable to every other unit, but they don't add up to a whole.
I'm going to say yes. I was going to say, I'm going to say yes. I have terrible math skills, so I wouldn't know. But I would say so. Yeah, it's probably better.
I mean, I think that, just to follow up on the conversation that we were having, before, I don't know if you were able to listen, there's this question of, I don't know if I can turn these, silence these down.
You could go to the
settings,
3 dots under your messages, go to options, and then click the message sounds button and turn it off.
Okay, 3 dots under my.
What
I'm trying to say is that let me just make the point. There's a question of like, we need to rebuild the working class. I suppose you could say an organizational project, and you can look to, say, the Amazon strike most recently, most obviously. But the question is whether, I still can't find this. Sorry.
That's okay. It's all right. See that little speech bubble?
The amount, would it, was the working class under, when it was strong, say under the Democrats in, when it was politically, part of the Democratic Party, did that do anything to socialism? Was that in any way an aspect of the struggle for socialism, or was that a liquidation of the struggle for socialism? Right. I think people look back to the 1950s and 60s when the labor movement was a powerful constituency of the Democratic Party. And I guess that would create a different sort of strategic problem or something. But you still have the fundamental question of, can we really build a working class in any political sense without the politics of socialism? Or aren't they just an interest group in capitalist politics? Right? I think that's a kind of problem that we face. I mean, in other words, like I'm all for workers organizing in vindicating their immediate demands in their workplaces, but I don't know that that's going to necessarily change, even if it were very successful beyond perhaps our wildest expectations, what that would mean politically. But just on its own, taken in and of itself, all the things being equal.
Right. I'm pretty pessimistic. I would argue that the place we are at now is sort of a regression. So, for example, one issue that I have a lot is there are a lot of people who have kind of a don't interact, to use your language, don't interact with capitalist politics, don't take part in how that works and things like that. And the reason I have an issue with that is I feel like, at least for the left, I agree that there isn't a left, but at the moment. But I guess we've regressed so far, in my opinion, that I don't even think the left is really interacting in capitalist politics right now. It's I forget who said it earlier, but it's all podcasts and people talking to each other, which is nice, sure. And you've got people on Twitter, but there's no any actual interaction with the politics of capital at all to even begin overcoming capitalist politics and instituting some kind of socialist politics. So that's kind of the position I come at least with the working class, is that as bad as it is to say, if we were going to have to interact with the politics of capital, we have to be able to do that before we can even think about a socialist politics, which is why I don't think, why I think it's important to recognize that the state of the working class is serialized. It's, we come together to kind of go to Catrone's point earlier, sort of. It seems that you can galvanize people on the left in response to an event like the Iraq War or Donald Trump. And this is something that Sartre would have called a terror fraternity dynamic, where there has to be a terror, is what he'd call it. But, some major event that brings them together, but it's not enough. You have to have some kind of organization for people to fall back on after the event's gone in order to continue any sort of politics and to sort of move forward. So, and then for me, again, I'm not a Marxist, but I kind of take Nancy Eisenberg's look at America, where it seems like class, usually to avoid discussion of class.
Can I jump in, Charles, and ask you?
Go ahead.
I think it's really interesting. Why are you, and I mean this in the most sincere way, because people might assume that only Marxists would be interested in the rebuilding of a working class movement, and that would be somehow tied to the goal of socialism. How do you think about it? If it's I hear you say, like, I'm not a Marxist in the sense, like, I haven't read a certain amount, but is it that you think of your politics differently, and that the way that you're concerned about the absence of a working class in America is tied to other concerns than to this question of socialism, which obviously seems in many ways very remote?
Well, I think that part of my concern with the working class is I've been the working class. Unfortunately, it's very personal. Part of it's a very personal take because I've been a janitor. I've worked at restaurants. I've had to, be housekeeping at a hospital. I actually just started being a housekeeper when COVID hit, so it's a whole thing. And so part of it's personal. Part of it's the fact that I've been through the shredder, so to speak, and I think that, so in a very personal manner, it's almost self-interest. I would like to be able to, have people who are in my position be able to protect themselves, defend themselves. It's very kind of almost primal position. The other reason, though, I'm concerned with this, and the reason I say that I'm not a Marxist necessarily, is that I take my perspective from a lot of people. For example, I hope I say his name right, but Karl Polanyi, he's a Austrian economist. I greatly enjoy his work. I've read The Great Transformation. I've read most of it. And I think he's right when he talks about, say, the double movement, where movements in the economy tend to have an effect on the social fabric of a country. And I've, for me, I feel like the Amazon union movement has it's kind of a proof of the double movement, where these corporations, using the COVID situation, pushed us so far, essential workers, they didn't really do anything to help the workers and all that much. We were expected to keep going. That the market so penetrated the social fabric of social relations that we've kind of, I think we've started to resist it. And I think it's important to have that kind of, Polanyi would call it a sort of a social protectionism. Unfortunately, social protectionism isn't always good. You see it kind of you see it on the right as well as on the left. A lot of times conservative populists will sort of have an idea as to what's going on, but then they offer up some weird kind of social diagnosis as to how to fix that, and they don't take into account the material conditions. And so that's kind of the other reason I'm concerned with the.
Do you think that when you talk about wanting to bring all the working class together as a political force, do you think it matters very much whether people call themselves Marxist? And do you feel like if that your real aim is to do something immediately to give workers more protection, to give some workers, do you look to Chris Smalls as like an example of how the working class ought to act right now?
Well, first I would say I don't see myself as necessarily doing anything. I am first and foremost a writer, and to steal from Sartre, writers really can't be revolutionaries. But on the other hand, I guess what I would like to see is, first off, I don't think you have to be a Marxist necessarily to push for the working class. It's helpful, I'm sure it's helpful, and it clarifies certain ideas, and allows for the ability to track certain historical patterns. But I don't think you have to be. When my perspective as a writer is very much Sartrean, in the sense that I'm going around kind of looking into bad faith and the way people use their justifications to kind of push forward ideas that either don't make any sense or that they don't entirely understand, usually for some other ulterior motive. And so a lot of people do that with Marxism. And I've had people talk to me because I am sometimes critical of Marxists, and they think that I'm critical of Marx. And it's like, well, no, my issue isn't with Marx. I can't take issue with something I haven't read too much, but I can take issue with Marxists themselves. in the way that, you know, a lot of them, in my opinion, don't understand what they're talking about. But they have friends who enjoy Marxism or socialism or whatever, and so they bring themselves into it. And so
what don't they understand?
What don't they understand? That's a long list, probably.
Hey, RC, I wanted to. I have a question for you about. Do you have Facebook open? Because we're getting a lot of dings, and I've been sort of just okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, no, I've closed everything.
All right, okay,
yeah.
okay.
Poor guys, we have to wrap up this section.
RC, you've published me in the past, right? At
Yes.
On your Substack. What is the name of that publication again? And
it's Ferocia animi. That is a Latin word for frosty of mine. I can spell it if need be.
To put it into the chat for everybody, and we can then flash it onto the screen, and then we're gonna move on because the voice of God is telling me.
Are we bringing in Alfie and Derek?
Goddess
we have a
asked
special
us to
guest.
move on.
We have a special guest.
If we thought the previous segment got hot, here's Derek Varn.
He is
back
the.
again.
It's the Black Sean King. He's also known as the Derek Varn.
Wait, what? The Black Sean?
Doug, look, when you're streaming on my channel, you can't just introduce him as Derek Varn. He is known as the Black Sean.
All right, fine.
Now,
what am I known as again on your channel?
Oh,
never mind.
that
When I'm
old
not
white
around, I
guy,
mean.
Carnival Barker of the left.
Oh, I thought of him as old Seth Rogen.
Hey, Derek. How are you?
Hi,
How's
we
it
haven't
been?
spoken in a while. I'm okay.
Yeah, no, I know. I think they're gonna get my ex-wife on next. So,
I think your ex-wife has publicly denounced you less than me.
Yeah, that's true. Far less. So
I feel like Spencer this feels like Spencer's being dropped in the middle of a marriage counseling session. He's like, guys, get a room. So
I've never publicly denounced Spencer.
Oh, that's nice. So, Derek, I hear that you were sick. Are you feeling better?
Yeah, I was in the hospital recently.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're well enough to face me. You must be healthy and hearty at the moment, or you just figure I'm weak prey. One of those two things is going on.
No, you have a magazine. No need to drive in the knife now. Publishing will drive you crazy enough.
Great. So yeah,
no, I think Derek, you and I need to confer.
Yeah, I don't even have the magazine. I'm not the editor.
We need to review all of the items of denunciation for Doug. Where would you start?
Yeah, move Spencer to the top. I can be below for this public struggle session.
There we go. What was our last fight about? Probably
that was the people rising up.
It was when I interviewed Max Blumenthal. It was the last time we had a public split. But perhaps I've done things on this stream that deserve to be denounced at this point.
I wasn't paying that much attention. I'm going to give you a slight bit of credit. Actually, you handled that better than I predicted you would. So
yeah, I think you predicted I would shit my pants. So
no, I predicted he would call you a CIA asset over and over and over again. That's what I predicted. But
no, yeah, and that didn't happen at all. That didn't happen even once. Yeah, I talked to him like a fellow leftist. Is what I tried to do. And I think for me the highlight of that interview was when he said he didn't have a positive politics. He didn't have a vision for a political movement or for political change.
You're talking about Max Blumenthal?
Max Blumenthal, yeah.
He's just
you didn't like that? Derek, you didn't like that that Doug was talking to him?
I have seen Max Blumenthal handle certain things certain ways. and I predicted it would just, not that it was gonna be bad, it would just end up either Doug would have trouble getting what he wanted out of Max, or that Max would do his normal thing and accuse him of being some kind of fed. Our actual fight was personal, but I'm not going to go into that on air.
Right.
So I've been interested in this whole recent milieu with I suppose that patriotic socialist, the post left, and I'm interested in it because it indicates to me how lost a lot of the left is, because they did something that I think all of us thought was going to be a problem, and they overinvested in a strategy tying themselves to a Democratic Party, and now they have no idea what the hell to do, because that's obviously not going to pay off, and it seems to me like for a lot of these people, the idea of an independent socialist movement, even a broad-based one, not even a sectarian one, is beyond the horizon of their conception. So all they can do is chase something. And when they're not chasing the Democrats, they're chasing some kind of vague patriotic notion, or they're chasing movements to the right, or they're chasing identity movements, or whatever. They don't seem to, in general, really seem all that interested in reviving any kind of socialist organization. They don't totally seem to know what to do with the current situation with unionizing. They will, I see leftists, everyone's happy about Chris Smalls. No one's shitting on that, but there's a larger, the larger numbers actually from the unionization world is that outside of brand new unions, which are what you're seeing, I guess the SIEU is the exception for the Starbucks unions, but in general, unions are declining even faster after COVID than they were before it, except for new unions. And this is not being talked about because I don't think, one, I mean, these people aren't in unions, let's be fucking frank. And two, I don't think they want to deal with that. Why the only growth in unions are in these new unions. And that's good. The new unionization is good. I mean, I think there's lessons to be learned, for example, in the fact that.
But before we get into that,
can I just say one thing to that, or you want to ask? Because I started on trying to do Twitch as well as YouTube, and we've got a show called Intellectual Self-Defense Against the Left, and we looked at Catalyst. We looked at what is a Compact as well, and which hardly counts as left, and Cosmonaut, and just sort of read them and evaluated them. But one of the articles in Catalyst, I believe, said that it may be true that the membership is rising more on new unions, but like the activity is coming out of old established unions, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but activity's down across the board too. Like the Striketober was literally a return to pre-COVID striking norms. It was not a historic uptick.
Really? Because I'm looking at little charts that make it. They draw a little dotted line. It's in it looks like an uptick, but then again, I can't tell when the dotted line starts and when it ends. So you could very well. Oh, it's January to November of 2021. So hardly
right. So
right.
People tend to pick sample sizes that tell them the narrative they want to hear.
Question of politics, though.
Mm-hmm.
You were talking about the patriotic left and post left as symptoms of essentially Biden's victory.
I think it's more than that. Actually, I mean, I think it comes before that.
Does
But
it
yeah.
go back into like? Does it go back into like a recoil from like Trump derangement syndrome and a kind of anti-wokeism, or how would I think you know more about that than I do? How would you understand these developments?
So I think the post-left is a complex phenomenon that actually did start a little bit before the Bernie capitulation. And it's another thing is historically, this is like the third iteration of something calling itself the post-left. I mean, like this happens periodically, actually. I mean, if you look at the history of these kinds of brandings and movements, they tend to arise after what seems like a new left movement, usually running into the Democratic Party or the Socialist Party in France, or in the 90s, Democrat adjacent anarchist. And when that movement,
but how do you think about this one? Like,
I think this
contributing factor here.
Well, I think there's a lot of stuff. The first thing I would say is the frustration with liberal identitarian politics, and we'll call that wokeism, right? Is more pervasive. I mean, even in parts of the identitarian left, honestly, at this point, because people realized how co-optable it was been as early as probably 2016. What I think prompted the post-left was that these people who called themselves the dirtbag left and all these other ideas are around, let's say, the post-Bernie burgeoning DSA, claim to have a critique of all that. You saw a lot of people throwing around the Fisher article that I commissioned in 2014, I think. 2013 maybe.
Yeah, it was 2013, I think. Yeah, for the North Star.
Right. And you saw a lot of this stuff come back into discussion and into general discussion, and then that was even more accelerated by Fisher's death. You saw people around, say, like the Dead Pundit Society and all this, see themselves as adjacent to what was going on in Chapo, and then people around that, and most notably a certain Australian blogger, tweeter.
Can I interject here, because I think I want to just back you up in a way and say something alongside it, which is I see the post-left as basically being where the social democratic left has gone if they're fed up with the prospect of remaining within the DSA or something like that.
I think some of that, but I also think they've also been tailing the burgeoning national conservative movement in 2019.
Yeah, but but my point would be that there were the elements that the anti-wokeism, the people who would pass around that Fisher essay, Xing the Vampire Castle, were part of the turn towards Bernie Sanders, part of the social democratic left. And so those who have taken that to the next step to turn on the left are just a fraction of that general
I would agree.
Anti-woke social democratic movement that was amongst the millennials and other online groups leading into the Sanders campaign. And so now, the reasons why they're becoming anti-left or post-left are probably varied to the extent that it is anything other than podcast.
But what does it mean, Doug? These are people who are becoming like just focused on like the workers' movement. They're becoming workerist. Like, what are these people doing?
No, they're mostly obsessed with the PMC. Like,
I think my feeling about it is that it's a marketing category more than it is a political category. That it's a way to develop and continue certain kind of boutique online media project after the collapse of the Sanders campaign, and that means after as the space for left and socialist media shrinks, this is going to be a way to hold on to a media project. It's not. I don't think it's political. The post left.
Oh,
But that's maybe very cynical.
I have some things to say about this. I think a lot of it. I think there is. I don't like to use the term grifting that much. I think a lot of people involved in this stuff are sincere in their politics, but I think a lot of this post stuff, left stuff, is either people who are kind of like just looking that it, like you said, like a marketing exercise to build a media project and to appear subversive. And another strand of people I think are traumatized by their experience inside certain professions in which this culture is, pervasive, where there's, like
PMC on PMC violence, as we say.
PMC on PMC violence. Because, a lot of the post-left discourse is the PMC exist, the PMC are bad, all these people went to university are bad. I'm a good PMC. I'm not like the bad PMC. So they're all from the same social class, same education, but they're like trying to present this truth-telling thing. And these people too probably have a deep disdain for the working class because they don't engage with many working class on a day-to-day basis. But they are traumatized. I mean, the classic example, and I like Catherine Liu, but I think Virtue Hoarders is an expression of disgust at having to work in the University of California system, in which this ideology is hegemonic. And I think a lot of people don't realize that outside of their professional bubbles, this isn't hegemonic. And of course, this PMC and PMC violence, this value of diversity is, in our economy, the good jobs, like doing like creative things, newspapers, all these things, they don't pay much anymore, and there's fewer of them. And so people are leveraging identity as a competitive advantage in getting these jobs, whether it's in academia or within, and I don't blame people for doing this. It's like a dog-eat-dog world. And it's leading to a reaction, and a reaction even on behalf of people from so-called valued minority groups, because I think people get sick of it. But ultimately, I think it's an elite discourse and phenomena that reflects a fight within the middle managers of capitalist society. And I think post-leftism is a branding exercise, largely with a bunch of traumatized people. And also, I would say intellectual cowards. Nobody hates leftists more than me, but I'm not going to go around and say I'm post-leftist and give up that title. I mean, it becomes a ridiculous, it becomes like a ridiculous semantic debate. What the hell is anti-left Marxism at the end of the day? What does it even mean? Even those anti-left Marxist Twitter accounts are beginning to admit it's like, oh, we're just getting used by the right to justify their position. Of course, that's how you're going to get used, you silly billies.
In the 60s, back in the night, in like right before the May uprising in '68, the Situationist International, I just always go to these guys because this is what I know, right? We're very quick to condemn pretty much anyone else who's part of the socialist or left scene as being like pseudo revolutionaries or pseudo radicals, or and the broad left would have been called all sorts of slurs like the cadre or the Bolsheviks or the pseudo radicals, or worst of all were the pro situes. People are trying to steal their own program. But the point is that hold on. The point is that this is still part of the broader cultural left, this post-left turn. It's not like it is presenting itself as a kind of politics. It's not, or as part of the left. I mean, it's like this is a tendency that happens over and over again, like what Derek said on the left. It's a way to distinguish yourself. Maybe you throw the term left aside, but you're still trying to distinguish yourself as a part of a radical movement against capitalism on some level or another. Now, these guys, like the people at Compact, are doing the being radical anti-capitalists by becoming conservatives. Like, they're going back They want to retreat from capitalist development, but so we can critique them that way. But it's not like these people are just individually motivated. That this part of it, I do think it's part of a trend.
I would add that they're not the only symptom of this trend. So one of the other things I've been documenting is the DSA's increasing anti-imperial turn. Now, I'm not against anti-imperialism, but what I point out is, and it's actually, I'm not going to get into the recent scandals in the DSA because who cares, but in another sense, there is something interesting out of it. The increasing focus on more radical, even maybe an attempt to return to Cold War style rhetoric and doctrine within this element of the socialist left, at the same time when they have formally given up on breaking with the Democrats. The strategic reason why campism becomes more appealing, it's similar to actually with the post left, is you want to be able to continue in the discourse. You want to say you're doing something radical, but you're intervening in something of which you have no control. Absolutely no control. I mean, like, it is the area of which you have the absolute least control. Particularly in the United States, it's not even legislative stuff that can get anti-war stuff through. Now, I've been on the left off and on, admittedly, since the anti-war period, and I pointed out to people, on one hand, it is important that we understand and know what is going on in other countries, good leftists and internationalists. On the other hand, when that's the only thing you're focusing on, what it is actually a capitulation to is just trying to keep up some sense of radicalism when your domestic political program either never came to be in the first place or has failed. So something like the DSA, which is so wedded to these Democratic candidates, really has nothing else it can do. So you see these kinds of appeals. Well, and in response to that, something like patriotic socialism, its patrioticness is weird, also becomes kind of appealing, because you want to pick this up and pick up this anti-imperial discourse, but you want to do it in a way that doesn't sound like you're as anti-American, anti the people and workers that you live with. And so you pick this up and you try to resurrect things that were abandoned by, like, the Communist Party in America in, like, the 1940s. And so what you're seeing is all these tendencies emerge after the failure of Bernieism, and as a response to the kind of burning out of identitarian left politics of the aught-teens, to just different kinds of ways to glom onto a discourse and maintain the discourse pattern, but to more or less cede entirely any local political action. Or maybe you become kind of a workerist, and you start to get really interested in unions or whatever. But the problem that a lot of the current left has, given a lot of their background and where they live, and it's not everybody, and this can be overstated, but if you're not a teacher or a nurse or an industrial factory worker or in one of these Amazon shops, you're part of the 87% or something of wage earners who have no access to unions. So all you're going to do is cheerlead there too, which, okay, if you want to help maintain a picket line, you want to give to one of these causes, great. But, that's not a complete politics either. It's the closest thing to a politics that I've seen come out of this current period, but it's not a fully developed one.
Derek, what do you think the role of a publication like Sublation Press or magazine could possibly be right now? Like this is something that when we were working together at Zero Books, back when we were married, I used to ask you all the time, like, what are we doing? What should we be doing to help this process? Where can we intervene? What can we say? Who should we try to appeal to? On and on. Like, what would be useful for us to? What direction do you think we ought to go in as we start this project at the beginning of this, or the end of this wave of leftism?
Just to kind of put a bit of a finer point on that, how do you think the present sort of crisis, like, what opportunities do you think there are in this crisis? Right. That to me is the real issue, right? Is that, there are upturns, there are downturns. Like, we're not, I'm not sure that I thought that, at the end of the crisis of neoliberalism, we'd have a socialist party. But I did think there's going to be a series of opportunities that are going to be more or less squandered. And we're going to deal. We've got a very long as socialists, and it could be as important to make the most of a period of decline and disillusionment as it is to be enthusiastic at the time of enthusiasm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of probably dispositionally disposed to being a wet blanket anyway, but what I would say right now are opportunities for a magazine or for us as the left is to start reimagining how we could really think about what left political organization for a political program is, what that political program should really be, how to develop it independently as it becomes obvious, very obvious, that the current strategy of trying to leftify the Democrats or take the Democrats and split them apart at the current moment is not going to happen. And I think the other thing we have to do is put, on one hand, I don't totally think all these problems are solved by debate or anything like that. But I do think a lot of people right now in their milieus are used to people flattering them and only showing them what they already agree with. So they are blindsided when material conditions and social conditions change. And I think this became really apparent to me leading up to the Bernie Sanders capitulation, because not only was I right, but everybody shouted down that I was an insane sectarian idealist for saying, like, hey, Bernie could win. It's not very likely, but you need to start really thinking about what it's going to mean when you lose, because that is the statistically most likely outcome. And we need to start talking about and showing ourselves why this is not what we hope and what we think about. All the cheerleading that we've been doing is not actually helping us build any kind of Marxist or even just broader socialist left that could weather quick changes, because we focus mostly on, frankly, like the broader discourse, or telling ourselves that Corbyn was going to win, and then all of a sudden this, that, in Europe. And I'm like, look, I was telling people at the time, and people thought it was crazy, that like, if Corbyn doesn't succeed on what he's promising, not just winning, you might have a Tory majority in England for the foreseeable future. And because actually historically, outside of like a high point in the 50s, that's mostly what's Labour's been, is a permanent opposition party. And similar with the left in the United States. If this Bernie thing fails, you're going to look like Dinesh Kucinich in a few years. It's just going to be like the old, old Gen Xer, post young boomer peace left, which had never more than like 1 or 2% traction. But often people, and when I was in my late 20s, I was one of them, would get sucked into this feedback loop of thinking that there was a larger movement. And there's more reasons and technological capacities and media networks that will tell you exactly what you want. So a publication or anyone organizing left right now needs to be brutally honest and put things in discourse with each other, which are not going to want to talk to each other, so that they can see the different problems and elements of what is going on, and both in our theoretical approach and into the actual facts on the ground, and start adjusting to it. And if people just want to be flattered, well, we kind of don't need them.
I just want to say, Derek, that's what we're trying to do. And it's not always easy. All right. So we've got Todd McGowan coming up. Do you want to hang around to talk to Todd McGowan?
Oh yeah, I
Gary?
can do that actually. Sure.
Okay. Hey Todd.
How you doing, Doug? Good to talk to you.
Hey, it's good to see you. I'm glad to get a chance to have you on the live stream. You are the most important author on our list of books, despite the fact that Norman Finkelstein is on there, because you were the first one that said to me, "Yeah, okay, kid, I believe in you. I'll let you have my book." And so I'm very pleased to be publishing you and to be talking to you again. So have you been backstage long or?
No, I just got it.
Okay,
Hi,
good.
Todd, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thank you. Lovely to see you again. And we're, like Doug said, we're delighted to be working with you on this. And yeah, I mean, as a kind of someone who grew up through Lacanianism myself, became politicized through Lacanian theory. Todd has been extremely influential on me. Like reading Todd's stuff, as you know, Todd, from previous stuff we've done. It's been extremely important. So really happy to talk about this. Hopefully we can get into some of the capitalism and desire stuff and what you're working on now for this book as well.
Sure. I actually was just thinking of you because I directed a thesis that was on video games, and you played a prominent role in that.
Oh, really? Right.
Oh, really?
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Thanks. I look forward to that. You send it over, so let me read.
Okay, yeah, I'll tell him to send it to you.
Which one were you referring to? The what, PlayStation Dream World? Was that what you were?
Yeah, I think that's what he cited. I can't remember what exact book he cited, but I think that was it. Yeah.
That's the only one worth reading, Doug.
What? How dare you? What about Candy Crushing Capitalism?
Well,
That
I was like
ever.
a teenager then, But listen, Todd, let's hear about this book that you're doing, which is enjoying left and right, that engages with the left and right in the question of psychoanalytic enjoyment. Like, what is it basically?
Yeah, so so part of what I wanted to think about in this book was how the two forms of enjoyment were different, and how first of all, my idea was that it's what separates the left and right isn't just a political vision, but a form of enjoyment. So that's the first idea. And then based on that, it seems like we're living in a time when the right-wing form of enjoyment is obvious, right? Like it involves, singling out an enemy and then finding a kind of enjoyment through the enemy. And there's a kind of paranoia attached to it, it seems to me. And then, but what's a little more mystified is the leftist for, like, is there a leftist alternative? And I think the way in which it's portrayed in the popular media is there's just two sides, and they both need the enemy. And there's a symmetry to the two forms of enjoyment. And part of what I wanted to do in this book was to counteract that idea, and to say, no, there's something distinct about a leftist form of enjoyment that's, first of all, universal rather than particular. So that's a really important part of it. And that it enjoys through what's missing, through the figures that are excluded, that don't belong. So it's an enjoyment of non-belonging versus an attempted enjoyment through belonging. Basically, that's the struggle that I set up in the book.
Mm-hmm. And when you look around at the political scene today, I think the last time I talked to you, and we talked about Ukraine, and that situation has continued. It's sort of been on my mind since I talked about it, an hour or so ago. Do you feel as though you can find a left that has a form of enjoyment that's universal right now? That's active?
Yeah, I mean, Ukraine is a tough one. Are you talking about Ukraine in specific, Doug?
Yeah, Ukraine.
Yeah,
I do think what I would look for is like a peace movement, right? That would be.
I don't know. I mean, a lot of the time, the people that are calling for peace are the pieces for the Ukrainians to throw down their arms, and I'm not sure that that's a leftist form of enjoyment. But I do think that it's a tough one because. Initially, I think that there was a sense that the response. I mean, you and I talked about this a month or so ago. That initially it seemed like there was a sense of enjoyment about kind of egalitarian enjoyment attached to Ukraine and the response to the Russian invasion. But now I kind of think that I mean, I obviously am still anti-Putin, anti-Russian invasion, but I guess it seems like to me they're the defenders of liberalism, and Putin is the authoritarian opposition to liberalism, and so it's become, it seems to me, like a internecine struggle in the capitalist world. I don't know. That's how I kind of read that now, but not that I'm still for, I'm still on the side of Ukraine, but
sure,
but
yeah. I mean, but the difficulty, and we talked to Kuba about this, and his name, his podcasting name is Deep State Kuba, so he gets us the information that really matters from within the Washington D.C. consensus. But the problem is that the liberal side, isn't holding up, isn't staying true to the bourgeois liberal values that it's supposed to represent. So, rather than being, it in fact, both sides are imperialist, but the liberal side is also acting in an imperialist way right now, wanting to use the failure of the Russian invasion to press for regime change and to gain advantage in the region, and in a way which I think is irresponsible when you look at the universal, what's in the best interest of everybody, when considering especially the threat of a nuclear exchange.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting, the historical parallel. I mean, other people have said this is to the Spanish Civil War, I think. Other than, the difference is that there were no nuclear weapons possessed by Franco. But yeah, I agree. Like, I think that's true. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah. You're talking about Biden's comments, right? I guess.
Yeah, Biden's comments and the general feeling that there was a tendency to walk away. Like Chomsky recently said that he thought that, the right move for the Biden administration would be to really sit down and find a way to peacefully negotiate an end so that Putin could save face and exit from the Ukraine war, with some concessions to Russia, but without it being an existential threat for him to lose. I don't see the will for that within the Washington consensus. Instead, there's a desire to elongate war.
I think there's this fantasy that you cut off Putin and then that's the end of any, and I don't think that's ever true, right? Like liberalism. This is what liberalism does. Like and it's interesting. Fukuyama, like his claim is that every once in a while, every 30 years or so, liberalism needs this reminder or people need this reminder that they like liberalism, and that's what this is serving for. And I think what that fails to see is the way in which liberalism actually needs these whatever the form of enemy is, right? And I think that's the problem, that like you get rid of Putin, there'll be be some other force that'll arise in his stead. And I think there's the fantasy that, again, I think Putin needs to be fought against, right? In Ukraine. I do think there's this fantasy that you get rid of him and then all of a sudden there's no more resistance to the liberal consensus.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that, something a bit like that, actually, Todd. Really interesting that you come on to this. But I wanted to ask you, I was just doing an interview recently with Julie Resch, whose main approach is kind of negative psychoanalysis, I guess. This will actually be on the channel for people listening on Friday. This is really important here, I guess. Her position with negative psychoanalysis, I suppose, and this, I wanted to know your take on this, is that, what's going on here with Ukraine, for example, or with anti-Putinism and even with anti-fascism possibly, is this kind of attempt to deny the fascism within ourselves. And I guess this goes back through Hannah Arendt to other kind of theories of fascism and so on. But psychoanalytically speaking, it's almost this kind of paranoid position on the left or among the liberals, where basically we're saying, you know, Putin is bad, we're pro-Ukraine or whatever, or, you know, anti-fascist or whatever it might be. And those, like you said, those are causes we definitely want to support. Like, we are anti-Putin and anti-fascist and support Ukraine. But at the same time, something else is going on too, which is that we're kind of trying to purify ourselves in some way, that, you know, we're kind of paranoid that we are also part of the problem. And so we're saying, look, this is the enemy that needs to be the problem, and we are the kind of pure opposition to that. So like that's something maybe interesting, psychoanalytically speaking, to think about, the way that we seem to be sort of denying the enemy within ourselves or our own complicity in these kind of structures. I wondered what you thought about that kind of
stuff. I totally agree. I think it's a Hegelian point as well, right? Like his whole project is to see the way in which what seems like an external opposition is really an internal contradiction. And I think it's funny that he's not really that prescient about the development of capitalism, because I mean, he is a little bit in philosophy of right, but not totally. And I think that seems to be as true about capitalism as a structure as it is about anything else, right? Like the way in which the internal contradiction has to be expressed as an external opposition. And I think but yeah, it's like the psychoanalytic point about paranoia is really important too. And I think that the way in which the figure of the enemy stabilizes the symbolic identity and then gives it's always this other of, I mean, you mentioned paranoia, so it's this other of the other who's behind the scenes manipulating everything. And it allows you to then, I think it's interesting because there is a kind of leftist sin on this issue, I think, right? Like a sense that, like, I often hear this, a friend of mine even articulates it like this: our capitalist masters. And whenever I hear that kind of phrase, I think, like, well, that would be great if there really were capitalist masters, because they don't seem to be doing a very good job, right? Like that. And so I feel like there is this constantly this tendency to think of there's someone behind the scenes pulling the strings. And I think especially, I think it works both sides in the Ukraine, or the Russian Ukraine war.
Yeah, to put it onto a different topic, there's the problem of inflation happening right now, and the rising threat of massive food shortages. I mean, I think there are food shortages across the world, but even in the relatively privileged United States, there's a feeling of precarity and a worry about food shortages. And I have one friend on the QAnon right who is messaging me and saying, look, they tried with first to get rid of Trump, then they created COVID, now they're creating the food shortages, they're burning down the food factories, and I have a hard time convincing of anything. But what I want to point out to him is, no, these things are. It's not the same people doing all these same things. It's not. There isn't an enemy standing behind all of these problems, but there is a systemic problem that keeps moving the crisis around. But without a left or a force that can address the universal problem, all we have are two sides that are trying to look for different enemies to blame for these things.
Right.
And
I think that's absolutely right, Doug. And I think that the liberal position can never be universalist, right? Like it needs an enemy. I think that. And so there's always going to be wars within the liberal structure.
Or maybe like the capitalist position, liberal
capitalist. To what extent do you think there's a difference? Like, I'm not sure.
I don't know, but like I like liberal values. Like I like freedom of speech and freedom of movement, and like classical liberal things. And but I don't like the way in which it's all hinges on the ownership of capital and the need for a working class that owns nothing but its labor and exploitation of labor. But I would, like, I just did a video about how, well, we're about to launch a trailer for Sublation. And I said, we want to take up the conditions we have and transform them, sublate them, rather than just negate them. So
No, I don't disagree, but isn't there a difference between economic and, I mean, you're talking about political liberalism, right? Like, isn't there a difference between economic and political liberalism? And I was just talking about economic liberalism.
yeah, no, well, right. I mean, there is, but that's why I said, well, maybe we won't want to call it capitalism, because that would be the economic system we're in, and the political system that's trying to manage that is sometimes liberal and sometimes it isn't.
Right. But it is. I mean, one of the things I find a little bit interesting about our situation is that, you know, a lot friends of mine had this idea that we were entering into a stage of authoritarian capitalism, with, you know, China and
hey, John.
with China being the leader of that. And I think that what the war has shown is that there is a kind of conjunction between some kind of political liberalism and capitalism, right? Like that capitalism, like authoritarianism, doesn't really, there's a way in which it gets in the way of capitalist relations of production, I think. I mean, I you know, there's a lot of, like right now, a lot of companies are onshore. I think that's what they call it, onshoring back from China, precisely for this, because they don't think the authoritarian regime is trustworthy. So I don't know. So there is a kind of conjunction.
But I mean, after World War II, many
Doug,
people on the left.
Let's just introduce John.
Yeah, you're right.
John, give an introduction
John
to John and then join us.
Okay,
Welcome, John.
all right, join us. Sorry, I've been going on the live stream so long, John. I just
it's cool. It's all good.
Yeah. So this is. Can I introduce you in or out of character, John? Which would you prefer?
Either way, it's
All
up to you. Not
and I like.
character.
Put on your hat, please. This is Dr. Reverend John Milton Bunch.
In character now.
He is a member of the board at Sublation Media and an educator on our channel now. He educates with a gun. John, welcome to the stream.
Yeah. I actually have a question for Todd. It's okay. This will hijack the conversation, but it's a question specifically for Todd. Okay. This follows a little bit on the conversation you and Doug had a couple of weeks ago, and also earlier a few minutes ago, you mentioned that you saw a form of enjoyment as a difference between left and right. Mm-hmm. Okay. That seems like a very specific psychological prediction or a very specific psychological idea.
Mm-hmm.
And I wondered if you were familiar with Jonathan Haidt's work.
No.
Or any of the sort of scientific psychology work on emotional primacy and so on.
No.
One of the things I'm going to try to bring to Sublation is that, because it seems to me we're at a point when this is especially true with people who take a very Lacanian model of mind. It seems to me that we're getting to the point where there are some specific empirical evidence that starts to point in one direction or the other, and that's the kind of thing. I want to start to talk about a little bit more. For example, there is scientific evidence significant scientific evidence for emotional primacy. In other words, the idea that before any kind of processing reaches consciousness, your nervous system has already tagged that information with emotion, with anxiety, with fear, with whatever,
mm-hmm.
which sounds a lot like a psychoanalytic model of mind. So anyway, that's so I wanted to just say that, but then also I want to see if I could get you to react to or talk about scientific approaches to mind versus Lacan and how that comes to bear on any politics. I don't know. Another broader issue I have is how to define what's meant by left. And I agree with you that it's something psychological that sort of defies a semantic label. But anyway, I just want to get you to react to that. Talk about that. Scientific approaches to mind versus Lacan and psychoanalysis.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have a theory about that. Like I think that, like, I think what you said is pretty interesting, that this notion of the primacy of the emotional response. I would, of course, totally agree with that. So the only thing I would say is that for Lacan and for psychoanalysis in general, I think that it's about like how the unconscious is articulated in relation, right? And so it's not so much about a psychological, like a reading of the structure of the mind, right? Like that, I don't think that's the province really of psychoanalysis. So it's much more about how, like, what I say or how I act or whatever evinces an unconscious. And so,
but how is that? To me, it sounds like you're describing what I would call a psychological process.
Well, maybe. I mean, that's fine. I mean,
I think most psychologists would say you're describing a psychological process.
Because I guess how I've always thought of the difference between psychoanalysis and psychology is that psychoanalysis, like that, this is what Slavoj Žižek says, that the unconscious is out there, right? Like it's out in what you say, in the way that you interact. It's not within. It's not like, oh, a certain way of understanding the mind or certain way of understanding what my different feelings are. It's more how I interact and what I say and how that manifests signification, and then how that manifests affect. So but I don't know. I mean,
yeah,
I'm not sure that there's an opposition necessarily.
To me, psychoanalysis is a psychological theory. There are many. It's one. So to me, psychoanalysis is psychology.
But I think it's interesting.
Psychoanalysis don't like to hear it described that way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a
analyst. People from a psychodynamic sort of perspective don't like to hear it described that way. But certainly, I mean, there are models. There are psychologists that will talk about consciousness as an emergent property and so on, which sounds a lot like what you describe as I am. The mind is out there, and I am what I do in the environment plus the interaction of this. So it's. I don't know. I've struggled with this for years, and every person from an analytic, especially Lacanian background, hates to be described as having a model of mind or a psychology, but they do. I mean, it just is. You can describe it as something different, but it is what it is. That doesn't make it good or bad or indifferent. It's just,
here's what I would say. Like, I think that again, I'm not a Lacanian psychoanalyst. I'm just a theorist who's invested in that. But I think the difference is that for Lacan, it's about the structure of signification, not about, and it's about how subjectivity relates to that structure of signification, internally, externally, etc. So it's not so much about my own psychology, but about how that structure of signification,
where does that structure of signification happen?
Right.
I mean, it's something that's in the individual, something that the individual learns, something that's native to the individual, something that occurs when the individual interacts with the environment.
Right.
And guess what?
It's in the psychology. Well, but it's in the interaction, right? Like it's in the interaction.
Okay. So it's part social psychology.
I mean, I think I don't want to cut you off because I'm quite enjoying the sort of back and forth there. I mean, but I suppose I think, I mean, this is something I come up against all the time, as you know, John, doing doing a psychoanalytic show, you know, on the Sublation Media channel, and I think this has been in your mind and so on. But it's actually something that psychoanalytic theorists like come up against all the time, and negotiating this problem is you know, how do we? What is the reason for psychoanalysis's valuable existence? Like, you're absolutely right that psychoanalytic.
No, I'll tell you the reason for it.
Maybe not the reason, but I'm trying to say.
No, there's a very good reason. I'll tell you. Here's what it is.
Okay, you tell me.
Lacanian. Okay, this is the way that Zizek uses it. At least it seems to me, and Todd, I think, also. And this is totally legitimate, and this is not a negative criticism at all. When you ask certain questions about the world, when you ask political type questions, when you ask questions about what is the nature of the individual, what's the nature of the relationship between the individual and the group, how do we best govern a group, you know, when you ask those kinds of questions, you have to have a model of mind. You have to have a model of what I would call psychology, right? Now, science gives us bits and pieces of what that is, but it doesn't tell us enough. It doesn't give us enough information to build enough of it doesn't give us enough of an explanatory model of mind. Lacan does. Lacan's beautifully, richly explanatory. You know, you can analyze any movie, any bit of history with Lacan. You can analyze any grand, you know, any sort of grand epic narrative playing out on the public stage, you can analyze with Lacan. So Lacan works well as an explanatory model of mind, which psychology, I mean, at least the scientific parts of psychology haven't produced anything like that. And to me, that's where it's Lacan's explanatory richness is what is where its value is. So, I mean, if you're going to ask those kind of questions, which are important questions, you've got to have some kind of model of mind. Lacan works where science just isn't there. I mean, it's just, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right. And I mean, I was just going to ask for Todd's kind of help with this, but like what I was trying to describe is that, you know, it's always the question. I mean, I think that there isn't a we, but what psychoanalytic thinkers tend to believe or tend to think is that the value of psychoanalysis is somewhere in its ability to politicize psychology and to precisely put psychological scientific discourses back into the kind of political sphere. So it's not a question of psychology versus psychoanalysis. It's more.
It's not. I think that's a misreading of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I interject something here? I couldn't help but think about Hegel when you were describing this, John, because one of the things that you seem to be saying is like what Lacan, it's not meant to be a critique from your point of view, but from like a Hegelian's point of view, it's a devastating blow, what you just said about Lacan's model of mind, which is
why I've never.
Well, I'll explain why. I'll try to explain why. It's not like you didn't do anything. I'm not mad that you said this. It's just okay. So like from a Hegelian perspective, what you want to do is you want to start from the beginning. You don't want to have to presume or have an assumption or an assertion or something you impose upon your investigation. You want to actually find the start. And I think to the degree to which Zizek is trying to be Hegelian, he wants to do the same thing. He wants to say, okay, we're not going to presume something. We're not going to know something before we know it. We're going to start from the beginning as well. And then they arrive at the fact that there is a problem. The fact.
So what do you call it? Post empiricism. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, okay,
post positivism.
It's actually like the empirical. The fact that the straightforward empiricism doesn't work. That there's still a problem with understanding, even though we have the empirical world at our disposal, that we can reach it, we can perceive it. The fact that there's still a problem, that is the foundation in the phenomenology of spirit for Hegelianism. It's like you start with sense certainty, and then the need for a model of mind, the need for a way to understand how we're interpreting the world arises, and then that's what sets us on the journey of the Hegelian process. So they tried to start with something that is as basic as possible, since certainty, and then what happens is how that doesn't cohere and falls apart is what sets off the Hegelian.
I mean, yeah.
process.
Although I think we should less try and solve both psychoanalysis and Hegelianism, and rather hear about what Todd's interesting book is going to be about.
Okay, right. But I'm trying to bring it back to Todd by asserting
yeah. I think that's I find that interesting, and I think that why, John, I like this question a lot. I think it's a really productive exchange, and I think and it doesn't surprise me that everybody you've asked it to has been resistant, and I think it's related to what Doug said, because I think that there's a real resistance to the idea of having a set of assumptions that are just going to, okay, these are just our axioms that are the basis for our approach. And I think that the idea is we're going to try to be non-axiomatic. We're going to try to be
non-axiomatic?
Like the psychoanalytic view.
Okay, so then who is being axiomatic?
Well, I think that the idea would be that any empirical approach is necessarily axiomatic, because it has to take as its starting point the point from which it's going to accept empirical data, right? Like whatever. Like, look, this is a point Lacan makes about science, and I think it's right, and I'm not even sure that most scientists I know would dispute it, that science relies on the repression of subjectivity, right? Like, the whole point of a scientific experiment is that it doesn't matter who does it, right? Like that is the point. Like, it's validity depends upon.
That's part of it. But I think that a better way of saying that would be that science realizes that all observation contains error. Some of that error is due to what you could call subjectivity. Some of that error is due to other things, measurement devices, whatever. So in other words, the idea is that it's what most scientists call themselves post-positivist, right? It's like what you're doing.
Hey, John, I gotta interrupt you because I've just been told that we've reached hour 6, and
sorry. Okay,
Donald Parkinson is waiting in the wings. Donald Parkinson's with Cosmonaut Magazine's our last guest.
Sorry. Go. Okay, sorry. By all means.
Yeah.
That's all good. We'll
continue
this online some other time.
Todd. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. Todd, you can hang around if you want to, or it was great having you on. I just want to point out that enjoyment, right and left. That's the title. Am I getting this right? This is right. Thank God, my brain.
Yeah.
That's the first title we're bringing out from Sublation Press. Thanks for coming on today, and thanks for being our author.
You're welcome. Good to see everybody.
Yep. Donald, you're closing out our 6-hour live stream. Hello. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you for having me on. It was a very interesting discussion that I caught the tail end of.
Yeah. It's been a grueling but an interesting day. Through the process, I won't exactly explain how or why, but tempers have flared behind the scenes. Things have gone askew here and there, but nonetheless, we've marched through. But I want to start off by bringing that up and saying, look, your project is to unify the Marxist left. That's part of what you're about. You look skeptical, but
I'm fine with that description. Wait. I was just hearing very loud dub music. I don't think it was.
But okay, so that's good. So, how is this going to be done, do you think? In other words, having walked through and talked to a whole bunch of different kinds of leftists all day, and seeing that there's many different tensions and splits.
Right.
How do you feel that it will be possible, and how is Cosmonaut trying to clear the way for a unified Marxist left?
Well, I think when we talk about Marxist unity, obviously there are always going to be Marxists who are not going to be able to unify, who are not going to be able to get along. But regardless, we believe that by unifying around a political program and by focusing on politics, on program, that we can get as many different Marxists with different theoretical backgrounds, at least united in the project of building a party.
Mhm.
And so, the idea is that, many of the existing leftist sects are unified around the ideas of a certain thinker or a certain theorist. You have the IMT, the Grantites is who they follow. You have the Mandelites, you name all these different Trotskyist tendencies, the Cliffites, whatever. And this is a reversion to the form of utopian socialist sects that existed before Marx. Marx believed that the proletariat should unify in a similar nature to what the Chartists unified around, which was a short platform of 3 basic political points called the Charter and the People's Charter. And this was essentially the birth of Marx, of the kind of idea of the modern political party unified around a program. The First International aimed to unify all aspects of the workers' movement, not around a specific political platform, but around the general idea of the general solidarity of the workers' movement.
Mm-hmm.
The lack of political unity within the First International led to a fracturing between the Marxists and the anarchists, because Marx believed that political action and engaging in mass politics through the party was the key for the workers. More anarchists rejected this in favor of trade union work with the syndicalists or kind of spontaneous insurrectionism. And so, out of the failure of the Second International, the First International, was this idea of the Second International, which takes the idea of the Chartist movement, the idea that we will unify around the political platform. And in 1892, the Erfurt program is established as the dominant program in the party. And the Erfurt program is a similar kind of document to the Chartist movement, in the sense that it's a platform of basic political and economic demands, but it's explicitly Marxist in content. And the idea is that by focusing on the program and by focusing on politics as the means of unifying people, that we can actually create some kind of actually mass Marxist party, instead of moving beyond this kind of regression to utopian socialism by unifying around theory and specific theorists. We unify around politics. And so our aim is to engage in projects like the Democratic Socialists of America and other, mass kind of socialist projects throughout the world that are various sympathizers, working. We have people in the Dutch Socialist Party that we are in contact with. We have people in Norway. We have people even in Poland, and we're trying to build, a network of people trying to develop our strategy around the world. But
let me intervene here and ask you a question about the DSA, because I was going to ask you, where do you think the tension is on the Marxist left? Is there a split, back in the day of the First International, between the Marxist and the anarchists? Is there that kind of split going on in Marxism today, or is it something? Is it happening on along some other line? But you brought up the unifying through, in the United States anyway, through the DSA, which I think is in itself, in this moment, particularly kind of a controversial or not necessarily obvious thing to do, given the way in which the social democratic movement was defeated and the seeming limitations of being tied to the Democratic Party. What how those limitations would constrain us from developing a really Marxist program.
Right.
So, do you think that that right now, what might divide the left is how we are going to relate to the Democratic Party, or if not that, then to the DSA?
I think the Democratic Party is one of the key lines of division. I think that if the DSA is going to move anywhere, it does have to break its ties with the Democratic Party and become some kind of independent organization that can stand on its own feet. There are already a lot of tensions with the Democrats in the organization. I think a lot of people understand that we need to break with the Democrats, but they're afraid of actually doing what it would take. So, I guess part of what our work would be is to kind of push in that direction and kind of be a forward-thinking minority that's putting forward a vision of actually building an independent party and actually, doing politics independently from the Democrats. But there are other, dividing lines. I often say that there is a pro-system left or a system-friendly left and an anti-system left. And this doesn't necessarily correspond to correctness on various political questions. Like, I think there are a lot of anti-system leftists out there who take incorrect positions, for example. I mean, like, I think, some have been a bit too overzealous about supporting Russia in the recent war. But nonetheless, I think they are coming from an anti-system perspective, whereas, I think the parts of the left that are rallying behind the U.S. sending arms to Ukraine and extending the proxy war are essentially the pro-system left, the system-friendly left. So I think there is a kind of basic division within the left on, do we, actually oppose this system in a meaningful way, or are we just trying to protect it from the far right and from the extremes of, bourgeois reaction,
Well, I mean, can you be pro? So the anti-system left wants to make the system have a breakdown. Is that the point of the anti-system left? Is like to try to resist the system as it is, slow it down, create crisis within the system, or would you count in the anti-system left people who want to transcend the system, not necessarily break it down, but improve it so that it can become something like a socialist system?
I don't know, if what we mean by I don't this is difficult. Could you give me?
I mean, actually, like, what do we mean by system? Like, because it's not just a matter of supporting, like, the West, say, to support the system, but you could be pro-system and support the Chinese state, I think.
Right.
So, like, what I want to know is, like, what do you think the vision is on the anti-system left for getting to socialism?
Well,
because we need a system, right? We're going to need a system.
Right. We need a new system, and
right. Yeah.
The question is, what are people's relationship to the existing state? Are we trying to reform the existing state into a new system, or are we actually trying to take an oppositional stance to the existing state and essentially to overthrow it? Whether it's through peaceful or violent means. I certainly prefer peaceful means, like, who knows how things may go, but I think
so it might be an anti-state versus state-centered left then.
Well, because I think that's also confusing too, because the state, because we don't want to get rid of the state immediately. Like, we're going to need a state in the meantime until we get to communism, at least, because it's a long, winding global process to create an entirely new economic system. It's not going to be easy. But I think it's people's attitudes towards the existing state. I think the existing capitalist world system and the hegemonic powers. And I think this I'm talking specifically in the context of the U.S. because you're right, when you get to questions of like China and stuff like that, it does become a bit more serious and confusing because someone who's anti-system in China might be working in a way that's pro-US in different contexts. It's confusing, like you said.
Right, because you would be like working against your state by siding with whoever the enemy of that state was. Like, is that what you mean?
Right. The kind of enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of mentality.
Yeah,
which I imagine you see this in the left and towards various.
It seems like a bad move, no matter where you are, to take.
Right. Yeah, I certainly think that people who are trying to build some kind of left-wing opposition in countries like China and Russia should not have illusions in the West and should not think that the United States is some kind of power they can use for progress. I think that's a big mistake, and I think it's a big mistake to become politically loyal to China or Russia, for example, and become like just PR department for whoever's opposed to the U.S. But nonetheless, I think if we live in the U.S., our priority does need to be opposing our own government, because this is you know, as Marx says, that the duty of the proletariat is to take care of its own nation's bourgeoisie initially. Right. And so I think,
tell me how Cosmonaut came to be. Did you at one time, were you part of Swampside Chat?
Yes, I was on Swampside Chats. You know, I had a falling out with some comrades on that project. You know, we just had different views on what we wanted to do.
I've had a falling out with some comrades. I think who were part of that project as well. But he came on the channel today. Derek Farr.
So you know
you can start to repair it. But anyhow,
no, it's good to hear that people are, you know, willing to, you know. I'm glad to hear Varn came on earlier. You know, I don't.
He came on and it was like, Douglas Lane, this is your life. You might recognize this voice from your past, and there was Derek Farn. But anyhow,
but yeah, Cosmonaut
for you,
people were
this.
loving it, Doug. People were loving having Derek Farn and his wife back, and it was beautiful. It was beautiful to see. There were tears on the internet.
Yeah. This is Oz, the Great and Terrible, that we can hear here.
I am Oz.
But I want to talk about Cosmonaut, Gene. So anyhow, you had a falling out with the Swampside gang, but then did some of you go and form Cosmonaut?
Well, Cosmonaut had been started before all that happened in Swampside.
Oh, okay.
And eventually, so, you know, I kind of also just wanted to focus on Cosmonaut because
I see.
You know, I
okay.
feel like
okay. So it's not connected.
You know, and some of the people I had a falling out with, you know, with Swampside who had been involved in Cosmonaut, and you know, there was a falling out. There was a bunch of drama. I'm sure, you know, many people like to gossip about on the internet. You know, it's how things are these days. But anyway,
was it mostly a political difference?
It's, you know, and political and personal. You know, it when there are strong political disagreements and differences in vision, I think personal animosity can flare up and intensify and make things worse. You know, and
yeah.
If someone asks, Cosmonaut a tendency or just a blog? We actually are a registered 501c3. We're part of the NGO nonprofit complex.
Oh, really? Yeah. So you're a class enemy now, but so
we're an PMC class enemies. But yeah, we have a podcast. We have a you know, a blog, like a kind of online journal. We publish books. We put out a book called.
I'm gonna hold on one of them up. I've got
Anti-Postone. Yes, Anti-Postone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a translation of a German essay, a long German essay that was written in for this compilation called Antifa Means Air Raid, which was a you know, a collection of essays criticizing the anti-Deutsch tendency in the German left. And Postone is kind of peripherally connected to this tendency. And so we decided, because, you know, we were kind of, you know, just because, you know, a takedown of this tendency is important, I think, because there is, in my opinion, they are the pro-system left with their support of Israel and U.S. imperialism. And Postone is a very popular theorist. And so I thought, you know, we thought it was important to kind of explore how a lot of his positions are connected to these very problematic, for the lack of a better term, politics. And we had a introduction by Mike McNair from the Communist Party of Great Britain Provisional Central Committee, who's a very good theorist. And he goes into kind of the historical context of Postone, and but yeah, we publish books. We do all kinds. We have a Discord server for Patreons and writers, you know. So we have a lot of discussions. We do events, you know. We're trying to do more panels and stuff, kind of honestly like Platypus does, because that's the one thing about them that I like a lot, is that they get different leftists to talk to each other and to debate. And I think that's one thing about Cosmonaut that I think kind of differentiates us from just like another leftist, you know, rag, is that we actually publish differing views from our own in order to debate them and, you know, discuss things, you know, openly. I think that's, you know, as we believe in open debate, obviously within limits. Like, you know, we're not going to debate whether like women should have the right to vote or whatever, because that's just kind of a settled question, right? And it's just, you know, and we're not, it's not, you know, we don't want to like debate like, you know, right-wing culture to war stuff or whatever, but like debates within Marxism and debates within Marxist politics, like that. and actually get Marxists of different kinds to talk to each other. And through that process, we can find out how much we truly actually disagree, to the point where we can't actually work in a common party, for example.
I'm truly irritated to hear you say this, because this is exactly what Sublation magazine wants to do as well. So I thought we were going to be the only kids on the block that were going to have open debates, but I guess Cosmonaut is going to do it as well. So I wanted to ask you about the business side of this, like how, Sublation magazine is just launching. I wish Spencer was on the chat here with us, because he's an editor-in-chief. Actually, I'm running the other parts of Sublation Media, but it seems like an interesting time. Like, I feel like, that old proverb, may you live in interesting times. Like, it seems like an interesting time for us to be launching a left socialist magazine. What do you think some of the major pitfalls are that we might look out for as we get started? Any advice?
Lack of interest, lack of people willing to actually engage in debate. I think that's something to be very wary of. Just people wanting to stay in their own little theory covens or own sectarian groups and not engage, I think is something that you're going to come up against. You're going to be bad faith criticisms of you just for being willing to debate topics. There's all kinds of things that I think you should be weary of.
This is something you face as well.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think it's if you're making controversial or just interesting ideas in the left, you're going to be pissing someone off no matter what. Even if what you're saying just makes complete sense and is very rigorous or whatever. There's just so many different people and tendencies in the left that have stakes in certain theoretical orthodoxies that they're not going to want to be challenged. One thing that we get a lot of shit for is we kind of challenge a lot of the traditional historical narratives around figures like Kautsky and Bukharin and the Bolshevik Revolution, and we say that actually there really isn't that much separating Kautsky from Lenin, and we can actually learn a lot from the Second International. We can learn a lot from everything. We don't have to be a single historic tendency that's rooted in one specific historical experience.
How did this happen? Do you think
that of the workers' movement? Sorry, what was that?
Why did the Marxists become? Why did Marxist groups become so wedded to individual theorists and put these theorists in opposition to each other the way that they have? Why has this developed this way around combat, like Kautsky versus Lenin, or I don't know, Ryadoyevskaya against.
Yeah, you have the Klemenites and the Dunayevskyites, and then the Cliffites, and
Yeah. How did that happen?
I think there was. I think it really happens with the Comintern and Stalinism. I think there is a type of political culture that exists that doesn't allow disagreements between different people within a common party, and that makes it so that people feel like they have to split and form their own sectarian groups in order to maintain their political purity, I guess. And there's just, I think with the collapse of the Second International, a lot of the principled anti-imperialist left kind of focused on what divided it from the rest of the left more than what united them with the rest of the left. And so there was a tendency to kind of to see splitting itself as a means of purifying the movement and strengthening the movement. There's various quotes from even Lenin that you can kind of take this approach from. There's many obviously quotes from Stalin on the idea of that purging makes us stronger, not necessarily violent purging, but just when we get rid of the weak links in our party, it makes our party stronger. So better, fewer, but better. And I don't mean to say that splits are never justified and that you never have to deal with the renegades in your organization. But I think you have to be wary of the fix being worse than the disease, I guess, the cure being worse than the disease. And I think that the way the left has, organized and fixated on splits as a means of purifying and purification has created a very sterile and dogmatic political culture. And that's why, despite all of its problems, all the things that DSA annoys me or whatever, at least it's a place where different Marxists of different stripes can get together and then hash out our political differences in some kind of relatively democratic and open forum, you know. And
I was with you all the way up to the DSA part, but I'm not even.
You know, it's fine. That's fine. You know, no one's gonna make you join. You know, but you know,
no. Well, after the revolution, I'll be forced to join at gunpoint, I'm sure. But until then. Well, listen, Donald, thanks for coming on. I am getting tired. It's been 6.5 hours for me on this.
I'm actually about to go record a podcast about Stalin in like 3 minutes, so I had exactly till 6:30.
Okay. So yeah, people should. Where can they find your podcast? People who are watching.
Yes. Go to cosmonautmag.com. Just everything is there. You know, sign up for our Patreon, please. We only really take in money from Patreon. It is really basically our only like basis of funding right now, and we get by, but we want a shoestring budget. You know, maybe someday we'll get you know, as Benjamin Studebaker says, that parent money. You know, we'll see. But yes, please check us out and support our project and write letters to us. We have an open letter section, and you know, it's great. We have all kinds of interesting debates on there. We've been debating democracy and stuff. So please check out cosmonautmag.com.
Yep. Thank you very much for coming on,
yes,
Donald.
And thank you, Doug, for having me on.
Yeah, we'll have to have you back onto the channel sometime soon.
All right. Yes, thank you. Please.
Yep, bye.
Have a good night.
Good night. Oh, and yours.
Well, Doug, I think it's time to go. What do you think?
Who are you? What is going on? Who am I?
I think
like your face has been bleeping for the past 7 hours.
What? Say that again.
Your
what have I been doing?
Your Facebook chat alerts have been beeping in the stream for the past 7 hours.
Mine have?
Yeah.
But I muted mine.
Well, it was just a
6.5 over here.
And whenever I sent the message, there'd be a delay, and then it would bleep. And I don't think it was fucking. I forgot his name.
Did you send it to just me?
Well,
listen,
it was
guys.
narrowed by only having you on. It was narrowed
this
down.
is great. The last thing we're gonna have on the stream is Doug has to face criticism about the freaking beeping on the stream. So
No,
how about we
yeah,
just say, look, we did this. It's 6.5 hours in.
No, we just need to spend some time congratulating ourselves for how well it's gone.
Yeah, we need to.
How many people came, how great everything went, apart from the bleeping.
Okay, apart from the freaking bleeping. Listen, here's what I'm thinking I want to do. It's like I want to go. It was Doug. It was Doug all along, bleeping along. I'm gonna for patrons, people who are watching this, go and sign up on our Patreon. It's patreon.com/dietsoap, DIETSOAP. And we will be back, and I'll do like a half hour for patrons only. You can watch me slowly collapse on the live stream.
I'll come with you.
Doug, stop. You gotta go to bed. Pretend you love.
No, I can't go to. I can't
like,
go to bed.
He's in your time zone. It's like 3 p.m.
I'm fine.
Well, I was up late, so you can go F yourself, birthday boy.
All right. So I'm not sure which one of us is a birthday boy, but
Stefan's birthday recently.
Oh, happy birthday, Stefan. Yeah. So we're gonna go onto the Patreon. I will anyway. Whoever else wants to join me there can. Hopefully, I don't know if Derek Varn would come back. That would be a big. No promise.
You want Vaughn to come back? You got a taste of the Vaughn?
Yeah, I miss him.
You got a taste of the Padre?
I feel like I miss the way he smells in the morning. Okay, so he should come back onto the stream, and if he can, or if not, then some people should. And but for now,
thank everybody that came on, Doug.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, thank you for everybody who came on.
Link to the Patreon. Okay, the mod did it. Thank you to Sam.
Yep. And so let's play some music, nice music to go out. How about that?
That sounds good.
Some nice royalty.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't
Is
do
this
that.
public domain?
Don't do that.
It's royalty free.
Don't do that.
Why not?
If I'm getting hit for using my own music that I created, why would I play someone else's music? Stop.
Okay, fair enough.
I just got.
All right, then I'm just gonna hum the International as we go out.
You know what? Here, Gene Bajlan made some great music and videos.
Well, sure. Yeah, I mean, I think.
Oh,
Spencer's watching it on Facebook. Okay.
All right.
Doug, do you want to say
Okay.
good night to everybody?
Good night, Gracie.
Jean Bajlan,
Old joke.
Stefan,
Good night.
Alfie, Ashley, Spencer, everyone at Sublation Media, all the authors. Thank you guys for spending everyone that watched. Thank you guys for spending 6+ hours with all of us. Stay tuned. There's a lot more awesome stuff to come from Sublation, books, podcasts, and of course, a wonderful, wonderful magazine that I'm going to work on an article for that hopefully Jean Bajlan will publish.
After it's gone through what I've been informed is called developmental editing.
Okay, we're leaving the stream now. Bye.
All right, peace, guys.
Bye.